I'd like to bring this meeting to order. It's 9:18. I'd like to, at this time, if we could all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. At this time, page number 10, Tia, would please call roll.
Pamela Love,
Here.
Colin Stallworth,
Here.
Linda Cavazza,
Here.
Greg Malkovich,
Here.
Jay Kenny, Paul McNaught,
Here, I'm here.
Zoom, okay. Christina Brockett,
Here.
Will be on Zoom. I believe.
Wade Colson,
Present.
Deanna Riddle,
Present.
Rand Sorensen,
Here.
Alex,
Here.
Keith Whipperman,
Here.
Dennis Holm,
Here.
David Vick,
Here.
John Fitzsimons,
Here.
Jason Odegaard,
Present.
Tammy Haybank. Here. Bob Levitt,
Here.
Domingo Rivera,
Here.
Ellen Townsend,
Here.
Xavier India,
Here.
Alex Munoz, Dexter Wallace, Nala Williams, Timothy Jackson,
Present.
Paul Anderson,
Here.
Mark Davis,
Here.
Kate Segroy is here, and myself too, Wonder.
Thank you. We're going to now go to page number 12. I'm going to turn it over for announcements to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. Appreciate the travel arrangements that we were able to make for everyone. Glad we got everybody here safe. Always want everyone to travel safely. For informational purposes, restrooms are out that direction. We will work through the agenda today. We're a few things going on there. Obviously, that we'll be making it flexible so that we can work through those. We will have lunch here. Dinner tonight will be at the hotel. For those of you that have not been there, there are many food options there. We'll make a determination if you want to go together, or if you want to go on your own, whichever the case may be. And if they're not, Mr. Fitzsimons has graciously said he would drive anybody to dinner and pick up the tab. I can tell by the nod. Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimons. With that being said, the other thing is, what we're going to do is, work as far as we can today and make sure we finish tomorrow and get everyone out of here on time. At that point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sloan unless there's anything else you want me to discuss.
No. What time do we need to conclude tomorrow?
What time is the flight tomorrow? Yes, it's late.
It's at like five.
Okay, so with traffic from here, we're going to give ourselves an hour to travel to the airport, just for safety purposes, only in an hour to get to the flight. So that would be, we want to be out of here by 3 at the latest, 3 o'clock tomorrow. Earlier is better. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. Say again.
Oh, and lunch is 11:46.
All right, we'll go to page 13, public comment. The time provided an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law have been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a yellow public card, comment card, and submit to the president before the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. Thank you. Do we have?
Should have Rachel Herrera.
Shel Herrera. Are you with us? There's the meeting.
Hello.
Yes, you can speak up.
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on I wanted to request the NAC 385B 722, which is the 180-day penalty, be reviewed so that all students are not refused the option to play a sport when they're pursuing higher education programs. More specifically, CSN High School, which is a program available for juniors and seniors. My daughter attended SECTA, played softball at that school for the first 2 years that she was there, and she decided to pursue the program, the CSN program, her junior year to get her associate's degree. Along with her high school diploma, she was told she'd be able to play softball at her zone school, but she was denied the ability to play because she transferred out of a magnet school. She didn't transfer back to her zone school. She did transfer to a higher program, which is CSN, but she was still denied the option to be able to continue playing softball. So she's essentially being penalized for pursuing higher education, better opportunities. And I just don't see that it's fair for a lot of students are actually going through this just when they go to the CSN program and they have extracurricular activities that they're interested in. So I know for some students, they're not able to play in varsity sports, but she was denied the option to even play in JV as well. So I know that there's a law that's pending that gives the students a one-time transfer option without that 180-day penalty. But I haven't heard anything past that possibly happening, so wanted to see if it could be reviewed sometime. I know it probably won't affect her this year, but I mean, it can help students that are wanting to pursue this CSN program and don't do it simply because they'll be penalized for that whole year out of their preferred sport. So thank you.
Thank you. Tia?
I believe all other public comment will be under item 20.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute. All right, now let's go to item number 6, approval for the agenda for April 1st and 2nd. Again, we are on page 14 for the NIAA Spring Board of Control meeting for possible action. I also asked that we also include the flexible agenda. Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve a flexible agenda. Second.
Okay, with Keith with the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much. Jay Kinney, you're online.
He just gave you a thumbs up.
Okay,
Thumbs up.
is Ms. Brockett as well?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. All right. We are now going to go to page 22 for the consent agenda items. I'm going to read the statement here. The Nevada Scholastic Committee Association Board of Control may take items on the agenda out of order, may combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and may remove an item from the agenda or delay the decision relating to an item on the agenda at any time. So with that said, are there any of these items that you would like to pull for further discussion? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a first, Alex.
Second.
We have a second.
President Sloan, can I comment?
Absolutely.
Sean Fitzsimons, 2A Liaison on consent agenda lifetime pass requests. Item C, Shemaine Career, cheer coach, CCSD, I'd like that amended to golf, girls basketball.
I'm
Volleyball.
sorry about that. I had to.
Say that again.
Basketball.
Shemaine Career, cheer coach is not cheer, it is basketball, golf, volleyball, and softball.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes.
Our two of our new liaisons are actually attending today. Just raise your hand. They're right back there. There are 2 of our liaisons that will be joining us the next year as full board members, as our student liaisons. So introduce yourselves throughout the day if you want. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Okay.
Okay, with consideration of having a flexible agenda, we are now going to go. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just so excited. Ready to get on agenda number 30. Right. All right. We have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Okay, now, again, being a flexible agenda, we will now go to item number 20. That is located on page 105. The NIAA transgender policy for possible action. I'm going to turn it over to Paul Anderson.
Thank you. Paul Anderson, legal counsel. So item 20 here, I don't know if you've had opportunity to review this. So what I am going to do, first of all, is kind of walk through the pages here. There's a lot of them, but one of the items that I had placed in here is a case that's pretty extensive. So the first couple of pages are our present policy. That's the NIAA transgender participation policy. The original policy, oddly, when you get on our website, will occasionally come up. I was not even aware of that, but this was the first amendment to that, and that was done in 2016. And this basically allows for participation by transgender students in female sports. There's as I believe most of you know, having gone through it, that it's there's a process by which eligibility is determined through that. The next two pages in your packet, or the next three, 108 through 110, are the proposed new policy, which item entitled Nevada Interscholastic Activity Association Student Eligibility and Participation Position Statement. And we'll talk about that in a bit. It includes reference to the next several pages, which begin at 111 and continue through 117, and those are the pre-participation physical evaluation forms and that sort of thing. The reason those are in there is the position statement, if approved, is going to require some basic changes to our pre-participation physical forms, including certification by physicians as to the biological sex of the student athlete, and that sort of thing. So that's why those are there. Page 118 is a small list of references that I've put in that, in my opinion, legally back the action that I would suggest that the board take today to approve the new policy. And these include, as you can see there, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, Title IX, which we're all familiar with, and then various other items here. And some of them are include this Adams versus the School Board of St. Johns County. That's the last document that's in there. That's the fairly extensive case. It has a very good discussion in the concurrence of that opinion, which came down in 2022, that begins on page 174 of your packet, and it's about 3 pages long, but it gives a good rundown with respect to policies and whatnot that apply and support the new policy that we're looking at adopting. Also included, beginning on page 119, is the executive order that was entered by President Trump on January 20th of 2025, entitled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. That's several pages there. What's important with respect to this is, first of all, it's federal law, but secondly, if you go to page 120, you'll see under policy and definitions, certain defined terms, and some of those terms, or many of those terms, are included in the policy that's being proposed. If you then go to page 126, that's another, the second executive order that I've included that came from the Trump administration on February 5, 2025, entitled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. And again, that has application to, or our new position statement takes some of the language from there. Page 131 and 132 is an article from the United States, it's an article involving the United States Department of Education launching Title IX investigations against other state high school athletic associations that basically were saying that they're not going to comply with the executive orders. And so that you know, this has been going on throughout the country since the first part of the year when President Trump came into office and the executive orders have been put into place. The Justice Department, as well as the Department of Education, are launching investigations against states, school districts, and state high school athletic associations that are not complying with the executive orders. California is one of them, one of our neighboring state. Then page 135, that's an example of a letter from the United States Attorney General Pam Bondi that was addressed to Ron Michetti, who is the executive director of the CIF, Tim's counterpart. Basically setting forth what the Attorney General's office is going to do. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, sorry.
Anyway, setting forth what the Attorney General's office intends to do if states don't comply like California, and that's, you know, move forward with respect to these investigations. And then the next several documents are that would be pages 136 through 155, or yeah, 155. That's an article that deals with a scientific article that discusses the biological and scientific effects of trans women competing against males and the inequities that exist as a result. Finally, the last 50 some odd pages are this Adams case that I've already made reference to. And as I say, the concurrence that's on page one, begins on page 174 of your packet is, it's all relevant, but that's right on point in terms of discussing these issues. So that's the materials that we have in here. I don't know how you'd like to proceed from here, President Sloan, but would you like me to walk through your proposed policy?
Let me ask your recommendation. Do you want to comment first, or do you want to explain?
Let me just kind of walk through the policy. If you go to page 108.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have a preamble in here, and that basically sets forth, and it's important that it be in this
Oh,
position.
hang on one second, if you would please. Did you have a question?
I just wanted to ask, did you think it would be helpful to say that the current policy is, maybe not read through the whole thing, but just kind of hit the high points of where we are right now and then go into the proposed regulation?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, also, those of you that are speaking, we need you to raise your voice.
I thought it was fine.
I can move that table up now that we're.
Okay.
Okay.
That would
say they could
Closer
hear
to
you.
the microphone, the louder the voice.
Old Ray wouldn't have raised voice.
Old Ray never has to raise his voice.
Thank you.
Okay, so the policy that's presently in place, as I said, are the first two pages of this item, pages 106 and 107. As mentioned, this was amended and came into place back in April of 2016. So basically 9 years ago. And really, we haven't had a lot of appeal. We've had no appeals that I'm aware of. I've been counsel that entire time, and we've never had a level 2 appeal that's dealt with a transgender student. But this is the policy that's been in place. It basically placed the determination of eligibility in the hands of the member school that the student attended, to determine, whether that particular student should be allowed to participate in women's sports. And it also provided an opportunity, if there was a determination from other member schools that there was an unfair advantage being gained of bringing an action through our appeal process. As I say, we never had a case, but that's the crux of the present policy. The new policy, is that sufficient, Ms. Cavazos?
I think so. And you're saying that there have been no appeals since the time of 2016 when this was put in place.
Correct.
And this is, if I can do a follow-up with, do you mind, do a real quick follow-up? And this is a little bit, okay, teacher voice. All right, and this is also under, in 2018, for instance, my particular district put into place a gender diverse policy. So I just want to make sure that as we're going through this, that we're realizing that the different districts have different policies and that we're not ignoring that. I mean, it's kind of two separate entities for this, but that we pay attention to that.
Right. And, let me just point out that that's a good point to make. The different school districts might have different policies with respect to these issues. But any member school that joins the NIAA in their application form adopts the rules and regulations of the NIAA. So for athletic purposes, the NIAA policy applies.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving to our policy, the policy that we're presenting here, which we're calling a position statement. We have the preamble, which I think is important because I think it provides explanation with respect to why this board would be taking the action that it's going to be potentially taking today. And it addresses an important issue that we discussed briefly at our last board meeting, an issue that I raised. This issue came up at the last board meeting through Lieutenant Governor, the Lieutenant Governor's task force, as well as a lot of the individuals who are here today that are with the Icons group. And it caught me a bit off guard, but I did mention the fact that we have the 2023 Equal Rights Amendment that amended the Constitution in Nevada to make gender identity and expression a protected class of persons, okay? We address that in the second paragraph here because that amendment also protects from discrimination, sex. And the new policy deals with eligibility based on biological sex of the athlete, okay? Which is completely in line and right in line with the executive orders that have been entered by the Trump administration, but with Title IX that exists and has existed since 1972, I think. I placed this second paragraph in here to specifically address that the 2023 Equal Rights Amendment is in the Nevada Constitution, what it protects, and the fact that, sex is a protected class, the same as gender identity or expression. So if you go down then to the next heading of student eligibility and participation, this kind of walks through how the NIAA would determine eligibility of student athletes for sports. And we have the definitions that I mentioned from the executive order defining what a boy is, what a male, a girl, a female, and sex are. And then we talk about Part B, eligibility for purposes of eligibility in the NIAA is determined by the sex. It specifically states athletes will be confirmed as male by the designation of male on the NIAA pre-participation physical form and an unaltered original birth certificate. Okay, so we would be requiring both those things from student athletes. And we, in the past, and Pam can help me here, we used to determine eligibility. One of the required documents that was necessary for all student athletes was to provide a birth certificate, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that's nothing new. This basically says that it cannot be altered, and which is important because it would be the original birth certificate of whoever the student happens to be. Number two, athletes shall be confirmed as female by the designation of female on the pre-participation physical form and an unaltered original birth certificate. And then we note in here the complete absence of male androgenization. I always have a hard time with that word. As confirmed through the pre-participation physical can result in eligibility for a girls' team or sanctioned sport. And what that is there are certain individuals that they don't necessarily have the male, is it not gene, but the testosterone levels or whatever. And that can be determined scientifically. And if that's the case, then such an individual would be eligible to participate in a female sport. Okay. Then the crux of the statement is item C, the participation. And note there that we have NAC 385B.334. That's an existing regulation that we've had for years and years. And it's basically a summary of Title IX. And we've had that in our regulations forever, basically saying that boys can play boys sports, girls can play girls sports, and then girls can also play a boys sport where there's, if they don't have an equal sport, such as basketball or whatever. Like, I'll give an example. A girl can play baseball or softball, but a boy can only play baseball because those are two different sports. So anyway, that we have had that in play and in place along with our present policy, and those two conflict right now. And it's probably an issue we should have recognized some time ago. But there's been conflict there because that is 385B.334 is basically our version of Title IX, the NIAA's version. All right. So under this, a male student athlete shall only be allowed to participate in NIAA sanctioned sports in accordance with his sex on teams designated for boys or on a co-ed team. We do have a few of those in our smaller school districts. A female student athlete shall be allowed to participate in an NIAA sanctioned sport on teams designated for girls or teams designated as co-ed. And then we also state how a female athlete can also participate on a team designated for boys if there's no corresponding team available for girls, such as the example I just gave, the softball and baseball. That complies completely with Title IX. It complies with NAC 385B.334. And then we get into what athletes are going to be required to do in order to establish their eligibility from a biological sex standpoint. And I'll just read it. All student athletes are required to accurately complete a medical history form as part of the pre-participation physical to obtain athletic eligibility. That's currently required of all athletes. The student athlete's physician must complete the pre-participation physical evaluation and physical examination form, which is retained in the physician's records for the student. That's nothing new. That's what we presently do. The physician shall thereafter complete a medical eligibility form for the student athlete. Again, we do that. And the completed and approved medical eligibility form shall act as a certification for the student in sanctioned sports that are based on sex, all right? The medical eligibility form shall include the student's first sex and must be signed by the student's parent or guardian, and physician, or other medical provider conducting the physical, verifying the accuracy of the student's birth sex. In the event the birth sex is listed on the medical eligibility form as a male, and the physician has checked the box for medically eligible for girls' sports, the form shall be submitted to the NIAA and the school, and the NIA shall conduct a preliminary review in conjunction with the school. So that's where we could have situations arise where a particular physician is, asked to make that designation and goes forward and does that, and we end up having a transgender individual participating in female sports. And then the final paragraph, it basically talks about our appeal procedure. If there's an issue that arises, then any appeals are basically brought in accordance with the procedure that we presently have in place at NAC 385B 900, et cetera. And we talk about the relevant evidence that could be brought before a hearing officer in such a case would include original birth records, additional documentation from pre-participation physical, school records, genetic screening, and a medical review. And that can work both ways. So a transgender student who wants to appeal could bring an appeal through this process. And vice versa, if there's a member school that believes there's another school where there's a transgender student participating in violation of this policy, that appeal could be brought through our process also. So that's a lot from me. I don't know if the board has quick questions or not. And I also have, there's a couple of individuals who Bart says they are here on Zoom. I worked with the Icons group with Marcy Smith, who's here today. Their lawyer, William Bach, is an individual with a large law firm in Indianapolis who has done extensive work in this area, representing various athletic associations on a worldwide basis. He was counsel for the anti-doping agency in, I think, 2007 to 2020. So the information that I've obtained and brought forward and put into this position statement complies with the law, and I believe is something that our board needs to adopt in order to avoid significant liability that's being brought on a daily basis, basically anymore, from the education department, the justice department, and whatnot against non-compliant athletic associations.
Wade Polson, Region 3 for the record. First off, I want to thank Paul for this extensive work. I don't think people understand how much has gone into this, how many hours and preparation. 105 pages in our packet here dealing with this issue. And it's a serious issue. And I want to thank Paul for doing the work here. I agree with him 100% when it comes to we have to deal with this and we have to do it with our policy. The state legislature right now has 2 bills that are in the state legislature dealing with transgender. I don't know that the bills are going anywhere. One's seen a hearing, the other one has not. And I don't know, but in 2027, I think you're gonna see legislative action come. And as the NIAA, we need to stay ahead of that, much like we have with our eligibility issues. There's several legislative eligibility issues and bills out there, and Tim will give us an update. But I think it's important. I think it's important, thank you. I think it's important that, we stay ahead of the issue, and this is very important. And what we need to do is make sure that we are protecting our students, all students. As a school board member, I am, concerned about every student, and that every student has a fair shake and especially in athletics, but they need to be positioned and put in where they can be competitive at and where it's proper. And this policy really lines out what a student and where they can participate at and what levels eligibility and participation can come to. So I want to thank Paul for that, and I'll let the public weigh in or whatever else. Thank you.
We'll go to two comments, then we'll Mr. Anderson and then Mr. Dodd, and then we'll go to public.
So a couple of points that I failed to address and thank Mr. Polson for jarring my memory. One, we receive no federal funding. When I say we, I'm talking about the NIAA, but all of our member schools do. All of our public, at least, and they're private to a certain extent also, receive federal funding. And that's what's potentially in jeopardy if investigation were brought and found against us and action was taken by the federal government. They can pull the funding. They've done it. I think if you're following the news, it happened in Maine. It happened at Columbia University, didn't it? University of Pennsylvania. So that's taken place. And then the other thing that's important to know, this proposed position statement does not discriminate against anybody, okay? A transgender student is allowed to participate, but they have to participate in sports with their biological peers, okay? And that's important to keep in mind. And that takes them out of, participation where they have clear physical advantages over women. And, so I just think that's important to keep in mind. We're not telling people they can't participate. It's just they have to participate where they are and what in the sport that aligns with their sex.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Dodd.
I was just gonna ask that we hear in public before the board weighs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any more, Tia?
Anyone else got a yellow card for me, or did I get everybody? I think we're good.
Okay.
Their group did ask if we could begin with Lieutenant Governor, who should be on Zoom. And then we'll proceed with Marcia and whoever's there, and then jump back to line.
All right. Let me find my list too. Yeah. Okay, we'll just go top and bottom.
Yeah, let me run to the mic.
No.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Anderson. Good morning.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, members of the NIAA board, for the opportunity to address you this morning. My name is Stavros Anthony. As Lieutenant Governor and the proud father of 2 daughters, I come before you with a clear and urgent message. It's time to reaffirm our commitment to fairness and safety in girls' sports. Across the country and right here in Nevada, we've seen female athletes lose out on championships, recognition, and scholarship opportunities because of policies that allow biological males to compete in girls' competitions. In the past 2 years, Nevada state titles in track and field have been awarded to a male athlete, and girls have been replaced by boys in receiving high school volleyball accolades. Our female student athletes are paying the price for a policy that is not only unfair, but it's dangerous. Last year, the University of Nevada women's volleyball team was forced to make an impossible decision: compete against a male athlete or forfeit the match. They chose not to compete, joining several others in their conference who stood in protest. That's why I created the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force to protect women's sports. Together, we're working to ensure that every girl in Nevada has the same opportunity mine had to grow, compete, and succeed in a safe and fair environment. As chairman of the Nevada Tourism Commission, I also recognize vital youth sports as are to our state's economy and reputation. Families travel across the country and to Nevada to participate in athletic competitions, tournaments, and championships. These parents deserve the assurance that when their daughters compete here, they will do so in a safe environment, free from unnecessary risks or unfair circumstances. Protecting girls' sports isn't just a matter of policy, it's a matter of trust and responsibility to those who choose Nevada as their destination. I commend you for your service to Nevada student athletes. I respectfully request and call on the board to adopt this new policy. Please repeal the current NIAA policy that allows boys to compete in girls' sports and replace it with a sex-based eligibility policy that requires students athletes to be a female in order to be eligible for girls' sports categories, as was well presented today. This change will bring clarity, consistency, and fairness to school sports across our state and would affirm our shared commitment to protecting girls' athletes. Let's work together to ensure girls' sports remain for girls. Thank you.
Tia, some of the individuals listed here are in the audience.
I believe I only have two on that list that are in our audience. It should be Marshy and Goodwill.
So,
Marshy.
okay, Marcy Smith, why don't you
Want me to?
come and stand right here in front of this table?
Thank you and good morning. I'm honored to be here today to speak to you all. First, I want to say how grateful I am as the parent of two budding athletes, a son and a daughter. I was lucky enough many years ago to receive NIAA state championship titles in swimming, which launched my collegiate career. I earned a full scholarship to the University of Arizona, where I accomplished one of my wildest dreams of winning an NCAA national title in the 100 backstroke. So it was a good day. I currently reside in the Las Vegas area with my husband and kids, and my devotion to sport has been unending, although I stepped away from sport for a long time. What jolted me back was watching a male athlete win a national title in swimming 3 years ago and stand on the same podium step that I once stood. And since then, I've co-founded the Independent Council on Women's Sports, ICONS. And one of our roles is to consult international, national, grassroots sports governing bodies when discussing policy that impacts the female athlete category, to make sure that the overwhelming majority of female athletes who want a sex-protected category in sport get their chance to speak. You know, one of the boards that we have consulted with just a few days ago, the World Athletics announced that they would be adopting a policy that, what did he say, doggedly defends the female category, which is incredible for the largest governing body in the world to take this stance for track and field at the most elite international level. Where we get some pushback and negotiating is at lower levels of sport. And what I would like to say today is that even our grassroots high school female athletes
do not need to achieve a certain level in order to deserve fair competition, to deserve safety in their sport and equal opportunities in their category. There is not a qualification time or an age that they need to meet. This has already been granted to them 53 years ago with Title IX. The female athletes you'll hear from today are not asking you to give them these rights. They have them already. So please align your policy, repeal the policy you have in place now, and put a position statement and policy in place that defends their federal rights and defends the female athlete category for fair competition, safety, and the integrity of girls' sports, because Nevada's girls deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right,
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could refrain from clapping since this is a formal meeting, I appreciate it. We understand your enthusiasm, we appreciate that, but this is a formal meeting and we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
thank you. All right, we have Stephanie Goodman.
Thank you all for hearing me today. I'm here as a member of the task force, the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force to Protect Women. I'm also a university regent with the Nevada System of Higher Education. And I just want to commend your legal counsel for putting together this incredible policy statement. I look at this as a women's issue. It's not an anti-trans issue. I've been very vocal about it on the university level. And I've been vilified for some of the things that I've just trying to stand up for women. And so I just really want to thank this board for even addressing this, for staying ahead of it. And I'm actually going to use some of the work that you've done as an example for us on the university level. I think that what this does is it's setting the precedent, and what we're doing here is it's allowing our legislature, hopefully they will feel the pressure to hear the bills that have been drafted. Me as a university regent, I have 3 other regents. We're going to be putting an item on the agenda. We're going to be using some of the language that you've put together. Thank you, sir. And we are going to be pushing this forward as well. I think that you are all leading our state right now. And I'm just very grateful for the fact that you've even taken the time to get ahead of it. So I just wanted to come here. I'm in support of this item, and I'm grateful for all the work you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you continue on this?
Yeah, I think those are gonna jump online on that paper, but that's okay, and then we'll jump back.
Okay, I apologize if I misspeak of your name, I apologize. Online we have, is it Sia?
Lee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's
That is our
okay, it
next
happens.
speaker. I apologize.
No worries, no worries. All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Aloha, my name is Sia Li'i, and I'm here to ask the NIAA to instate policy ensuring a fair and safe competition floor for all female athletes. I've been advocating on this issue of biological males in female sports since last October, when my teammates and I at the University of Nevada, Reno were faced with the fact that San Jose State featured a biological male athlete. This person had been on the team for 2 years at this point, which made everything click for my teammates and I. This person jumped higher and hit harder than any female athlete I had ever played against in my 10 years of experience prior. After many team meetings, we ultimately decided to make the decision to forfeit a conference match and take a stand against transgender participation in women's sports. Female athletes throughout history have worked too hard for us to revert back to letting males invade our sports, taking away opportunities, accolades, and ultimately our mark in the history of sports. Personally, I would not have been able to get a college education without the opportunity I received to play on a full ride scholarship at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am one of 11 siblings, so I knew from a young age that I would have to work hard, earn a scholarship in order to further my education. By allowing biological males who are stronger and faster in women's sports, the opportunity for a young girl in the future could be diminished. Title IX was created in 1972 and prohibits sex-based discrimination in federally funded education programs, including sports, ensuring women and girls have equal athletic opportunities. On February 5th, 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. It mandates that educational institutions at all levels elementary, middle, and high school restrict participation in girls and women's sports teams to individually assign female at birth. Failure to comply with this directive is a violation of Title IX. The order threatens to revoke federal funding from institutions that allow biological males to compete in girls and women's sports. This is your chance to codify federal law and President Trump's executive order, showcasing your commitment to your female athletes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Kendall Lewis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning. My name is Kendall Lewis, and I am a student athlete attending Galena High School. I am also a part of the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force to protect women's sports. I have worked very hard and put in the effort to get to where I am now in volleyball, a starter on my high school varsity team. When I first started playing volleyball 3 years ago, I never thought I would have to play against a biological male, considering when I signed up to play girls volleyball, the description seemed pretty clear. 12 girls playing on a team together with no male strengths going against them that would add a risk factor beyond the norms. However, a few weeks later, I found out me and the 11 other girls on my team would be competing against a biological male. Experiencing this firsthand, we felt discouraged and overlooked because why was a male allowed to compete against us knowing the obvious differences? It is scientifically proven that males are stronger, the vertical is higher, and their agility is much faster. Some of the balls this male athlete hit were hard to pass due to the power behind the swings. Confusion was another feeling we all had that day. The question of why the school and school district would allow a biological male to compete against us, knowing the risk factors, was a common thought we all shared. As a female playing in a women's sport, I should never have to worry about my safety or the safety of others on my team because a biological male is allowed to play against us. This is unacceptable for men to be in a female athletics and to compete at a woman's level of sports. Athletics already come with a safety concern, and adding in the risk factor of a male competing against women increases the dangers. It's heartbreaking to see a male take away women's opportunities in sports, whether it be a spot on the team or a scholarship to play at a higher level. Women's sports were created to provide opportunities for fair competition among female athletes in their division. Although my time playing volleyball is almost at an end, I still have a battle to fight for the future generations of young female athletes coming up in sports. I will do everything I can to fight for women's sports and making them safe and having fair competition among all women. It is time we step up and take a stand for what we know is right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Brooke Rolson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Brooke Rolson. I am 13 years old, and I am a student athlete from St. Albert the Great Catholic School who lives in Reno, Nevada, and is in the 7th grade. I play volleyball and basketball and love the sports, whether it's watching or playing them. As someone who has played the sports since 5th grade, I have truly loved the sports, and I hope to continue playing the sports. I have played 2 club volleyball seasons at Silver State, now known as T Street, and 3 CYO basketball and volleyball seasons at my school. I have enjoyed the sport with my friends and hope to continue playing with them. But if my opportunities as a female were taken away from me by a biological male, I would be devastated. This is why girls should have their own league and that we should be able to play sports and not have the fear of being injured by a biological male, which we shouldn't have to worry about in the first place. The reason why girls and boys are separated in sports is because boys are biologically stronger than girls. If boys were allowed to compete/participate in girls' sports, it would become harder for girls to win, make teams, or earn scholarships. This doesn't mean that boys and girls can't play together and enjoy a sport with each other, but girls should be able to compete in their own league without having biological males join their league. Boys and girls need to be separated for safety and the protection of girls being able to have the same opportunity to win, join a team, or earn a scholarship that isn't taken away from them by a biological male. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ava Chavez.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ava Chavez. I'm here today to ask the NIAA to put a policy in place banning biological boys from playing in female sports. I am in 7th grade and I go to St. Albert the Great Catholic School. I've been playing volleyball for 6 years now. Volleyball is my passion and there is nothing else I would want to do besides. Being a volleyball player means that I must work hard for this spot on my team, and that you always have to be grateful even if you're a starter or a bench warmer. I have a dream to be a D1 volleyball player at the University of Georgia and the University of Hawaii. Last fall, I had to compete a boy multiple times. The only thing I could think about was what his next move was going to be, or could I receive his play, or even worse, was I going to be hurt from his hit or serve? This is very important to me because I play libero, whose job is to take the most hits. Because I was playing against a boy, he took my mental focus away from the sport I love. Watching Sia Li'i, senior team captain of Nevada volleyball, having to go through her last season and fighting for her team's right was sad and inspiring at the same time. Watching Sia gave me the courage to speak here today. I want to help keep my sport that I love fair and safe for me and my teammates. Right now, we are being impacted by adults making the rules. These adults should be protecting girls like me, but they aren't. So I'm calling upon you as leaders to keep a place for me and my teammates and future girl athletes who are becoming D1 volleyball players. Please don't let our dreams be given to boys. Change the laws and protect their sports. Last week, they tried to silence me by crumpling a bill that ensures a fair and safe competition floor. I will never stop fighting until policies are put in place to protect my Title IX rights in girls sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Lunsford.
I don't see any of that name in
Okay. Summer Rolson.
Miley Wilson in the waiting room, or in the room.
Okay, this is Summer.
That's the person that I knew.
Okay. We'll go on. Peyton White.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Peyton White. I'm 13 years old. I've been playing competitive club volleyball for 4 years. I have big dreams to play volleyball in college. The current NIAA policy allows boys and men to compete in girls' high school sports. Although the number is not large, I feel by even allowing one transgender girl is one too many. It's just not fair. Next fall, I will be starting high school. It makes me uncomfortable to think that I could be changing my clothes with a biological male in the locker room. That makes me very uncomfortable. School should be a safe place for everyone. Another aspect that I am worried about is my safety. Boys are genetically built different. They are bigger, faster, and stronger. I've been following Peyton McNabb's story, who is a volleyball player who suffered multiple injuries, including partial paralysis to the right side of her body. That terrifies me. You, as the responsible adults in the room, have a very impactful decision to make, which will shape the future of many young ladies. I hope you strongly consider modifying your policy so I can feel safe and comfortable competing in women's sports. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well done. Next, we have Charlene Bybee.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Bybee, and I am a Spark City Councilwoman and a member of the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force as well. Today, I'm speaking as a former high school and collegiate athlete. I am the face of Title IX. I graduated from high school in 1972 and arrived at the University of Nevada, Reno that August, competing for 4 years on the University of Nevada women's gymnastics team. We went to nationals every year, and I never had a scholarship. Scholarships did not come until my senior year, at which time I wanted our younger team members to receive those 2 scholarships. I met my husband at the university, and he was on a full ride athletic scholarship for football. I want to give you a historical perspective. Pre-Title IX, in 1971, girls only made up 8% of all high school athletes. Today, 42% of high school athletes are girls. In 1972, only 15% of college athletes were women. Today, it is 44%. Unless you're my age or older, you may not know that women had very few opportunities to even compete in sports, let alone get college scholarships. Title IX truly changed this. Today, I'm asking that you adopt this new policy that protects female athletes, their opportunities, safety, and fairness in competition. This was the intent of Title IX, that protects on the basis of sex. I'm here for all those girls, and especially for my 9-year-old granddaughter who plays soccer. The future of girls and women's sports is on the line. We can't go backwards after all the progress Title IX has made in the almost 53 years since its passage. Girls who play sports become women who lead. NIAA board, I urge you to please pass this policy change supporting today's high school girl athletes and tomorrow's female leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lydia Dominguez. Inga Thompson.
No one in the room by the name.
Karina Cohen.
Yes.
Good morning, and thank you, NIAA board members, for the opportunity to offer my viewpoint this morning. My name is Corey Cohn. I was born in Reno, Nevada, Reno High School, class of '93, and University of Nevada graduate, 2009. Go Wolfpack. At the age of 18, I started taking estrogen, and at the age of 19, I underwent sex reassignment surgery. So when you're talking about the cohort who will be affected by this pending policy, that would have been me at a younger age. Although I have had hormones and surgery, the changes to my body are largely cosmetic. I am, although I'm weaker than many men, I am still taller than most women and have more mass. All of these things translate into advantages in sports. And even if I'd started estrogen at a younger age, those advantages would continue. Now, when I was in high school, I took golf lessons. I enjoyed playing golf, and I really enjoyed playing tennis. But I was also on the outside of a lot of male activities, and it was really, really difficult for me to, even though I tried out, I really didn't have a lot of support, and I wasn't really encouraged to play sports. I understand why boys who identify as trans, I know I heard a young woman describe them as trans girls, but it's important that we avoid euphemistic language and describe what they are, biological boys. I can understand why they want to play with girls, because a lot of times they're bullied and mistreated by boys. I believe that sort of mistreatment actually constitutes the gender identity discrimination that you should be concerned about. Sex ought to be segregated by sex because it is important for the fairness and safety of the athletes. But boys who have gender diverse identities ought to be welcomed in and encouraged to play on the team that is in line with their sex category. I urge you to adopt the new policy. I also encourage you to help participate in changing the culture so that boys who feel different or who do not feel included actually are encouraged to participate with full rights and participation with the other males in their sports categories. They should feel like they have a chance to participate. And that is something which helps boys and girls all participate in sports without having to make compromises. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else online, correct, Tia? Correct. Okay. Now I will call up the public speakers. First of all, we have Deborah Earl.
My name is Deborah Earl. I am a member of the Lieutenant Governor's Task Force, and I am the COO and co-founder of nonprofit Power to Parent. 10 years ago, it was uncontroversial and scientifically undisputed to say that boys are generally taller, stronger, have greater muscle mass and bone density than girls. These biological differences are not opinions, they are facts. And when it comes to athletic competition, they matter. Allowing boys to compete in girls' sports disregards and erodes any hope of a level playing field. It's not just unfair, it's demoralizing. Girls who train for years, who wake up early, who push through injuries and give everything they have to their sport, now face opponents with an undeniable biological advantage. It's not just a race that's lost. It's a scholarship, a title, a record, a lifelong dream. We have seen girls pushed off podiums, erased from the record books, and passed over for recognition they rightfully earned. And all because someone decided that fairness no longer includes protecting women's sports for women. This isn't equality. This is injustice, quote, in inclusion. When a boy steps onto the field or track or court in a girls' division, it is not just competition, it is a takeover. And the cost is paid by every girl who played by the rules, who worked harder than anyone else, and now watches her place being taken by someone who had no business being in her lane. Girls deserve better. They deserve fairness. And they deserve to compete against each other, not against boys. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Douglas.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm just addressing you as a concerned parent. I'm a mother of 4 sons, and the youngest is 6'5". I can't imagine that it would be grossly unfair for any girl to have to compete with them. I golf. You know, I cannot compete with my husband in golf. Thank goodness in golf, we have women's tees, and there's a reason for that. So the things you've mentioned today, biological truths, Title IX was put in place for a reason, to give women an opportunity to compete and play sports and earn scholarships and to succeed in sports. And so it really is reaffirming fairness and protecting safety. And so I thank you for the opportunity and really support this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mary, I apologize, I'm gonna do my best. Mary Benjini?
Gani.
Gani. Okay. I used to apologize to my students when I did roll all the time.
Thank you for addressing this policy and bringing it into compliance with federal law. The athletes who have spoken previously expressed the need for this change in policy better than I ever could. As president of the Nevada Federation of Republican Women, our organization has a resolution that simply states no to males in women's sports. In order to protect the opportunities of women to earn scholarships and the safety of women in sports. I personally want to thank you for taking the courage to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Devin Livesey.
And you got the name right. Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, we said no.
I was stressing over that.
I'm Devin Livesey. I'm the vice chairman of the Clark County Republican Party and a former athlete in Clark County at the school district, as was my son. And we as parents look upon you, this organization, although it's the regulations, to keep our children as safe as possible when playing sports. And by allowing biological men to play against biological women, it takes away part of that safety that we entrust all of you here to do. So I am endorsing the adoption of your new policies And I do not even understand why we have to be here discussing it. It seems like this should be a non-issue. Biological men should be against biological men. Biological women should compete against biological women. I thank you for your time and your courage to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Edusha Jones.
You didn't say mine, right?
Okay, give it to me.
Good morning. My name is Edusha Jones.
That you threw me off.
Yeah, Russian. I'm the chair of Moms for Liberty, but most importantly, I'm a mother. I'm a mother of boys and I'm a mother of girls. And that's what I'm speaking about today, because we need to recognize that as parents, we have to protect our children. We have to have the say-so of how they dictate their lives. We can't allow children and others to put our children in danger. So as a mother, I'm standing here for my son. I'm standing here for my daughters that are in fear of being in the school district and being in the school sports system, because we don't know what's going to happen. So as a mother, please adopt this policy to make the change, not just for my kids, but the kids next door, the kids across the street, and the kids that's going to be there next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, no one public speaking, nobody else online.
Got nothing else.
Okay, no other emails or anything?
Let me check, hold on a second.
Okay.
Give me a moment. That is good.
We're good.
So.
All right, now we'll open it up to comments from the board. Yeah, there's no one else. Wait.
If there's no other comment, I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
I move. I'm just waiting to see if there's any other comments, but if not, then I move to adopt the policy that has been presented to us today.
Okay. First,
Can I second? Oh, you know, you second.
yeah. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Nutt.
It's not gonna surprise anybody, but I have intuitive questions. So let's go through them real quick. So it might not be that quick, but so first couple procedural questions. When this policy was enacted in 2016, it was proposed in a similar fashion how we did with this one, where it was brought up as like, we would like this to be an agenda item. The following meeting, it was listed as a discussion item, and then the board directed council and staff to create the policy to then enact it the following meeting. I'm wondering why in this case we skipped discussion, especially considering at the last meeting, Mr. Jackson, when you went through like the items at the end, you said that this was going to be listed as a discussion item. And so I was taken aback to see that it was immediately in action. I was wondering why we kind of changed procedure, or I guess precedent. I don't know if we have solid procedure, but precedent on it.
Okay.
Tim Jackson for the record. The reason we made it not a discussion item and an action item was for the very reason that if the board wanted to take action at that time, they would have the ability to. If we made it a discussion item, the board would have no ability to take any action. This left it open to be either discussed and tabled or discussed and voted on one way or the other. We did not want to put us in a situation as a board where we had no options. So if I said that in the meeting, which I'm sure I did, that it would be a discussion item, we would bring this back. It's not a misstatement. It was just a clarification on our part when we put the agenda together, that if we painted the board into a corner where they had no other options, I feel like we would be kicking the can down the road to allow the board to make a determination, make a decision, or not, and then move down the road again. I didn't want to paint us into a corner.
So you made that decision to make it an action item?
With advice of counsel.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I just wanted to know, because like the general procedure for requests for items come from board members, correct?
Tim Jackson for the record, not all of them.
Okay.
There are items on our agendas that do not come from board members all the time.
Okay.
But some are not.
Okay.
You have the right as a board member to request an item, as does any principal in any school of our member association can call and say, Tim, we'd like to have an item put on the board.
Okay.
The example I'll give you is flag football did not come from anyone in this, body for boys flag football. It came from a senator or assembly member who said, I'd like you to discuss it. I said, sure, brought it as a discussion item. The board gave me direction, brought it back as a discussion item, and then the board gave me no direction after that, so it has not reappeared.
Okay, so any board member can make a request at any time to say, I want this item and I want it actionable at the
Sure.
next meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, just wanted to make sure. I
Yep.
think.
If you look at the agenda, Mr. McNaught, you'll see that you have an item on here
Yeah, it's
that you
discussion.
asked for
Yeah,
discussion.
correct.
You
Well,
like a
to be
discussion.
honest, yeah, part of the reason why was because I was, I guess, under the misconception that we follow this kind of like, let's talk about it first before we take action on it, but it's okay. I understand now that that's not the case.
And I appreciate it,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna follow up with that. That is also one of the reasons why Mr. Anderson and I have discussed it. We have kicked it down the road a couple of times. We need a board training. We haven't done a board training in many years.
Yeah, for sure.
We
I
need
would
a
also
board.
encourage us to have like maybe some more clear policies on
Yes.
it. I think that would be really helpful.
Okay, before you continue, Wade, do you have a follow-up?
Just a little clarification for Colin. Being on boards for a lot of years, in my day job, being on the school board from Lincoln County, I'm the general manager of Lincoln County Water District. I have a board. I put the agendas together. I've been a county commissioner. I've been on this board. I've been on the president of the Nevada Association of School Boards. And through that governance training, you would always, as an agenda is being brought, you would always want it to be a discussion for possible action item. That way, the board can take action if they so choose. If it's just a discussion, you can't take action. There's no action that can be taken. You can only have the discussion. As a board member, you always want to have that flexibility to be able to take action if you want to take action on that item. Because several times there's lots of items that you would like to take action on, but you can't because it was for discussion only. That's just my experience.
Thank you.
Yes, that's fine. I'm satisfied with that answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so, continuing on with some like kind of general questions before, I do have a lot of questions specifically about the policy and enforcement, but the first would be like just general questions. Do we know what states have, kind of made this change already and what states have not?
Mr. Anderson?
I can go real quick. I have it. You have it. I can have it. Give me a moment.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that would be great to know. Yeah.
I will say, I know of three, when, between our last meeting and today, I know of three that were being targeted by the Department of Education, Maine, California, and Minnesota, I believe. And I believe Maine flipped. California, I believe, is considering it. I think Minnesota, has Minnesota changed?
No, they have not.
But, so that just tells you that, you know, out of 50 states, there's three that were being targeted, so I would say the others are mostly in line.
Yes. Have we been targeted?
No, but I think that's because, of the fact that we're taking action. You know, that we're moving forward with respect to the executive orders.
So Mr. Jackson, you're gonna give me that.
Yeah, I got a count. I got the list.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
I think it's helpful context for us to know what states have and have not, so that we get a better idea on that.
24, look at that, excuse me. 24 states currently have laws banning transgender students from participating in sports. 11 states currently have laws that restrict transgender students from participating in sports. 3 states require surgery before transgender students can participate in sports. And then the rest are either in policies or in court hearings. So I don't know what that total number was.
That's 30.
38 of 50 are currently have a policy with bans or restrictions. The remaining 12 have, I'm taking the words off the screen. This is not my own personal opinion. Friendly policy is what it's called. California, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. 15, math doesn't add up. Oh, I got the District of Columbia in there. And the ones with temporary injunctions blocking the enforcement of their bans are 3. Arizona, Idaho, and West Virginia currently have injunctions placed upon them.
Okay. So it's my understanding that we're taking this approach then to avoid liability from, is that my understanding, from for the NIA?
Yes, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, that's a correct understanding. It's not just liability with respect to the NIAA, but I view it also as potential liability against our member schools and school districts, such as yours, Clark County School District, largest school district in the state, receives federal funds, significant federal funds, and those could be in jeopardy as members of this association if you're allowing your student athletes to participate in what's viewed as violation of the law.
And also, I believe, most of you know me, I'm a girl dad. This has nothing to do with my view as a girl dad, has nothing to do with my view as not a boy dad. I believe as Americans and as a board and as our entity exists, we've agreed to follow the social contract of the United States. We agree to follow the laws and rules that limit our freedom and rights at times. We don't yell fire in a crowded theater and say it's freedom of speech. We also accept that violating a rule would have consequences. That when we don't like a rule or a law, we agree to not violate it willfully, but work through the legislature or the body that enacted the law to change the law. There are many laws in the United States that we've had over the years that were changed. And sometimes change is difficult. But from my standpoint in this position and the position I've shared with our legal counsel on this is we have a federal law in place, and I do not think it would behoove us as a body to willfully violate a federal law. Whether you're on the left side, the right side of this argument, pro or con.
President, so do I still have the floor?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
So, okay, next question, speaking of law, right? So I think just understanding, I think, Mr. Polson referenced like the state legislator is working through some policies currently, right? Or at least I know there is one bill up there that would would address this issue directly, right? Are there two? One on
each side.
making a decision here, yeah, so I'm wondering then, as an organization, why would we not wait to hear what the legislators are gonna do? And here's why, because we did the same thing with the, I know we tried to be proactive with the one-time transfer rule, for example, right? Well, it's still in the legislature regardless of the direction we took. So I would really like to hear from legal counsel on this. Why are we not waiting? Because the legislator could make a decision, right? That would then make us have to undo what we're potentially gonna do today, right?
Okay, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. So couple of things, and I will also defer to Mr. Polson because he's got quite the presence down in Carson City, or up in Carson City. We're down in Las Vegas. But to answer your question, yes, there's a bill pending. It's been pending there, but as I understand it, it's pretty much being blocked in committee and not being allowed out. So it's that's the politics that are taking place in Carson City right now with respect to that. Also, there are bills pending in Congress. I've mentioned that HR 28 that addressed this issue, passed out of the House and into the Senate. At the Senate, it was blocked, I believe. And there are comments from our senators indicating that this is something that they felt needed to be handled more at the local level, which would be us. Than them taking the action that that they could have taken in their position as a United States senator. So I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, there are bills pending, but there's a lot of bills pending in Carson City that never see the light of day.
Right.
And this is one of them.
Right. So I just wonder as an organization why we wouldn't wait for an answer there and why we are kind of taking a stance on this.
So I would love to see that bill come out, and I would love to see where we had direction from the leaders of our state. But it's not going to happen. And in the meantime, if that doesn't happen and we were to proceed with our present policy in place, we in essence are placing this association, and as I say, our member schools and school districts in jeopardy, potentially, of suit and loss of federal funds.
I'm gonna go, oh, sorry.
I think I understand. Yeah. Is our current policy in alignment with Nevada state law?
No.
Can you explain a little bit more?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, kind of, there's a lot that I went through. But, we have the amendment that took place in 2023, that provided for gender identity and expression as being a protected class. It also provides that sex is a protected class. And our current policy, if you look at it, discriminates against females on the basis of sex by allowing men to compete against them.
So why sex and not gender identity? Like, because they're both.
I'm just saying they're both there, so there's conflict there. There's no doubt about it, but there's either way you look at it, there's conflict.
Right, so you can argue either way, right? Is what you're saying.
But federal law is, Executive Director Jackson mentioned a moment ago, the Supremacy Clause, Article 6 of the United States Constitution states that the supreme law of the land is the federal law, and federal law is clear that this would be a violation, allowing.
Question on that, right? Since we're talking about federal law. You're aware of the Supreme Court decision in 2020 that affirmed that we cannot discriminate based on gender identity, right? Mm-hmm. So is that the law we're looking at, or does executive order supersede Supreme Court decision?
Well, I think you have to look at them both, and I think you have to look at the entire body of law that exists.
Absolutely.
Title IX has existed since 1972. There have been attempts by other administrations to change it to where it would apply not only to women as it was originally meant to apply, but also to transgenders with respect to participation. That's been repealed. So Title IX pretty much consistently has supported women, has supported the position that our policy would take. There are other cases beyond the one that you're referencing. For instance, the Adams case, which is out of the 11th Circuit, granted not a U.S. Supreme Court case, but there are U.S. Supreme Court cases that talk about sex discrimination and discriminating on the basis of sex. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, so my question line is, I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we are not violating state or federal law, right? Which I think is a difficult thing here, right? Because they conflict. And I think a little bit of my point here is I'm wondering if there's a value in waiting for state law to see if state law then aligns itself with federal law so that we as a body, right, are in alignment as best we can, right? I think it's worth noting, right? I think, I guess we'll see what happens with the vote here today, but also with that. But I do think from the legal perspective, I wonder, I wonder if we are going to violate state law, right? Because yes, I know that sex and gender identity are both within state law. It feels a little like we can kind of pick which one here, right? I'm wondering what makes one more supersede the other, right? And I don't think that necessarily is the case other than order in which it's written, right? And that's not really a question, more of just a comment.
Well, I'd like to comment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
On that, if that's okay. I think the factor that clearly weighs in favor of this policy is the fact that federal law, which funds many of our districts and a portion of this association by virtue of dues that it receives, preempts the state law. And so that's why it's important to put this into place. And it's also important, as I mentioned, to look at it from the standpoint of, the Equal Rights Amendment of 2023 in Nevada. I don't believe that there's discrimination against transgender males if they're required to compete as boys or males in male sports. That's because they're being given given the opportunity to compete against those in their biological sex. All right, so nobody's being precluded from competition. Nobody's being prevented from that sort of thing, but females and women are being protected as a result of adopting this position statement.
Okay, last broader legal question, and then I'll let somebody else, I have some more logistical questions too. But from a last broad legal question, what, Mr. Anderson, I think this to you, what is the liability of a board member in this scenario, voting one way or the other? So for example, if a board member here today were to vote yes, and then it's determined that this policy is in violation of state law, what's the liability of a board member and or a board member sitting here today who votes no in the direction of this policy, potentially in violation of federal law? I'm just wondering kind of what position we put our board members in here potentially.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I'll answer that. The action taken by an individual board member is taken by the board as a whole. The NIAA is recognized as a political subdivision of the state of Nevada. Chapter 41 of the NRS discusses how employees, board members, et cetera, of political bodies are defended. You're acting within the course and scope of your duty as a board member by taking action one way or the other on this. And so if there were a lawsuit and you were individually named, you would be entitled to indemnification through the association's insurance policies.
I do have some follow-up, some more logistical.
Okay,
ones, but
I have
I'll
about
hand the floor over.
5 other
Yeah, go
individuals
ahead. Yeah.
that want to speak, so we're going to start with Wade.
Yeah, just to, Wade Polson, Region 3 for the record, just to address, calling some of your, questions about the legislature. First off, if we wait for the legislature to act on this issue, we could be here for years. And the other issue is what you would probably end up with is something that nobody really wants or likes. The legislature is made up of people, men and women who go out and run a campaign, but mostly they don't understand this issue. They don't understand sports. They don't understand what the NIAA function is. If they did, we wouldn't have 2 bills on eligibility in the legislature, right? We got 2 legislative bills at the legislature dealing with eligibility. What does the legislature know about making a kid eligible to play sports? Nothing. There's one member at the legislature that sat on this board. Only one. And he's the one who knows, and he's not even on that committee. So the thing is, as a board, our function is to do what's best for the student athletes at the high school level in the state of Nevada. That's what we're doing here. We're doing what we think is best. If we wait for legislation to identify or to give us direction, it will always be bad. There's over 350 education bills at the state legislature as we speak, all dealing with education. Do you like what they do with education, with funding, with all of the unfunded mandates that they give you, more reports as the principal that you have to file to the state? Do you like that? That's dictated to you, right? And most of them don't even get read. Most of them don't even mean anything. It's just what they think legislatures think is going to be good, right? I've dealt with the legislators for almost 20 years. And I can tell you, if we wait, we're behind the 8 ball. That's why this policy that is being brought forward is a good thing now. We're being proactive. We don't want the state legislature to dictate to the NIAA what our policy is going to be or not to be. We want to do that function as a board. That's what we're placed here to do. That's why we're sitting here now, is to take this action, to move forward and not let other people dictate to us what is best for the NIAA, especially when a legislature could be there in this term and out the next term. They change seats up there like we change our stocks. You know, and so then you're just training new people all the time. They don't understand the issues. We understand the issues. We understand what's happening right now. And that's why we're addressing this at this point. And that's my personal opinion and through my experience of doing that. That's why it's important for boards to enact and to be proactive in their duties. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Ms. Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I have some questions that are my questions, then I have some that are coming in from constituents, as they're watching. One of my questions, and I will delineate which ones are mine and which ones are coming from somebody that is, people are texting me approximately 7 people right now that I'm trying to keep track of. How many active transgender high school athletes do we have in Nevada sports today? Active.
We don't track that.
We don't track that. That means that we are not discriminating, we are not labeling, but we have not had any
Let me
appeal.
repeat that. Okay, I shouldn't say don't track that. Kate, answer the question.
Kate's right for the record. So for Clark County School District, for instance, their policy does not even allow the athletic administrator to know who the transgender student, right? So when they're coming into the system, they're putting inactivate male or female. That is their preferred gender. So we don't know if that's biological or if they're person.
Okay. I needed that to be said out loud on public meeting. I knew the answer to that, but people were not taking my word for that, so I needed it to be, but I need that to be said out loud. Also, there was a question, I believe that was asked by Colin, and I think Paul, you could probably answer this for me. I didn't quite catch it. Where Colin asked, is NIAA current policy, the one that was last amended in 2016, are we in alignment with Nevada law? And I believe you said no.
Correct.
Okay, and so how that would be that many years that we have been out of compliance?
Yeah, so Paul Anderson, legal counsel, there's a couple of things. When you talk about Nevada law, you talk about, the constitutional amendment that came into play just 2 years ago. You also talk about, our own, regulation that we've had in place, which basically, summarizes Title IX. Those are just issues that didn't arise, Linda, and missed them. I'll admit that. But from the standpoint of, does the current policy comply with, do you say Nevada law? As I mentioned to Colin, even with the Equal Rights Amendment of 2023 to the state constitution, sex is and always has been a protected class. And allowing transgender males to compete against females is discrimination against females on the basis of sex. So that's why it does not comply, in my opinion.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that answer and your elaboration on that. This is a Melinda Cavazos question. Is the mental health assessment and evaluation anywhere in our new medical forms, if a transgender athlete is wanting to play a sport that they identify with their gender identity and they are rejected, is there anything anywhere that where we are going to be addressing if there are mental health issues?
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, there's nothing in here where we're doing that, but that's a point. And I think the one public speaker, was Cohen, address those issues. And I think that's something the board should consider. Obviously we don't want to discriminate against our transgender students that want to compete and want to compete in the biological sport that they fit into. And if they're being bullied or rejected or whatever you want to call it, then I think that's something we do need to be concerned about and address as a board.
I think Kate wants to chime.
Do you mind, Paul, and correct me if I'm wrong, you can appeal any of our eligibility regulations. So if a
Correct.
student would like to appeal on the basis of mental health, bullying, et cetera, we, would look at that, in the eligibility process, and then they could also go to a level 2.
And that's in present policy as it stands right now.
Well, and that is also that is in the current policy for sure, at the end of the policy.
And thank you, Paul, for bringing up as far as the mention of, the bullying policies and the overlap that could happen.
And Ms. Cloud, just so you know, we just worked with a senator in Reno, Senator Kastner, to support a bill that would allow the information for bullying or mental health as a part of the level 2 appeal, so the parent would know that as well. So we're working on getting that bill passed. We are in the affirmative for that bill as it leaves, hopefully it leaves the Senate to the floor.
I saw that. Thank you so much. Just one more, and this is a constituent question coming from the parent of a transgender student. Is this, and they are asking, considering the revision or the new policy statement that we are proposing today for a vote. NIAA, is this position statement equitable in regard to transgendered males' participation, not just transgendered females? That's the exact question, how it was asked.
I'm not sure I understand
So
it.
in other words, I can break it down. So in other words, if we have a female who is transgendered to a male, is the policy in effect for them also, and does it apply equitably? Is what they're asking.
So, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, yeah, it would apply equally to them, with respect to the biological sex. They would be required to compete, in, the sport of their biological sex.
I think just another chime ins here, and then I had a.
What, Kate, for the record, Paul mentioned our other regulation that we have where biological female athletes can participate in boys sports if it
Right.
offers, so that is also part of that.
Right.
And just to be fair, I am answering questions from folks that they knew that this item was on the agenda. They've been scrambling to kind of come up to speed on all the different provisions that we have right now. And I think it's more like informational. And I just did want to say, I appreciate the very civil testimony today for both the online people in person. I want to kind of follow Tim Jackson's lead and say that I'm the mother and the grandmother of a daughter and a granddaughter who both received athletic scholarships. So I'm not coming, I wanted to say that up front, but I'm coming from the point of being a board member here. And I will say more on that later. I didn't know if anybody else wanted, I think Wade had his part of it.
Well, are we good? Hang on, I'm gonna go to Deanna and then Rand's on mine. Hang in there, Rand. Go ahead, Deanna.
Man, I think I have to go back to my comment to remember now what I was doing. I think that I'm gonna be reiterating some of the things that several of you have already said. I think Mr. Anderson had made the statement that he sees our current policy as discriminating. I kind of agree with that, because when I look at the idea of equality and gender identity versus sex, we're still giving kids with gender identity and equitable opportunity to compete with their biological sex. But we're putting girls possibly in danger and not giving them an equitable chance to compete based on biological attributes that males have. We allow them in sport or play for males to compete in female sport. I have a real life example. I had to think about this past weekend. Not like to brag on my son and his athleticism in football, but a lot of you don't know he runs track as well. So I watched the girls compete and I was amazed at them doing the 300-meter hurdles. Sean won 110 high hurdles, yay Sean, but then he had to compete the 300-meter hurdles. He had a really fast first 200 meters, and the last 100 meters, his hamstring got strained. He had to limp the last 100 meters and finish the race. He was so fast in his race, I think he ended at a 43.24, that walking the last 100, he still beat fastest varsity girl. And she was at 45. There's no way that biologically, even the fastest girl could compete against my son who walked or limped the last portion of the race. And so when I think about equity and fairness and protecting our girls, those are the types of examples that I think of, as long as we allow the kids that you have, or as long as we protect the kids with gender identity to compete in their biological sport, and they still have a chance to compete. I'm concerned about where I see discrimination at, which is the girls' sports and allowing biological males to compete. So that's where I personally see the inequity. I don't think that I said that very eloquently, but I think you all got my point with the real life example that I just saw this weekend. So that's why I personally seconded the bill. That's why I saw not the bill, the position statement that we're gonna put out.
Thank you. Thank you. Rayanne?
Hang on.
Hello, Rayanne Sorensen,
Hi,
parent.
Rayanne.
My first comment is I always believe that the board should be proactive and ahead of the legislature. We need to make our stance known so that they can see that as a recommendation of what we as a board believe high school athletics, the direction it should be. My other comment is I am a mother of 2 female athletes. I also have a sister-in-law who is transgender. I knew her when she was living as a biological male, and I have had the privilege to see her grow and blossom into the beautiful woman that she is today. This is not an issue that I take lightly. There are, like Linda Cavazzo said, there are definitely mental health components to this for our transgender athletes. But I do not see this as a law that hurts our transgender athletes. This is something that we as a board need to look at as we are protecting our biological female athletes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Bernard.
Calling out Region 4. Okay, so I have some kind of more specific questions about the various aspects, just so I fully understand. The current policy as it stands, Mr. Anderson, you said it conflicts with 385B. Could you please explain just specifically how, just so I understand?
Well, 385B, 334, I don't know if anyone has that in front of them, but that basically talks about participation by girls on teams for boys and by boys on teams for girls. And what that basically says, it's a rendition, like I say, or a summarization of Title IX. I'll just read it. Subsection 1, if a school has a team for boys for a sanctioned sport but doesn't have a team for girls for that sanctioned sport, the school will allow each girl who's a pupil enrolled in the school and who's otherwise eligible to participate, to qualify for and participate on the team for the boys. If a school has a team for girls for a sanctioned sport but doesn't have a team for boys for that sanctioned sport, the school shall allow each boy who's a pupil enrolled and who is otherwise eligible to qualify for and participate for the girls team if opportunities for girls to participate in all sanctioned sports at the school are greater than opportunities for boys. And basically that nullifies boys competing in girls sports, because football, which we have at pretty much all of our schools, boys' opportunities exceed girls' opportunities for Title IX purposes with respect to virtually all of our member schools. And the next section, a request for a boy to qualify for or participate on a team for girls pursuant to subsection 2 must be submitted in writing to the principal of the school and set forth the reasons for the request. If the principal approves the written request, the principal shall submit the request to the executive director for approval 15 days before the beginning of the season for the sanctioned sport.
So, Mr. Anderson, I guess what the policy, I think, I get where you're going with it, and I just want to make sure I understand. Really, the problem here is the definition of boy and girl in that policy, right? Because I think the policy does not define that, right? And I think there is
Yeah.
certainly a debate regarding the definition there. So you're seeking, or we're seeking here on page 108 to more clearly define those.
Well,
Correct.
yeah, correct.
In
So the-
alignment with the executive action.
Yeah, the position
Yeah.
statement
Okay.
takes language right out of the executive order from January, defining,
Right, okay.
those issues. And keep in mind, 385B, 334 was a part of the handbook that we had, that was our rules and regulations prior to being required to get our rules and regulations placed into the Nevada Administrative Code. So this was submitted when the code was first amended in 2004, and there's been no revision. So I think back then, people understood what a boy was and what a girl was. I mean, there was not this issue at that time.
And I appreciate your insight, Mr. Anderson, and as you know, I'm gonna push on you, so I appreciate
Sure.
that. I would argue that our current one does align with policy, but I think I think let's move on to my questions regarding the new policy. So, just a quick understanding of the difference between policy and position statement. So this is a position statement, whereas we have policy. What's the difference between those two things?
I don't think there is one.
Okay, so like legally, there's no real difference.
The
here.
yeah, so the transgender policy is never a part of the NAC. Okay, it was a policy that the board had. We have.
It was a position statement then too, right?
Huh?
But I'm sorry, it was a
In
position
essence,
statement.
it was a position statement, just like we have our drug and alcohol policy,
Right.
or position statement is outlines what we expect.
Right, okay, so member schools are required to follow position statements.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, paragraph 3 on page 108 says the NIA encourages member schools to monitor their athletic programs to ensure those programs are fair and safe. How is the NIAA, like, what does that mean? What is the expectation from the NIAA standpoint as far as monitoring their athletic programs to ensure those programs are fair and safe for all student athletes?
Well, that's a part of the preamble, to the position statement. And basically, it's the second sentence there. In doing so, the NIA is obligated to enforce policies that align member schools so they comply with federal law, including Title IX. So that's, I think, what that's asking our member schools to do, is to follow the position statement if adopted, to ensure that it's complied with.
Okay. I think the challenge I have on 109, and I think thank you to Mr. Groy for explaining that layer of things, because I do have a question here. So again, position statement is expected by our member schools to be followed. I think we're putting our member schools in a little bit of a challenge here, and here's why. Number 1 on page 109 says athletes shall be confirmed as male by the designation of male on the NIA participation form and an unaltered birth certificate. How are member schools expected to check that? Because, for example, in Clark County School District, we're not required to keep birth certificates. Athletic departments do not collect birth certificates. We actually rely on what's in Infinite Campus, right? We have a policy in CCSD that like creates gender support plans, right? And I know you know this. I'm just going to make sure everybody knows this procedure. Right? Oh, you don't? Oh, okay.
But
Okay, I thought that you did. So the way that a gender support plan works in the Clark County School District is a student and family can request a gender support plan, which changes their gender identity within our system, like essentially permanently and truthfully without anybody except for those who are involved in the conversation being aware, right? So I see scenarios where a kid in middle school received a gender support plan, right? That gender support plan is sealed at that level, right? Infinite Campus is changed to the gender identified, right? And then that carries with the student to high school, right? The high school does not keep the record of that. The high school has no way of knowing, right, necessarily that has changed, right? So 2 questions. 1, how are we expecting our member schools to enforce that? And then number 2, what happens if they accidentally don't because they don't know?
Okay, those are fair questions. We're asking our member schools to do the best job they possibly can with the information that's presented to them. Part of what this policy does is it places it places some emphasis on the pre-participation physical. So it puts some pressure on the individual that's conducting the physical to identify the student in terms of their biological, makeup. And so, you know, answering your question, we're not asking you to be perfect. I don't think any of our rules are that there's an expectation that everybody's perfect. Obviously, you know, that's impossible. We just ask that our member schools do the best they can.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I think, one of the challenges though is like, you know, when member schools violate policies, there are sanctions issues, right? I see nothing in here explaining one way or another how that would be, right? And again, I worry that we are putting our member schools in an uncomfortable position because they, like, whether they want to enforce or not, right? We simply don't have the ability to do so, right? And I understand what you're saying about the medical form, and I do want to talk about that. That's my next question. But I worry about the consideration there for, I don't know how it is in Washoe. I don't know how it is in the other school districts. I do know in Clark County School District, you know, that's going to be a huge issue for sure.
Okay, hang on before we go to the medical aspect of it,
Oh,
Mr. Jackson.
sorry, go ahead.
And then I still have Mr. Whipperman and Wade would like to.
And I'm not in opposition to what you're saying. I want to say in support of that. Currently, right now, Infinite Campus does not collect insurance information. We do sometimes have to require insurance information to be provided. So there are documents that are provided to the athletic departments as you move through the process of securing it, that would supersede or go beyond anything that is collected by IC. And perhaps there are situations where you need additional verification of addresses. You need divorce decrees. There are other documents that are required. So going down a path of it, and for the old people sitting at the table here, where we used to collect the birth certificates at the beginning. There are mechanisms in place that are already currently enacted that we follow that do not rely solely on Infinite Campus.
Right.
So we don't just require only Infinite Campus information, but we do like Infinite Campus information to match what is submitted.
Yeah, for sure. And I think my concern there, and I think to Trustee Cavazos' point, as well, is like, so a little bit of what I'm hearing there is like, we may be kind of pushing a student to have to out themselves, right? Because we are saying we have a question here. Is that what I'm hearing you say there?
I don't think that.
No. And what I mean by that is like, if there is a dispute brought forward, right, then we are gonna go to that family and say, you must provide us a birth certificate. You don't have to, but you must provide us a birth certificate, correct?
No, that's what we're asking.
Is that what?
No, we're asking for
Birth certificates.
Oh, so we're now asking all of our, so this
Yeah.
policy would ask all our athletic districts
Yes.
to collect every birth certificate for every kid?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're adding another layer of work to our athletic departments that's a lot. I mean, I have a smaller school of athletes. I mean, we're talking 200 birth certificates that we now have to chase down, and the kid is ineligible if they don't have one. Is that correct?
It would be a requirement for eligibility.
Okay.
All right, let me go to
I have
Mr.
a follow-up question.
I know you don't, hang on. We're gonna go to Mr. Whipperman and then we're gonna go to.
Those are my questions about Colin and to Colin's point, just to go back, sometimes, just speaking for member schools, we are often policing the honesty of parents, as you know, Tim, we've been dealing with this where you're now policing the honesty of families in relation mostly to addresses. But now you're policing something else. But my question to this was, will this require changes in activate and on the physical form? Specifically, if we enact this, is my question to either Kate or Tim, or whoever that would be.
Yes.
Yes.
Short answer, yes.
I don't need to know the specifics right now, but yes, I'm assuming it would.
Yes, sir. You would.
Yes.
Wade Colson, Region 3 for the record. I think to Colin's point, it's another piece of paper that you have to provide for eligibility. Currently, you have to provide other pieces of paper. You have to have a physical, right? You gotta go to the doctor, you gotta get a physical, you gotta sign that off. You gotta have other insurance papers and stuff like this. So you have to have paperwork to be eligible. This is another piece of paper that is added to the eligibility. It doesn't come down to the school so much as the individual, if they want to play, will provide that paperwork to the school. If there's a dispute, and I understand the dispute outing the person and everything, but that happens no matter what. There's always in the policy, it allows for, if there's a question, to
be able to come to the NIAA to do an investigation quietly. We do it with the drug enforcement and alcohol enforcement. We do it in other areas. We have it, if there's a dispute or a question, it goes to the NIAA, there's an investigation made, and then a determination is made through the investigation. The process is there, so I think there's protections to all individuals there. No matter what their gender is, their sex is, or their eligibility, there's protections there to be able to handle the process. The process is in place. And that's what I see in the policy. That's what I see.
Yes.
I think just in response to that, I think that there are certainly groups of people that it is easy to provide another piece of paper, but there are certainly a large portion of groups that it is not, right? And so outside of this policy, I have a new concern regarding like access to athletics that we are potentially limiting to a large population of students, particularly at schools like mine, right? I have a large population of students, frankly, who will not provide a birth certificate. Why? Because they are afraid of what will happen if their birth certificate is not from the United States. So I just think like we as a board need to keep that in mind, that we're creating a little bit of an uncomfortable position for a lot of students, particularly low income students. And I just think that's worth noting. Okay, so to the physical form. So on page 110, it says in here that essentially, if I read this correctly, and I might be reading it wrong, it's very possible. It says essentially in here, if there is a dispute, additional documentation from the participation physical will be provided. What is that? It's sorry, middle paragraph 2 on page 110, additional documentation from the participation physical. What exactly are we talking about there? That will be, and it's my understanding that will be provided to the NIAA, right? So what exactly does that mean?
I think we addressed that. So relevant evidence may include original birth certificates, additional documentation from pre-participation physical. That's school records, genetic screening and medical review. So I think that encompasses those things.
Right. So, but like additional documentation from participation physical is page 111? Is that what we're referring to?
Yes. Yeah. 111 through whatever it goes through one.
So I know that what's currently provided to athletic departments is what's on page 117. There's a minor modification in here that I do have a question about, but the additional documentation, are we saying that we are going to require in this dispute situation, we're going to require a student to provide us page 111 through 116?
Yes.
Okay, despite the fact that it says on the top of this form everywhere that it should not be shared with the school.
I'm gonna have, our SMAC committee met recently. I'm gonna let Mr. Jackson fill in.
Yep, our SMAC committee met recently, and we have a very serious concern with that top paragraph that's in the box. It has nothing to do with the transgender policy. It has to do with student safety and health. For example, I'm going to use a vague example. A student may have a heart condition that they may not disclose to the school, but they may have disclosed on this form, and they have a heart attack on the field, and we had no clue. Or a student that is allergic to nuts and gets a granola bar as a snack from a coach who did not know. So our SMAC committee has serious concerns that we need this pre-participation information. And by removing that or adapting it or adjusting it, we would prevent that.
So just to clarify, SMAC is
Sports Medicine Advisory Committee.
Just for the record.
Yes,
Okay.
and that is doctors and
right, okay.
Athletic trainers and board members.
Okay, I totally understand that layer of it. I think when we're asking the physician to clear them, I'm not sure us as athletic APs are gonna make any further determination based on what's on the paper as far as whether they should play or not. But I do worry, so what I'm hearing is that in a dispute, the page 111 through 116 would be required to be submitted to the NIAA and the athletic office. I am also, just for the record, I'm a father of girls as well. I am incredibly uncomfortable with the athletic office reading page 112, the female only section, which asks if you've ever had a menstrual period, how and when, how old were you when you have it? When was it? I'm incredibly uncomfortable with that. So I'm just wondering, like, are we Are we putting our students in a really uncomfortable position by having to provide this information? Go ahead. Mr.
Yeah,
President.
we've had that discussion with the SMAC committee about redoing this section as well.
Yeah, I think
This,
that's.
just Sloan can actually.
Yeah, I can tell you that in the previous years, for the pre-participation history of if you have injuries, was one of the questions that was asked. Okay.
Yeah.
It was actually not as detailed as this is, but it was one in regards to.
So it sounds like we have some questions about this form and we would like it maybe be modified in some way, correct?
Absolutely.
Tim, to your point, if this policy is enacted, there will have to be modifications to this form.
Okay, I wonder if one should happen before the other.
Well, we can't make modifications to the form until after the policy is enacted,
Why?
because there's parts of the policy that would have to be included in the form.
Right, okay, what would be the effective date of this policy today?
Yeah, it'd be,
So
the
a
board
dispute
passes it.
tomorrow would result in this information being released to the NIAA, correct?
What?
A dispute tomorrow would result in page 111 through 116 being released to the NIAA. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes. If
Okay,
an
yeah,
issue was
that's
raised.
that's all I wanted to know, because I'm incredibly uncomfortable with that. I think we all should be. I'm wondering about a little bit of a HIPAA violation here. Just worth noting all of those things.
So let me comment on that.
Yeah, sure.
There's not gonna be HIPAA violations. This information is gonna be kept within your athletic office. And it's gonna be kept, if an issue comes up, it would be, first of all our hearings and issues concerning students are closed to the public. You know, and so those who need to know or be involved with respect to any type of a decision would be involved. You know, and also, you know, you need to keep in mind that athletics, as opposed to the right to a free appropriate public education, athletics are a privilege as opposed to a right. So, you know, nobody is being forced to provide this information, but if they choose to participate, they understand that that's part of the process. HIPAA and any other federal law that deals with privacy is gonna have to be recognized, okay? And so
Yeah, that's
I don't.
why
see
I'm
that as
asking
a
the
problem.
questions, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not the legal expert here. I just think that
And
it just popped into my head that that's a little bit of a concern because it's my understanding, especially the way this form is written, that this is not supposed to be shared with anyone.
well, and as Mr. Jackson indicated, the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee has talked about the fact that this needs to be provided to schools so that schools know not only the biological sex of a student, but also whether they have a heart condition, whether they have asthma, whether they have, you know, a number of issues. And it's not gonna be distributed it's not gonna be pinned up on a bulletin board for everyone to see. But it's gonna be available for those who need to have that information.
Yeah.
And
I would
also,
argue
let me
that-
just slip in
sorry.
here real quick,
Yeah.
because like I said earlier, we had that information, all that information, rashes, when this, have you been hospitalized, do you have seizures and so on and so forth, and then the SMAC committee met. We met as a committee, and again, like Tim says, it's very heavy with doctors. And they said, listen, this isn't needed, it's not warranted, this is a direction that we believe you don't need. And this information needs to stay with the doctor. And you only get this little piece of paper that basically said if the kid's clear. Well, we didn't know that they had all these other issues. And that was the concern. That's the concern from our health department within CCSD. That's our trainers' issues, because our trainers need to know this information. So that's why it's back at the SMAC, and it really needs to be modified.
Yeah.
So this is being modified, and I don't know, Tim, Paul, you guys can answer this. If this is currently being modified, how does it come into play if we approve this today? It would just fall in.
You have to bring it back for the new.
So, yeah.
Okay, let me step, because let me go to Linda, and then let me go to Wade, and then I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, very brief question, constituent question. I think I know the answer to this already, but let's get it on the public record. They want to know if there's any limitation to the licensure of any of the medical professionals. And, you know, I've asked that in the past. This having to do with when we were amending the medical forms. They want to know, is there going to be any change in the medical professionals that are accepted to go ahead and sign these forms? And what are the licensures that are accepted? In other words, like,
It's in the
Yeah, Paul, that's right. Because I don't have my regs sitting in front of me, but we have a regulation that specifically sets forth the professionals who we are approved to provide a pre-participation physical. So that's.
All right. I just want to get this on the record for their information.
Yeah.
Want to say what they are out loud?
It's all based on NRS, so physician under chapter 630, homeopathic physician, 630A, osteopathic physician, chapter 633, chiropractor, chapter 634, advanced practice registered nurse, 632, a physician assistant, 630 and 633.
You said chiropractor?
Yes.
Yeah, we had a major war with them.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
All right, that's all I
That was
have for
years
right
ago.
now. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Whipperman.
So my quick question, Tim, I agree with your point about having this information, or at least some of this information is very important for the school to have. The question is, because for years past, before we redid this, I remember back in the day, you got the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle went into the system and you had all of it. My question is, who's gonna have it? Is it gonna go to the, should the trainer be getting, hey, anything that's checked as a yes or a no, whichever is a negative, are we then giving that to the trainer so that they're aware of that medical form, or are we just keeping this on file?
Tim Jackson, there's a couple of ways to handle that. Kate, follow up with me when I stray. Right now, you have access to activate yourself as a principal.
Yep.
That only provides you limited access.
Correct.
A trainer has different access.
So
That would be,
I don't
they would
know that answers
upload
my
it.
question.
We upload this and they would have that access, or a school can collect it as a confidential form like they do with anything else, and then they would limit that access themselves as well.
If we went back to the whole form and whatever its new version is going to be, the whole form would be uploaded for the trainer.
And they would be the only one that could see the trainer, and then the athletic administrator with the top tier access. Which is the way it is currently right now with the physical form.
But there would be nothing that pointed out to the trainer that there's a point of concern on the form unless the doctor put that in.
Right now, there is nothing coming.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. I'm not just,
Right.
I'm in.
Concurring,
I agree. I'm concurring. I'm just trying to figure out going forward. So on the trainer, form comes in for Tim. Doctor gives you permission, but says there's a heart concern, but gives you permission. Unless the trainer goes through every one
They
of
do.
those forms.
They do.
Okay,
They're required
that answers my question. Thank you very much.
They do, everyone.
They are required.
Thank you.
Let me go to Rollins first.
Rollins, board member. Colin, when, as a parent of athletes in the schools, and you're gonna have those, and I think a lot of us have kids that have gone through the schools, we have signed our physical forms up, give the blessing to the schools, send our kids to the doctors give them the physicals, it goes to the school. Back in the day, that packet was dang near this big. And we brought that in and we gave it to the school. The only person who had that packet back then was the athletic director and or the athletic trainer. Okay? The same thing's happening today. Everything's computerized, but the only person that actually has access, there's two people that have access to that Activate system. That's the athletic trainer and the athletic administrator and or athletic director. That's it. You're making some assumption that this is gonna be information that's gonna be spread out throughout the school. Really, only two people. As a coach for 17 years, as a head coach and a coach for 24 years, I never saw one kid's physical ever. I collected it and gave it to the trainer, and it's been on a computer. So this information that's being collected on your daughter eventually will only be seen by a couple of eyes, and those are the most important eyes that need it. That is gonna be the athletic trainer and the athletic administrator.
Because there's a lot of confidential info. We get divorce decrees,
Oh.
custody, court custody. Yeah. Can I go to Wade and then skip back to you? All right. Go.
Lunch.
Alex, you next.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I appreciate and respect all the questions, and we all want to get the answers and everything, but I think what's happening right now is that we have a policy, and now we're talking process of the policy. That's two separate issues. The policy is what's on the table. We have a motion on the table. We have a second on the table. I would like to call for the questions and vote on this policy. and then determine what the process will be later. If if we need to bring the process back on the paperwork, what's on the paperwork, that kind of thing. But we're voting on the policy, not the process. And so I'd like to call for the question.
I was in the queue before the question.
You're absolutely
Yeah,
correct.
okay. I do, like, respectfully, Ms. Bowles, I disagree. I think it's a little dangerous to just enact a policy without knowing exactly how it's gonna play out and what layers of it exist and how we're gonna implement it, right? So I do think that,
Like I said,
My
I
questions
call
are-
for the question. We need to act on the question as the chair.
but I was in the
We need
queue.
to act
right?
on the question,
Okay,
and
let me
then
get-
we can have discussion afterwards. If the question fails, then we can have discussion, further discussion, and move on. But we have a
To go through
motion
the
and a
process.
question on the table. Call for
But I
the
don't, I
question.
think Robert's.
Paul Anderson, can I get some clarification?
If I was in the queue, Robert.
Okay.
I would allow Mr. McNaught to finish his questions, and then, you know, I think as the president, you can call for.
Okay.
So yeah, I do, anyway, my questions here are to make sure that we are setting members schools up for success, right? And I do worry that a lot of the questions I have raised so far, I don't know that we are setting member schools up for success one way or the other here. You know, I think to your point, Mr. Rollins, I do respect what you're saying. I would argue that I'm not comfortable with even one person seeing my children's medical history, right? But so I'm not saying that we're gonna post it on the internet, right? But I am saying that I worry about us releasing information to the school when we kind of went into it, right? And I haven't done this yet, right? But I would have read this and went into it with the understanding that the school is not going to see it. And effective tomorrow, if passed this policy, the school has a right to see it, right? So I think that's a concern for me for sure. One question and then a comment from me. The question on 117, again, just a procedural thing, but I'm just curious as to why it looks like this. On the top of page 117, the addition here is that this position has to identify M or F, correct? And then check the box saying medically eligible for girls' sports. Why is there not a box that says medically eligible for boys' sports?
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, because that is complying basically with Title IX.
Well, I'm just wondering why they wouldn't have to select, why there wouldn't be two options here. I think to Ms. Cavazos's point, it feels a little targeted at one side of this. And so I'm just wondering why, and I would prefer that we had a box that if we're gonna move forward, I would prefer that there was a box for both. So the physician had to say medically cleared for boys' sports or medically cleared for girls' sports. I'm just wondering why we didn't do that.
From a process standpoint, I guess we could do that.
Yeah.
From a standpoint, a legal standpoint, and what we're trying to accomplish here under Title IX, all we need to know is who's eligible for girls' sports. And from a biological standpoint, if you follow the position statement that we have, it would only be females born biologically female.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so I think I would like to make the request. It very much feels like this is the direction we're going. So I think I would like to make the request that we were not targeting, or there was seeming like we're not like focused on one and not the other. So it would be great if we could commit one way or the other on that. I'm going to make just a quick statement on my regard. To be honest with you, I'm really disappointed in the NIAA for putting voting members in this position. I understand what you said about chapter 41 of NRS and the protection. I don't feel protected here. I don't feel safe to commit one way or the other on this. Because I mean, we hear it in the viewing area, like every time I make a comment, there's a bunch of noise, right? And so I don't feel comfortable at all with the position that we as a board have put members in here. Whether I agree or disagree with this policy is irrelevant. I think it's really disappointing to me that we are, because not only legally, right, but we've also put everyone at this table in a position where they are going to be publicly scrutinized in one way or the other, right? Whether you agree or disagree with this, unfortunately, right? Like I'm confident that my name will be out there today because of the decision we as a board have made to put ourselves in the spotlight. I am confident that my name will be out there today because I was advocating to make sure that we are doing what is appropriate here, right? And what I mean by that is process, right? Like, it's clear to me that we should have had a much longer discussion about this. It's clear to me that we should have gone through and made sure that we were super clear about like, okay, so what does it mean to validate this policy? What does it mean to enforce this policy? And what if schools don't enforce this policy? It's very clear to me that we're having discussions about this medical document that tomorrow a school could require of a student, right? And I don't think that we have necessarily thought that process through, right? It's also very clear to me that we are reacting, right? And I get what you're saying, Member Polson. I would respectfully disagree that it doesn't seem like when we act, the legislator doesn't, right? And so it seems like the legislator is going to do something. I'm just disappointed that we aren't going to respond to that as opposed to moving this, kind of just taking our time with this process. So anyway, long story short, I'm very disappointed in the NIAA. I think you put us all in a very uncomfortable position. As a result of that, I will be electing to abstain from this vote because I think one way or the other, I vote on this, right? I am going to unfortunately be the public target of criticism, and that's disappointing. I can take it. I'm a high school principal. I get that, but I think we should be more cognizant of things like this before we put our voting members and our schools in positions like this. Ready for the vote.
Thank you, but I would also like to, just one more thing is that we have Jay Kenny that would like to speak, and then we will call for the question. Hang on, Jay.
Oh, thank you, Jay Kenny, for the record. I just want to let everyone know that I feel safe and I feel good about the decisions that this group makes as a whole, and I think that is our job. We make tough decisions, and not everyone will agree on the decisions we make, but I think it's time to vote as the group. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Wade Polson.
Yeah, Wade Polson, Region 3. In respect to Colin, and I respect your position, I respect what you say. And you and I are kind of oil and water at times, and that's okay, because oil and water eventually mixes, right? But the thing is, in respect to the legislature is not going to tell you what form to use and what box to check. They're not going to give you a form or a medical release or any process whatsoever. What they're going to do is they're going to define what gender is, they're going to define what sex is, and then they're going to say NIAA, go and do it. And that's essentially what it is. They're going to give you a 30,000-foot level view of it, and then we have to come up with the process and everything. That's how they work. That's what the laws do. Laws don't get specific. That's why we have lawyers, so that everybody can have a different opinion on what the law says. And with that, I'd like to call for the question.
Okay. If I may at this time, if I could say something here, Paul, just for clarity purposes, in the event that this position statement passes today, and then there's changes from the SMAC committee in regards to the physical form, it will then have to come back. This will have to come back. No?
The position statement?
Yeah, the position statement, no,
No, and.
just because, I just want to make sure everyone is aware.
Yeah, so Paul Anderson, legal counsel, as Mr. Polson just indicated, if these forms, as well as whatever other processes and procedures that are necessary to implement the position statement, those are matters that are going to have to be handled following a determination to pass this particular position statement. So yeah, that would go to SMAC, and the expectation would be for the SMAC committee to adopt what's necessary for this position statement, along with the other issues that they're dealing with these same documents.
Okay, so one more other question. Another question is that this passes today, as has been asked. From this day on forward, this is the requirement of a birth certificate, correct? Any student at this point that is trying to gain eligibility, then a birth certificate is required, which means then we need to put some communication out.
Correct.
That's just the question.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson.
For procedural purposes, Ms. Sloan, what the NIA staff will do after this is we will put together the new procedures for clearing students through the Activate system, much like we did when they changed the physical form to remove all those other documents. We changed it and we sent out a communication to the schools. This is now the policy and procedure for clearing students in Activate.
I know we've called the question, but I just want to make sure that we are clear that regardless of this policy, we are making a decision as a group to limit students' ability to participate in athletics based on their ability to produce a birth certificate. I just want to make sure that we all are hearing that is a decision we are making. And I guarantee you that schools like mine will have half the athletes next school year if this is what the decision we make. So, sorry, I know you can tell I'm a little worked up about that, but that I totally forgot about that layer of it. I'm thank you for the reminder. That's the decision we want to make as a board. We want to limit the ability for kids to participate, whether or not they can produce their birth certificate to the school. Just want to make sure that that's clear.
Hey, Rollins.
Rollins, solid board member. I agree with that 100%. There are several schools in our school district and as a former coach of 25 years in Washoe County School District, we have kids that don't have their birth certificate. They were born in Reno, right down the street, and they don't have theirs. And so we're talking a couple of different issues here now that are all being swayed into the aspect of the actual initial conversation was we're dealing with transgender kids participating in one sport or another. And now we turn this thing into a ball of fire, talking about the application for the physicals, which I think is a separate issue. We're talking about a required physical documentation of a birth certificate, which I can't even find my original birth certificate. So I know that we're gonna have a bunch of kids that are not gonna have their birth certificate. So if we are going to make that a stipulation, we have to separate the two votes. We have a transgender vote aspect, and then we have a physical documentation thing. I think they gotta be two separate votes.
Which just circles back to my point of like, I just think discussion is important here in making sure that we're making the right decision, right? And so yes, how do we rectify that? Because yes, as of tomorrow, we are going to make a huge decrease in our athletic participation and access for students, which I would argue is a bigger discrimination issue than the one on the table today.
No question, we'll have less kids participating right now if we require an official birth certificate for kids to participate than we are with the transgender issue of those kids not playing one sport. Or is there going to be some stipulation that you can have a birth certificate and or other documentation? I don't know.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dennis Sloan, State Superintendent. So just, I've been sitting here on this question for some time now. For clarification, movement on calling the question solidifies the position of the board either way. After that, is it not correct then that policy could follow under that umbrella of the position statement to deal with the clarifications brought forth, birth certificate, low income availability, the form itself. So my point being, I think respectfully, I'm not telling you what to do, but we probably want to go back to the position statement, move on that, and then under that umbrella, take care of the things that yeah, I hear loud and clear.
Thank you.
My opinion.
Thank you. All right, with that said, thank you. I'm gonna call for the question. Okay, right now we have a first and a second, a first by Wade, second by Deanna, to approve the Nevada Interscholastic Activity Association Student Eligibility and Participation Statement. Okay. Tia, ready to go. We're gonna go by vote. All in favor, you will say aye, by the way. Yes.
Pamela Slum,
Aye.
Rollin Stallworth,
Staying.
Linda Cavazos.
Abstain, do you need to state reason for abstention? Or is that required?
Paul, Mr. Anderson, do I need that?
You can state it.
I can state it if I wish.
Okay, here we go.
I have a conflict of interest because, part of my private therapy, practice, encompasses gender diverse, including transgender students from CCSD, charter schools, private schools, excuse me, and faith-based schools.
Mike Malkovich.
Aye.
Jay Kenny,
Aye.
Paula McNaught,
I will abstain, for a couple reasons on the grounds of, and I work on a organization that I think, has a policy that will conflict here. Number two, safety for really me and my family. And then number three is that I believe that, it appears it probably will go one way. But my concern is that we are about to limit students' abilities to participate significantly. And I'm disappointed in that, so I'm gonna abstain.
Christina Brockett. Wade Colson,
Aye.
Deanna Riddle. Aye. Rand Sorensen. No, she's still on. We'll circle back.
She on mute?
Alex Woodley.
Aye.
Got none there.
Rayanne said aye.
Aye, got it, and Clipperman.
Aye.
Pass you to the greatest staying last.
Did you go, Jake?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Leanne. Okay. Yeah.
One absent.
So if we can, Mr. Jackson will explain going forward, but Wade, go right ahead.
Yeah, Wade Folsom, Region 3. I would like to, make a motion, to bring back the paperwork and process of, bringing the, this policy into place. So that we can have a discussion on the paperwork and the process moving forward as what would be required. And to talk about that language and whatnot.
So also, I don't know if I can throw into that. The policy goes in effect immediately for does it have to go in effect immediately? I guess that's my question.
I guess you, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, you could.
I mean, Dennis had some great points. I know
You've approved it, so
okay.
I believe it's policy at this point. As far as that, but bringing it back to clarify process and.
And that would be in the June meeting. And so we can define that in the June meeting and implement in the fall. So I don't see that we would lose any time.
Right.
I appreciate that. Yes, Paul.
Okay, so I mean, given that this is now policy, a couple things. One, students start registering for fall way sooner than that. Are current athletes allowed to participate if they have not provided a birth certificate to date? Well, it's effective right now, right? So these are all the questions that we need answered as member schools, like are athletes who are currently in there without a birth
Madam
certificate able
Chair,
to participate?
point of order, please, because we do have a motion. I think we need a second. We already had discussion.
Yeah, we have a new motion.
Oh, I didn't hear the motion.
The new
Sorry.
motion was from Wade. Okay, we have a first from Wade.
Second, madam.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion? I didn't hear you, just make it.
The motion is to bring back the paperwork side, the process side on the policy, and how we're going to define that and bring that forward.
Okay, so. Yes, my questions are, what is the impact on the student athlete today? Question number one. Question number two, is the June meeting too late for us to create this policy, given that students are registering for next year? Number three, what is our answer to families who are unable to provide a birth certificate? So those are my three questions right now.
Mr. Anderson.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, from the standpoint of students that are participating in 2025 spring sports, which is all we have left, which is ongoing right now. They've established eligibility under our rules. They will compete to the end of the year. I think that's only fair. I don't think it's fair to impose on our schools and Kate and everybody else to go back and revet the eligibility of every student. I think
A lot of bells here.
your other questions would be answered through the June meeting, which is part of the motion here for staff to bring back recommendations as to process, documentation, et cetera.
So I want to just pivot my question then to staff. Executive, I'll start with you, Executive Director Anderson. I'm sorry, I'm Jackson. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Paul. Number two, my second question was, is the June meeting too late to make that determination?
No.
Yes.
I would say.
Activate already coming in.
So that. I can't answer that. Okay,
But
I'm gonna defer to the schools then. I do not disagree that it's late. I do not disagree that it would be timely and constrained. I do believe, though, we have a procedure in place, which I hate already. There's nothing that says we can't have an emergency meeting in May before we turn over and roll over.
Okay, then.
I'm looking at Tammy right now. If we did that in May, if we rolled, before we rolled over, okay.
So that's coming from a school, that's.
Before we roll, and we don't roll over until, technically, we don't roll over until the Monday after the state championships conclude in May.
Right.
Even though we know we start gathering a little earlier than that.
May 23rd.
So if we,
And I will tell you, from a administrator standpoint, fall is always our biggest.
correct.
And we literally start that next day.
So,
I mean,
so we will have an
we have
emergency.
intramurals running through in June. I don't let my kids until they're clear.
Right.
We don't let them go to camps. We don't let them do any of those things. And some of those things start June tenth.
We can
You
roll-
tell me June third and fourth,
Yeah.
it's too late.
We
And I
can-
don't want to
We
put
can do it
anybody
before the
through,
rollover.
yeah, I don't want to put anybody through an emergency meeting, but from a school standpoint, that's too late.
So quick follow-up to that question. This obviously is gonna take more time on our athletic departments, right? So we're asking schools to, I guess, either fund the extra time, right? And or figure out how I mean, Tim, you could speak to this more, but I mean, we've just added 500 more things that you have to collect as a school, correct? Right? And then chase the students down, et cetera, right? So I think we just need to remember that as a board, that we just put a lot of work on our member schools. Number 4 question was just a follow-up. I guess it's an initial question since it just happened, but we may need some sort of answer here. What is going to be our answer to families who are unable to produce a birth certificate?
Mr. Jackson.
An unaltered birth certificate.
As it says.
Yeah.
My process for that is going to be, we're going to go into a process of what does a birth certificate entail? Because I come from the land of family Bible served as a birth certificate. I can tell you that for a fact. Yes, a family Bible in certain states would constitute a birth certificate in ancient times before we did that. The other thing is we're gonna look at all aspects of birth certificates so that we can make an informed decision on exactly what that would entail. I do believe there is some NRS out there about birth certificates. We'll check into that. We will follow all leads and all different aspects of that. I cannot tell you right now what that answer is going to be, because I don't know what that answer is going to be.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to, unfortunately, we're gonna put our athletic administrators on the front lines of telling a kid that you cannot participate because you are unable to produce a birth certificate, regardless of where you were born, right? I mean, Ron brought up that he was born in Reno and he doesn't know where his is. So I was born in the United States as well. I don't know where mine is either, right? And so I would not be able to participate in athletics. And so I'm disappointed that we're gonna put our athletic administrators, and they're gonna be the ones on the front lines telling families you don't get to participate anymore.
I got you. Mr. Anderson.
The reason the original birth certificate unaltered is included in this statement was to provide evidence of what the child was designated as when born. Okay? Yeah, there may be issues with undocumented individuals or individuals having a concern with producing that kind of information or whatever. Perhaps there's other revisions we can make to this policy where, you know, the birth certificate does not become the issue, but we're gonna have to tighten others to make sure that what we're dealing with are, you know, determinations of biological sex in a particular student, and whether that's gonna have to be through genetic testing or something like that, which could get quite expensive, I don't know. But those are the issues, I think, to Wade's motion that we will have to look at and make determinations in regard to.
I'm sorry, so genetic testing, couple questions there.
You know, that's,
I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Anderson, it's not, I'm not trying to be difficult here, I have to advocate for kids who are gonna be unable to participate now because of the decision we just made. Right, and what you're saying is the alternative potentially is like, we get a 23andMe test to determine their gender, right? And I think, like, first of all, it costs money, second of all, like, I think that's a really, that feels like a really uncomfortable position, so again, my questions are just simply, and it sounds like right now, we are in kind of a holding pattern to figure that out. But I'm worried that we don't have an answer here as to how to enforce our new position statement without limiting the ability for kids to participate, and that's incredibly disappointing.
well, I'm sorry that that's incredibly disappointing to you. What I was suggesting is there's gonna have to be examination of to other means of accomplishing the purpose of the position statement based on the concerns you've raised now with the birth certificate. Okay, that's it.
Okay, at this point right now, we have a motion on the table to bring this item back. We need to choose when that'll take place.
Meeting in May.
For-
We discussed this,
Yeah.
amend his, motion.
Okay,
You need you to make your motion
Amend my motion.
to an emergency meeting in May.
Okay. Wayne Polson, Region 3, I will amend my motion to have an emergency meeting in May.
okay,
Second, change the motion, and I second it.
thank you, sir. May I ask that then meetings in person, because I think it'd be vital rather than Zoom.
Just a follow-up comment to that, I wish we had thought of that before we enacted a policy, which is again why I think procedurally discussions are important before action, because it gives us time to hammer out conversations like this without the concern of implementing a policy that we haven't really thought through. Because I truthfully, we can have a meeting in May, but I don't know that we're gonna have a different answer in May than we currently do. And so that's my concern there, and that's just my comment.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Keith, did you want to?
I mean, although I agree with the policy we put in place, I will say that because I have daughters and sons. From a practical standpoint of being a principal and being someone in the schools that's going to try to put this into practice, there are still a lot of details that I am concerned about how we're going to make. And I want to speak also to Colin and a few of my colleagues. We have several schools here that have a very high Hispanic population that for that reason alone are going to be unwilling or unwilling to provide. And I, for what it's worth, I just want to put it out there. I just want to make sure that is said. I know Colin said it very eloquently. I don't want it to make it look like Colin is being the bad guy, and he is speaking, but there are, from a practical standpoint, I saw Tammy and I made eye contact across the room a couple times from the practicality standpoint of living in this world. There is some very large concern that I don't know how we're going to answer even in May. And I'm concerned, even though I agree, as I did with my vote publicly, I'm concerned about how I'm going to put it into practice. So that's my
We
2
need to
cents.
have-
No
okay.
response. Now.
We're gonna go 2 more, and then we're gonna go to vote. Deanna and then Rollin. Did you forget?
I'm sorry, sometimes you guys get to me last and I forget. Do we have to, can we make up our own for purposes of our organization definition of birth certificate? Like, we don't think it is. Can it be? You know what I mean? Can we say a certain type of, a form will constitute a record, a record of birth or something, just to make it more simple, like it doesn't have to be.
Maybe that's something Paul would have to research.
Do you know what I mean? Like, we can come up with a birth certificate for NIAA purposes of our policy and constitute this, and this.
Mr. Anderson?
That's, I think, what the purpose of the emergency meeting would be, to have those matters, in place for the board to consider.
Okay, so we may possibly be able to come up with
Possibly,
a word, okay, our own definition.
We need to have a solution.
Okay.
All right, Rollins?
What I'll do is go back to our district and see, there's got to be some options here, because we deal with that a lot in the northern part of the state with our Hispanic population as well. And influx of African students coming in most recently without that kind of documentation, so that can be done. My concern about this whole process is that we lump 2 and 3 different aspects of this all together. And I thought we should have probably broken those down to individual aspects instead of approving all of this just in one. And I think that was why I abstained, is the fact that there were 2 or 3 critical issues here that we put into one. And the first comment was dealing with the transgender situation. And then it just evolved and erupted into 3 or 4 different things that are all major issues here. I tell you what, from our district, we're gonna have a lot bigger issue with the birth certificate documentation to get it activated than we will with any of the transgender issue that we had in our district. It's gonna be a lot bigger issue here, people. And there's gonna be a lot more people sitting over there screaming and hollering about having to show a physical than we're in this room here about this issue. So I think in the future, we need to make sure that we break down these aspects of the question and what we're voting on, instead of lumping like Congress lumping 18 bills together and trying to get it passed.
Okay, thank you. That's the biggest solution we need to have. All right, with that said, Tia, we're gonna go to roll call. Again, all in favor to bring the motion back? Emergency meeting in May. Aye is if you're in agreement.
Okay. Pamela Slum,
Aye.
Rollins Stallworth,
Aye.
Linda Cavazos. Aye. Greg Malkovich.
Aye.
Dave Kenny.
Aye.
Colin McNaught.
No.
Christina Brockett.
Not with us.
Okay. Wade Polson,
Aye.
Deanna Riddle.
Aye.
Rand Sorensen,
Aye.
Alex Woodley,
Aye.
Keith Wickerman.
Definitely for another meeting, yes.
Is that it?
That's it. So
Like I
one name, one absent.
I would like to ask that this meeting is in person. I think it's important. It's a heavy sign next to the man from the man next to
We're gonna have to add an additional day on the
So-
next board meeting.
So. Okay,
I'm just worried about that. It's okay.
That's it.
okay.
Everybody needs a break.
Yeah.
Those of you in the audience, I would like to truly thank you for your time. And for those of you that spoke today, this item has been closed. Thank you so much. All right, board members, we're going. Alex? One last.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Back on. Back on.
Thank you.
John, we are waiting for you. You good? Thank you very much. All right, if you guys would please go to page 51, item number 10, partnership update, Brady. Brady, do me a favor and stand back because you're so close to the camera.
It hits your lower half instead of your facial. If you understand what we're saying.
I didn't want to say that.
It's all right. I said it in the politically correct manner.
Okay, thank you. Once again, we are on page 51.
Good to see everybody again. I'm here to do a partnership update. I handed out these to everybody, during the break. I put them in front of your nameplates and all that, so you have those, but, just an update right now. Contracted as of now, we're at $664,026. We have the spring season left. Right now, projected revenue for FY 25 is $760,000. I was hoping to have the contract done by now, but we're high level talks right now, and it should be a couple weeks. And be announcing a big partnership, which would be great. So that'll get us to 760,000, roughly right around there. So you can see at the bottom, I just wanted to put the projected revenue in there. NIAA, the guaranteed payment of 280 plus an additional 73,500 to get to that 760 number. Next page, you can just see our current partners. I wanted to list those out. If anybody needs any other information, you can email me and ask, if you want investment level, stuff like that I sent out before. And just in the back is new partners so far for 24-25 that we got in this year. Prospects, right? We're really close to turn the page to FY 26 as a company wide thing. So doing renewals right now. I have meetings all rest of this week, next week, all on renewals and everything for next year. So we're already looking that way, but real excited about the potential here in a couple weeks to get to that 760 number. And we have some other companies we're talking to in the hotel space, which we're excited about, and some really good things on the horizon. So just wanted to give you that update. If there's any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? I was looking for Deanna.
I know,
Oh,
that's
there
who
she
I
is.
was looking for.
Here she comes.
There she is.
Janet, we just did the update, Brady's update. I'd like to know if you had any questions.
Fire away.
Oh, we made less money. Okay, that's good.
Good. Okay.
All right, no questions? Thank you, Brady.
All right,
Thank you. All right, you guys, now, let's go to item number 14, qualifying standards for boys and girls golf. That is on page 62. Turn this over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan, Davis, and I and staff. I'm gonna have Mr. Jackson as well, be a part of this item, and then when we're ready for him, Mr. Thornton, who is our southern coordinator for golf, is here present conveniently at his own school. That very well. What you see on page 63 is the start of our qualifying standards, which would take effect for the next season. This board has a few times heard different types of discussion about qualifying standards for state, meeting them because we had kids going to state and shooting 200 in a round.
Me.
We have, and Mr. Jackson can attest to this, we've had several meetings between the north and the south, trying to find some common ground between a qualifying standard for each and also the rules we play by at state. And we'll get into that in just a moment as well. And we've not been able to find a middle ground. I mean, we're working with some wonderful people who just have very different views of where we need to go. And Mr. Jackson and I decided it was time, we needed to take this upon ourselves and the NIAA make a decision because I know it's been said in the previous
board meeting that this was getting kicked down the road. And with the start of the new alignment cycle for next year, we wanted this in place then. So as you look at what you see on page 63, these are state qualifying standards. We're not going to touch the region qualifying standards. The region can get a course, and can get the number of kids they want on there. Fabulous. If a region wants to have its own, and Mr. Thornton can attest to this, the South has had some of its own different policies for qualifying, even to get into the region tournament. They're allowed to have that. You see the scores that we have there. Please note that when we say a 518 qualifying standard, the team score of plus 100, that is per round in the tournament. It is not a plus 100 for the entirety of the tournament if a region plays 2 rounds. If the region plays 1 round, it would be that score. Mr. Colson.
Is that an average score of the team?
In their region tournament, that would be their score as a team.
So, I guess my question is, plus 100, does that mean, if I have four players there, my average has to be 100 strokes?
Your team
Is that how I'm trying to get the understanding of the scoring.
Your team score would be made up if you have a team that qualifies for region, golf as a team, and wants to go forward to state. Your team qualifying score, we say plus 100, that's 100 over par for the team. So you could have somebody who shoots, who shoots even par, the next 3 kids all shoot 33 over. They're plus 99 as a team, they advance as a team.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
And that differs as we go from classification to classification. It's borne out over the years as we look at the numbers where those scores fall. We're not trying in any way, and I want to be very forthright with this. We're not trying in any way to tell teams, don't come to state. We want fewer of you at state. We just want to make sure who's going to state actually represents what should be the elite. Is the elite, and this board has said that too, state should be elite. We want to look at that, and again, we have some regions, 2A specifically, that will play a 1-day tournament. We have some regions that will play a 2-day tournament. In the case of the 4A in the south, the 3A in the north, they don't play a region tournament. We would look at their average score during the course of the year to make sure that's the qualifying standards. The other thing that we've seen, and you see that from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th graph that is down there. A 5th or 6th golfer. So if you're taking a team to state, you can have as many as 6 based on our current rules. That golf is a team. In order for your 5th and 6th to advance, they need to meet the individual qualifying standards as well, with one exception. You can take an alternate with you to state. Your 4 plus another alternate if your 5th and 6th don't qualify, just in case one of your 4 ends up getting food poisoning or something like that, or goes ineligible. And you find out the day before. We don't want to take a team's opportunity away from them to score as a team at state.
Can I ask?
You may.
Keep your minute. So to your point earlier, I think I want to make sure I understand. So you could have 3 kids that averaged out a plus 33. Even though they didn't meet the plus 18, the team met the plus 100. So only the 5th and 6th kid would have to meet that, except for the rule for an alternate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. And just to kind of play this out too, in case somebody has this question in their head, let's say I go to region and I shoot plus 110 as a team the first day. I'm not eliminated from going to state at that point. If I come back and shoot plus 80 the second day, that's plus 190 over 2 rounds. That's an average of 95 over par. You would still qualify going forward. So the first day or the second day can't kill you on its own. Unless you go out and shoot, 300 over par or something like that, in which case you shouldn't be going to state. You should be here. And I want to add to this because we've always been worried of this, and I will tell you, in the last 48 hours, I think golf in the state of Nevada hit a tipping point. And the tipping point is this: as we said here today, we do not have a course or a host for 2A golf. Nowhere in the state for this spring. We are begging and pleading for assistance. And here's why. And if I exaggerate, you share it, you'll shut me down. They are looking at a potential $200 per golfer per round before they'll even talk to us.
Damn COVID. That's not the cost of vehicle. Can we just get tee times and then set up some tee times?
Unfortunately,
Set up tee times.
I know.
And pretend.
And pretend. Unfortunately, that's what I'm afraid of. Now, do I think we're gonna get it figured out? I do believe we are working on it, but we are not confident that we are not. We are right now paying for 3A, 4A, and 5A golf this year. We paid for it for girls. We're paying for course access for the boys. We've not had that in the prior. We are very fortunate that SNG, the Southern Nevada Junior Golf Association, has really gotten us a good course for both 3A, 4A, and 5A. Unfortunately, we can't put a 2A there because there's just not enough room. So we're really struggling right now, and that was the first number that came back, and Bart can attest that the gas was heard from Carson by him in Vegas when I was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And so we're working on it, but we really want everyone to understand that this is not in light of our course issues. This is in alignment with our course issues, that we cannot have golfers at state over 2 days shooting 200 and keep these courses. They're not going to allow us to come back because our pace of play is slow and the number of golfers that we were bringing. This will alleviate a little of that concern by streamlining the process. The other thing it will also do is this. In the fall, we had 2A golf played by one set of rules. We had 3A golf played by another set of rules. We had two divisions or two separate areas within the same division playing by separate rules. And then the conflict at state arose as to what rules we should play at. And then we had one division who just goes out and shoots a little over par and makes the rest of us feel bad about our own game. So we wanted to make sure we were running this effectively. The last aspect of this, and Bart and I have decided we're gonna hang our hat on this in this statement, is this NIAA postseason. It's our tournament to determine a state championship. We're going to set the rules. And we're gonna work with our association to make sure we set rules that are feasible, able to be met, and across the state, so we're all playing by the same rules. Because we all play by the same rules in football, basketball, baseball, et cetera, et cetera. So,
And what are the two sets of rules that you're referring to that?
so there, you wanna do it or you want me?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so, some regions were playing double par. Once you hit double par, you pick up the
Pick up
ball.
your ball and that's your score.
And that's your score.
Okay.
Some regions were playing by circle 10, which is, it's worth 10. Once you hit 10, you circle, it's a circle 10, okay? Others were saying, no, we play every hole, every stroke.
You have a kid with a
72,
17 on
a 17 on a par 3, where you could have gotten a 6 because you were double par, or I could have gotten a 10 because I was circle 10. So now that's 7 strokes different than my 10 strokes and your 6 strokes. How are we qualifying that? So we wanted to go to a.
And the idea behind that as well, when you look at that kid, and some of these, like, if you're out at some of these tournaments, pace of play isn't always determined by the number of strokes you take. Because we have some of our better kids who line up a putt on every green as though it's the 72nd hole of the Masters. We also have some 2A kids who go out and might take 10 or 12 strokes on a hole, but I'm not even sure they're lining up for a shot. It's just, I got club in hand and let's whack. So that kind of stuff does happen, but if you run into that situation that just detailed here, you're playing a par 3 and we're not picking up at some point because the kids dumped 5 balls into the water, then has to go hunt for one in the trees. You backed up everybody else that's trying to play, and we've taken away potential other tee times from the course that's hosting. And that becomes a real issue. And part of the reason that I have Mr. Thornton here today as our coordinator in the south of golf, he's one of the people who has to help the coaches try to get courses during the regular season. And he's helped us get courses in the postseason. And he can attest to you as well as anybody, these courses look at some of those kids that go out and play a 6-hour round and go, we don't want you. Appreciate you coming today. Please don't come back.
And I want you to know, moving forward, one of the things we would like to do at some point is get to a financial position where I can call, I'm gonna use Badlands because it's close. We call Badlands and say, we're buying you out for 2 days and we're hosting everything for 2 days, one site statewide. But until we get to a financial position of that nature, we can't afford to buy out a golf course.
Any idea what that?
It's a lot.
Probably about 10 grand
Everyone's
a
definition of a
day.
lot is different.
Probably about 10 grand a
I would say
day.
10 to 15.
Would you charge and do all of that? If you did that for the day?
We are, okay, so you know where my process is on this. The one thing I've never been a fan for is pay to play. We already have it, let's be honest, we have packet fees, we have a version of pay to play, but the NIAA has never had a pay to play for the postseason. Bart and I are going to begin examining over the course of the next 3 years as we go through this alignment, that what if we get to a point where we have a participation fee charged to perhaps a school that fields sorry, I made eye contact with Mr. a little bit. I said tennis. If we have a team that plays golf and they pay it and we put that into a pot that we use to secure courses at the end of the season. And, you know, at per golfer, you're by your roster, not an exorbitant fee, but something to help us offset that. But I don't like that because we already have our dues. That's what our dues are for. And so we're trying to examine all possibilities that we can. And Bart?
We're trying to get to a point here, and when we talk about buying out a course, there aren't a whole lot of options down here in Vegas, because most likely the courses that might be available to us are the ones that actually have 27 holes. So they can still open up public play and still make their money that way on the additional 9 holes. What we don't ever want to get to, and we've feared this for a while, even before Mr. Jackson took over in his seat, is having to trim these down to a 1-day tournament because we can't get the courses for 2 days. Or we can't afford to put them out there for 2 days. We want to make sure we keep what we have for as long as we can keep it. To try to put these qualifying standards in, honestly, we're not going to eliminate a whole ton of kids. And I know, Mr. Thornton, you've got that, some of that data on your phone there. And we'll get onto the individual qualifying and those numbers as well. But we do want to make sure that who we're taking there is deserving of being at state and also can play around, that the course will say to us, we'd love to have you back. And one that we can continue to afford and put golf out there, because let's be honest, people are not opening up new golf courses right now. We're losing them right and left. Mr. Levitt can also attest a little bit. The North used to have very few problems jumping on golf courses. Used to be able to get them anytime they wanted to. And they had some communities up there that would work with those schools because you're part of us, come play. That's not happening as often anymore. And I really appreciate the work that Reed's coach and Bishop Minogue's coaches and some of the other coaches that I'm going to slip my mind in the North do to get us courses there. Mr. Levitt, I don't know if you want to talk about this or not, but it's becoming a problem everywhere.
Yeah, but with it, 485A North, again, we've started seeing it and it's impacted our scheduling a little bit. Going back to 11 teams from 9 teams, that's gonna cause a little bit more of an issue. We already, because of course availability, had to go to playing each, instead of playing everybody at one course this week. Now we play half of them at this course and half of them at this course, and then we have to work a way to rotate everybody, so every team plays the same courses over the course of the season, so you have that equity match. A big thing for us is we've got one management firm that controls 4 courses, and they used to let us on, no problem at all. Starting I guess it was last year, they said, yeah, you can't play here, you can't play here, you can't play here unless you give us $50 a kid or something like that. There's one course now they let us get on free of charge. So yeah, it's same issue for us.
I don't mean to rush it along if we've actually rushed anything along today, but page 64 does have the individual qualifying numbers. Page 64 does have the individual qualifying numbers where these come into play. We talk about the 5th and 6th golfer on a team also being able to go. It's also, we look at those individuals not on a qualifying team. Obviously, the individual who has the best score overall, not on a qualifying team, they'll advance. Right now, we take, in most cases, depending on your region, either 2 teams or 3 teams, plus the next 6 individuals not on a qualifying team advance. Again, we want to make sure that that standard's being met, so we don't have an individual advancing to go shoot double par every round. Mr. Thornton, I don't know if you wanted to address you've looked at the numbers, you're a math guy just like I am. when you look at this over the years, we're really not eliminating a whole lot of kids here overall, are we?
No, with the numbers that are provided there, that is more leeway than we have used in the South, at least for our qualifying standards in the past. The 5A, we use plus, or have used in the past, plus 13 for individuals, and plus 52 for teams, and have had no problem filling the spots with players that were that caliber. So increasing the standard to plus 18 and plus 100 is not going to eliminate anybody. It's going to make sure that in 5A especially, there's going to be plenty of teams that are going to be able to hit those numbers. The issue for us is the significant disparity that happens between 5A, where a lot of the 5A schools have 10 kids that can shoot under 80. And in all of the 4A, which is where I coach, our girls, we had nobody in the state of, or in the city of Las Vegas shoot under 80. And there were kids in 5A that never got to play in a match that would win the 4A state championship if they went to a 4A school. But they don't want to leave Bishop Gorman. They don't want to leave Palo Verde. They don't want to leave the Faith Lutherans and the elite of the elite. I'd rather be the 10th player on that team and maybe or maybe not get into a tournament than be the first player at Legacy and win the state championship. So with that big of a disparity between the 5A and the 4A, in order to maintain a usable pace of play and a usable number of athletes that get to participate, it's vital for the existence of us as a sport to make sure that the kids that are there are going to make a good representation. And I know last year it did not go well. And that hopefully will be the last time that we have a situation where we have a significant number of teams and players from one side or the other that are totally, wholly, and absolutely uncompetitive, playing in a state tournament, missing 2 days of school or 3 days of school, traveling and causing expense, when everybody involved, north, south, east, west, you name them, knows that this many kids getting off the bus aren't going to even be in the conversation after hole 2.
Well, so are you saying that? I'm a little confused because you says, well, we have this new system that's going to put a qualifying number on the number of golfers golfing based on these numbers. But you said that, I'm a little confused. Did you say that it's not going to cut back in the number of kids who are going to be participating?
In the 5A, it will not cut back on the number of kids that'll be participating.
But 4A,
it will, and it, in some senses, has to. Because we have, oh, sorry.
Okay, no, so when you say it cuts back, I don't see those numbers. So are you gonna say, how many did you take last year in the 4A? And what is the projection then based on what your numbers are? If you use those numbers here that we currently have, that number in 4A would go from 180 kids to 120 kids?
It would be, I know with alignment, I believe the 4A is gonna now have 3 divisions. So, and it's at the South only, I believe, in girls golf. So for the 4A, it would be as outlined, the champion of each league, regardless of score. And then if there are other teams that would be involved based on their scoring, they could also get in as additional teams, but we would still have the 3 teams, one from each of the divisions that would be going, which is the same as the 3 teams now that would go in a north-south situation.
The 9 schools would, so 3 and 3.
Well, but it would be, like right now, 4A only gets 3 teams to state.
Okay.
And now in the realignment, how it goes, when 4A is South only, there'll still be 3 teams that get to go to state from 4A. One from whatever classification A, Division B, Division C, those champs will still go. So in theory, 4A still has 3 teams that are going from the south to state.
Okay.
And then the individuals, the number 1 individual that isn't on that qualifying team would go. And then if there were extras that hit the qualifying number, they would also go.
All right, I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson.
Which also then, Rollins, eliminates the situation we had last year where we had a golfer who was the 6th member of a team, was shooting in the 160s and was expected to go and shoot 160 because they were using every stroke. That player would no longer go to qualify for state. So that's the player that would be now, okay, we're not taking that player, we're not taking that.
Yeah.
So that's where the drop would.
Yeah, if we're taking a team, we're not going to be taking the uncompetitive 5th and 6th player just because I can take 6, I'm bringing 6.
Yeah.
And there's coaches, no matter what, I've talked to my coaches, or I know Ryan in the north has talked to their coaches. Hey, maybe a couple of these kids on the bottom end of these teams don't need to, and they go, nope, I can take 6, I'm bringing 6. And there's nothing in writing that allows for anybody to say, hey, number 6 probably doesn't need to be here.
Yeah.
You know, their score is not gonna count. Your 4th place kid shoots 100. Your 5th place kid hasn't broken 140 all year.
Yeah.
There's no chance that kid is gonna get into your top 4. So why are we paying? Why are we taking them? Why are we having them do all those things? If a kid shoots 110, well, yeah, now there's a chance you're my 4th scorer. Yeah, absolutely, we want that kid there. It's just to give us some sort of a barometer that says, here's where we think the cutoff is for competitiveness. And if you're gonna go, we want to make sure you're competitive and not defeated after. I had 4 of our girls this year that were in tears after hole 5 because they'd never played no max. We always play double par. And I believe there was a 26 on a hole.
Yes.
And then I was getting the phone call saying I needed to go and disqualify my own players from the state tournament because they weren't competitive. Well, I'm not in the business of driving a kid on a bus all the way up there, paying for him, and then after 3 holes going, hey, because the rules changed on you, now you don't get to play anymore. Now who's gonna monitor that kid? Now, what are we doing at that point? So those are the kind of situations that with these standards, we're hoping to eliminate or severely limit the number of those non-competitive kids while still allowing everybody that's there to be.
Especially if it's that kind of competition, the state competition, this isn't your.
Right, this isn't your league match that you're going to for experience. This is a whole nother story, and then most of the kids understand that, and in all likelihood, if they were given an option, they would be more than happy not to attend and deal with the embarrassment of what they had to go through.
All right, we're gonna go, thank you, Jeremy, so much, and thank you again what you do for us in our office. Bart, and then I'll go to Tim, and then we'll close this up.
And everybody here sees why I'm bringing Mr. Thornton in as a resource person. I don't want him on the spot on all this stuff. This is the NIAA making this. Mr. Thornton has been fabulous in his position, and I lean on him so much when it comes to golf. But I don't want anybody thinking that this is on him. It is not. It is on Mr. Jackson. It is on myself. We decided that after the North and South, after several meetings, we're trying to get everybody together. We couldn't get an answer. Fine, we'll come up with it. We'll bring it to the board. One of the things that Mr. Thornton touched on, and I wanted to jump on this, and I don't mean to embarrass anyone with this, I really don't. But the 4A girls golf tournament this year for state. Bishop Minogue won the tournament. They shot 632, which is, do your math here, 64 over par for the 2 rounds combined. Really good score, really good. They had an overall champion who was 1 over for the tournament after 36 holes. I can't shoot 1 over on 1 hole. Our 2nd and 3rd place teams were not close, but they weren't terribly far behind. Douglas was 74 strokes behind. Reno was 115 behind. The best team from the South, and the South brought 2 teams up there. The best team from the South finished 277 strokes behind the champion. The other team that went after day one was 235 strokes behind and didn't have enough kids who wanted to play the second day to actually have a team sport. They had kids who shot, and again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to do this to anybody. 172, 158 for a first round. They had another kid withdraw very early in the round. It was very evident to them, this is far more than what I've argued. And we put that kid, I don't mean to say we as this group, Deanna and I put this kid in a spot where there was no way that that kid was going to.
Okay.
And put her out there to be more or less embarrassed.
Tim,
Just two things really quick. One, I guess this would be more of a, I've never asked Jeremy, but, do we think our standards need to be different for boys and girls? I know most things we try to keep.
are you asking for his opinion?
No, I'm asking for.
Are you gonna come over at this side of the table?
No,
Okay.
T's are different. Yeah, they should.
Okay, that was.
Different game.
And then my second question, you said that you've talked to everyone around, north, south.
We talked to representatives of the north
Okay.
and south. I don't want to tell you we've talked to everyone.
No, that's fine. Representatives are fine. So what you're putting forward here, you guys feel confident that?
Somebody's gonna hate it, yes.
That's a good.
Nobody's gonna be
Tammy,
happy.
for the record, here's what I'm telling you right now. We're putting forth what we believe to be the best scenario
That's what I
for
was just
success
gonna
in
say.
golf in the state of Nevada. It's going to be changed for some people. It's not going to be status quo for anyone.
I think I read it right. It's double par.
Double par.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you, being the one that's been the most vocal, probably about 5, I've been asking for this for probably close to 5 years. Because we had 6 years, thank you, Linda. We've had tournaments that had to conclude in the 14th hole because we lost daylight. And we had kids, and you said 150, no, we had a kid last year that shot 200 round one in state. You know, this is a long time coming, and we want the best of the best. And I believe in this, I think this is good. I like how it's the NIAA, thank you for doing this, and in collaboration with our coordinators throughout the state. So, Wade,
Yeah, I have one question. If we make the standard a double par, which it sounds like that's where we're leaning, how would that affect like ties? Because you end up having 4 kids and all 4 kids are double par and 2 teams are doing the same thing. How do you deal with that?
Page 65. Yeah, if you look at page 65 in your packet, and it's the fourth paragraph down, for the purposes of any tiebreakers, team or individual, scorecards will be first compared to the number of circled holes. When we say circled holes, that's because you've gotten double par and the ball's not in the hole yet. Pick it up. So you're still gonna have a score of 6 on a par 3, but you're gonna circle that. As opposed to the 6 by the kid who tapped in for 6, no circle on that. They got down at 6.
Okay.
You compare for the number of circled holes, whoever has more circled holes would lose that tiebreaker. Because they did not hole out as opposed to the people who did hole out for that.
I know all about double par. That's how I play.
keep with
Good?
Yeah, well, I can go.
So my question just, I'm okay, I understand golf enough. How many teams under these standards will get in versus what we were using before? Is this gonna significantly limit or increase the number of teams? Maybe it was already answered, I apologize.
It will not increase. We are gonna stay with what we currently have right now. When we get into postseason formats that this group will need to approve, that will be a part of that as well.
So every region will have a winner no matter what, whether they're plus 100 or plus 400. The region will still have a champion or a representative no matter what.
Yes.
So you're not gonna end up with just 3 schools from the north playing each other because nobody made it
Correct.
from the south. Because if I voted for that, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
The individual team champion is going to be the individual team champion regardless of what they shot.
And they will get the chance to advance as well as the individual who shot best, not on a 12 point. Right.
Okay, thank you, I think I understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Not as many as the previous item, promise. So, Column Now Region 4, just actually a question for Ms. Habig, just from the southern region. And being someone who is very versed in golf, right? are you comfortable saying whether you agree with or where you're at with this, just out of curiosity? I'm curious from our layer of things.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at it a lot. At first I thought it was a little, like, still a little too high, but I'm okay with it.
Okay, too high meaning plus 100 is too high, it should be lower?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you think it could be more restrictive, but it's probably, okay.
Well, if you go with the individual standard of plus 18, you're at almost plus 80. And every kid would qualify.
I think because we see a lot, and I don't know what it's like up north. We see a lot in the south where you have two.
No.
It's where you have two kids that, you know, may shoot 74, 75, 76, and then you have two that are 110, 115. Numbers you can still, you know, like he was doing the numbers over here, and he had, you know, 3 kids who could shoot in the 70s. Your fourth kid could still shoot
172.
172. But I'm okay with it because we have the double part.
Yes.
If we didn't have the double part or the circle, yeah, if we didn't have that, I would not be okay. That would, because we can pick up after double part.
yeah, I appreciate that. Just to Mr. Whitman's question, I just want to make sure, because, I mean, I understand golf, but I don't understand from the, like, southern region, and I also don't want principals to make me mad enough about other things. I don't want them to be mad about this one.
Yeah, no, I think anyone who's been out there and has watched it, as long as they're able to pick up after, as long as we aren't playing out holes, I think these are fun.
Okay, I appreciate that. With that being said, can I make a motion?
Well, we've been at this Carter for quite
sorry,
some
Bob.
time. I'm sorry. I wanted to be- No. All right.
So I just got confused by Mr. Whipperman's question and answer.
Damn it. It's all right, buddy.
So 3 teams will still always qualify from the north and 3 teams from the south will.
If they meet the qualifying standard, one is guaranteed, champion is guaranteed.
Champion is guaranteed. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So I'm looking at the numbers from girls golf this past fall. And so you look at Bishop Minogue, their totals for round 1, round 2 was 636.
Which is a plus, what did we say, 36 and 32, or 36 and 22, 58, plus 58, for the 2 rounds.
Okay, so Douglas was 738, so
They would have been about 170 over, but again, we would need 2 rounds, divided in half.
or
200.
The qualifying standard, if you play 2 rounds,
Okay.
that would double that score.
okay, so all 3 of those teams that qualified for state this fall would have qualified again.
Yes.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you for the time. I
Okay, I'm gonna go to
appreciate it. Just for that
Jason.
Clarification for myself.
Jason Odegaard, 3A. I applaud the direction that we're going in golf. I would say in the future, as this continues to progress, I understand the idea of giving regions some flexibility. I think that at some point we need to get to a spot where qualifying for state is the same. So if one region is doing a regional tournament, the other region should do a regional tournament as well, not one league doing their regular season standings and the other one relying on a two-day score.
Okay, sorry. I know you want to make, and I'll make a motion at the end of this, I promise you. So I answered the question for the north. For the south, if we had put these in place for this year, what would have been the difference in the teams qualifying versus under these standards?
If I'm not mistaken,
Maybe I asked that already.
it would have been the same, what would have changed were the 5th and 6th golfers that we brought along that.
The teams themselves would not have changed.
Correct.
But just the golfers.
Number of golfers attending.
Okay.
Yeah, the 4A South to come out of that, the 4A South did not have a region tournament. They were struggling to get courses. Nobody could actually get one. And there weren't a whole lot of kids that they would have sent out there that would have been any different than what they would have sent to state. They had planned at the start of the year to have a region tournament in the 4A South for girls golf. But by the time they got into it and saw what they had, and Mr. Thornton's kind of attested to the level of golf that we played, they just decided we're fine.
Then I make a motion to approve the new rules for golf as stated in the packet. Is that a good enough motion?
I'm sorry, is that?
We have a motion.
I have a motion by Keith.
Second.
Nice. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, I don't think we gotta go to roll call. I think we're good on this one.
Thanks.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have. Thank you.
And just a note, Ms. Brockett is not with us.
Thank you. Jay, did you?
Aye.
Jay Kenny? Thank you so much. The ayes have it. All right, now we are going to go to item number 22.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you. Don't ever leave us. All right, number 22, workshop public hearing to solicit comments on proposed regulations. Turn it over to Kate. Starting on page 227.
All right, I'm actually gonna start at 230. That's the first regulation. The first 5 regulations are all the 200s. These are membership regulations. These have been vetted through our membership committee and are coming forth as just some mostly logistical updates that better meet our requirements, needs, and process for becoming a member school, as well as some new language regarding maintenance of membership, which we don't have currently. So I'll go through them each individually, if that works. And then I'll do
You have to do a motion on each one.
motion on each one. Okay. For the 200s though, they kind of, a lot of them go together. So I might just go through the 200s together and then we can go back up for motion if that's okay.
I think you could go 1 through 5 on the 200s.
Okay. Yeah, the rest of them are all kind of separate. Okay. So again, I'll go through the first 5 and then we'll go back up for a motion on each. So the first one, NEC 385B.200. Small changes here. First is referencing regulation 202 as it is specific to types of schools like private charter. And this regulation alone is just looking at affiliate schools. So those are schools outside of the state of Nevada that wish to have membership with Nevada that are close to us, surrounding schools. So I was just adding that regulation as this regulation does not relate to our private and charters in our state. So there's just a small addition there on subsection 1. 1B is just an addition, change to October 1st instead of July 1st, and in addition to of the year prior to that in which the school year they wish to apply. This gives us time. This is the process we use currently, so this just hasn't been updated. But when we're looking at that date, that gives us time to go through this process of how to get a school to become a member, such as going and doing site visits and working with that school, ensuring that they have the facilities and the things that they need to become a member school. Having a deadline of July 1 of the year that they want their membership doesn't give us a whole lot of time to do those things prior to the school year starting. So this is just to kind of align with our current processes that we have been using. So that's both in 1B and 3B, just an update to the date for applying.
Okay.
Yes.
Just to clarify it in my head. So if I go into the October 1st, that's the October 1st, and then they have all that school year to come back and then start in the fall the following year, right?
Yeah.
And the way it sits now is July 1 was, you could have it July 1 and start in September, right? So it's, we're giving more time rather than reducing it.
Yes, giving
Okay.
more time to get them approved and make sure that they have everything they need to.
Yeah, okay.
4A2 is just adding the word or person, because typically that's just me. It has been me going to do inspections of facilities, so to give a little bit of flexibility there, so it doesn't have to, I don't have to find a committee. However, we have talked about a committee doing facility checks, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But that just gives flexibility to us to, you know, sometimes if it's just me, it's just me. Going down to 4E. We went through all of our regulations that had to do with fees, fines, penalties, all of that. And we are tying them into a more consistent amount so that when there's flexibility from year to year with our amounts, it makes a little bit more sense and we don't have to keep changing the NAC. So this amount is the only schools that have a fee to become a member initially just to apply are our affiliate schools, those out of the state of Nevada. So it was $850 and we talked about this and decided it was best to make that consistent with our dues for schools with fewer than 600 pupils, which is a consistent number based on regulation 212, which we've talked about at the Board of Control and approved those numbers, which were 1,300 for the next year, 1,400 for the following, and 15 for the next year. And so as those change, we just want to keep that consistent with whatever that that is with the board's, approval for those members. So those are the only changes, with 200, nothing really monumental there. But we'll move on to the others because like I said, they kind of connect. 202 on page 231, there's a lot of changes here, so I'm gonna explain them as concisely as I can. I made the regulations, because they were a little all over the place, made them make a little bit more sense with our process. The first thing that you have to do to become an associate member, if you are a private or charter school, is to apply. And that was not what this regulation said, and this was the first regulation with the application for Nevada schools that are private and charters. Also, it didn't have anything about charter schools, because this regulation was made before many charter schools were in our membership. So I added that word to this, section. Here, there was also reference to a school having enrollment less than 500 pupils. That's not the case. You can apply as a private or charter with regardless of how many students are at your school. So we removed that. All language that you see with the written request was changed to an application. And that's because that's what we use as an application, not just like a request or something like that. What you see with subsection 1, the blue, the rest of the blue, the application must be submitted. A and B is language that was in regulation 206, a regulation later on that just didn't make sense in the order of these regulations. So it was just moved into the section because it has to do with the application process. So that language there is not new. It's just been moved in from a later regulation, basically explaining that it's on a form that is, approved by the association, which can change from year to year if you want. Whatever makes sense for us. And then the date there is the same as the previous regulation, no later than October 1 of the year prior to that in which they wish to become a member. Subsection 2 is also pulled directly from regulation NEC 3/5B 206. So this is not new language, but we did update to state the governing body or state charter authority from the help of our charter schools that make more sense for them as far as who signs the documents. Again, not new language, just moved in from another regulation. Subsection 3, a lot was removed here. Mainly, we removed the language that had to do with the approval part of the process, not just applying. And we moved this into a later regulation in 208, which talks about the approval process. So we're just focusing on the application here. So we just moved that to a different section. Most of the language here, like I've kind of explained, is not being removed altogether, it's just being moved to somewhere that makes more sense. So 3 now will read, upon receipt of an application submitted, pursuant to the section 1 above, the executive director may grant permission for the school to compete against member schools pursuant to 310. 310 just basically says that a school cannot participate against a school that's not a member school, or if they've been suspended from their state association, unless they have permission from the executive director. So what this is doing is this is not a member school yet, but they are going to be granted permission during their application process and the process to become a member school to participate against our member school, which has been the practice that we've done. It's just not in regulation. So I felt it was important to add that since that is what we do. And we just followed that regulation that basically says the executive director can waive that regulation. Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. Ask away.
I see that we took out the 2-year being independent to show that they can to run a schedule on all their sports that before they go in. Is that somewhere else? Is
Yep,
that,
it's in 208.
okay.
Yep, so we just moved it. Like I said, most of the language is not removed. It's just moved to
Oh,
a different
it just
section.
moved to a different
Yes.
section.
Yep.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, because we don't grant that right away. They have to be
Right,
approved by the
right.
board, so I didn't want that to be the application part of
I
this.
see, okay.
The independent status is what we were just talking about, the independent status that is moved to 208, so we'll get there, but you'll see that language. So instead now 4 just says, as soon as practical after being granted that permission to play, the committee or person will go and evaluate the facility. That's my next step. After you apply, we grant you permission, I go and check out their facility. So that just made sense as the next step here in the application process. And then again, as soon as practical after conducting that evaluation, I will then submit my recommendation to the board based on if I feel they're ready to be an associate member. So that's it for this regulation. That's the application process. You apply, we grant you permission, we go to your facilities, check them out, and then we come and present them to the board for associate membership in the next school year. All right, any questions on that application part? Cool. All right, moving down, 232, which is the end of that regulation. Again, that language from 6 was moved into another regulation, so it's not fully removed, just moved. 206, that was added to 202, as I mentioned, so you'll see if you read through that language and go back up to 202, you'll see that in there. So again, not removed, just moved. Going down to 208, which is on page 234. This regulation is now talking about the approval process. So much of the language is still here, basically just goes into, once we've approved your application, you have all the appropriate signatures, you've agreed to follow our rules and regulations, all that language stays. You are granted, there's the independent status language. So if you are granted your associate membership, you're going to be placed on independent status for a minimum of 2 years, beginning the following school year after the board approved the application. You may participate, remove the restricted schedule since you can participate in any game, contest, or meet against any member or affiliate school. Rest of the language in subsection 2 stays the same. Again, all that language has been there, just added the independent status there since that's when we actually grant them the independent status is after they've been approved as an associate member. Subsection 3, not new language here. The part above that was removed is just moved down to subsection 6. So it hasn't just been moved down to a later section. So just note that that's still here, it's just later. But the new subsection 3 will now basically just state that a school, once you've completed your minimum of 2 years, you may apply for your full membership with a form not later than October 1st of the year, and that prior to the year that in which you would like your full membership. And it also has to be that final year of realignment pursuant to our 250, which goes over our realignment cycle. So that's been our procedure. Again, just added a little bit of language so that that's more clear in the regulation. Subsection 4 is new language. This has to do both with what is required to become a member as well as our maintenance, which we'll see in a later subsection. I've referenced back to this regulation. So this is for all schools becoming members and maintaining their membership. So it basically just states that once you submit your application, you have to have one athletic program for boys and girls, at least one, in each season for fall, winter, and spring. This is not new language. That part of it has been in our regulation. For 2 consecutive school years prior to submitting the application. We did add the exception being those schools with only one gender, since we do have a few schools that fall within that, and there could be more coming up. So we wanted to make sure that that was in there. This sentence here is the new part that we talked extensively about. These numbers have been vetted through a lot of committees, I believe, at the board for the last years even. So this has been a long time coming. But it states that athletic program means the number of pupils that participate collectively or individually in the following sports for a member school, and then it goes over the number for each sport. This is the minimum to be considered for being granted membership and maintaining membership if you only have this sport. So I want to make this very clear. If you only have boys and girls cross country in the fall, to become a member or to maintain your membership and not have issues with membership, you have to have at least 5 pupils on both the boys and girls team. Now, if you also have boys and girls cross country, but you also have football and you have girls volleyball, you can have cross-country teams with a student here and 2 students here. You can have a team with fewer. This is solely talking about membership and maintaining, gaining and maintaining membership, if this is the only sport you have for boys and girls in that season. Question?
Yeah, I was looking at these numbers and, I have some concern in the 1A. Obviously that's the small schools, right? I think about Lund. I think about some of these schools that have 30 kids in their high school, and they're not gonna play football, they're not gonna play volleyball. And to get 5 kids to go run cross country may be tough, but we still offer individual cross country. And so what if that number is dropped to 2? I think you can get 2 kids to go run. I don't know that you're gonna get 5. And then I look at track and field also, and it says 7 on each. Being a track and field coach for many years, now, of course, we had baseball and softball, but at the same time, there was times I was pressed to get 3 girls out to run track. Nobody wants to run a mile or a half mile, you know? And so, I'm wondering on the 1A level, if those numbers should be adjusted and come down to say a team, because I think about some of these smaller schools that they can get 2 or 3 kids to go run track. and they're not gonna have a baseball team, and they're not gonna have a softball team.
These numbers are only really relevant to private and charters because they are the
Okay.
ones that are associate members and that can have their membership removed. A public school and school districts are approved. Public school districts have no issue with that. So yes, we're gonna have Whittel struggles.
Okay,
sometimes
and that, I guess I missed that,
to-
it says that in here, right?
Yeah, this is
Public
for,
and private
this
charter.
regulation is associate membership. So public schools are not, publicly zoned schools that are part of school districts are not ever associate members. They are just granted their membership.
They're gonna be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for
No
the
problem, great
clarification.
question. So yeah, please feel free to look through those numbers. We, like I said, they've been vetted. We've talked a lot about these numbers. Again, this is not affecting our rural, small public schools. This is affecting our charters and privates that are not automatically granted eligibility. They are petitioning to have eligibility and they have to meet these minimums for, again, only male, female, one, if this is the only sport in that season. Is that really what we're looking at there? Any other questions before I move on? Okay, down to subsection 5. Again, this language has just been moved from a previous regulation. This is not brand new or anything of that nature. Students practical. Now you said it 4 times now. After submitting their application for full membership, we do another facilities check. We also will talk with the scheduler of that particular classification, region, league, whoever is kind of working with that school, whether that be us or south, some of the south or the north. Have they complied with their schedule and, you know, met all of those needs, cancel games a lot, kind of getting information about meeting the requirements of being a good member school and participating in the contests that they've said they would. And obviously just, did they comply with the regulations during their 2+ years of associate membership? And then as soon as we basically evaluate all of that information, we again present them to the board for their full membership. The board may approve subsection 7, that application pursuant to subsection 3, that's this full application, if the school complies with subsection 1 of this provision, which just references that they have done their application and have met A, B, C, and D of subsection 1, which is paying their dues, agreeing to comply by our policies and all of those that have already been in our regulation. 8, if the board does approve their application and the board, based on, this is where our duplicate number comes from, our multiplier number, based on double the number of pupils specified in the enrollment count of that school. The school will be placed in their class in alignment pursuant to 250, again, referencing our classification regulations. So that, again, this is because we're talking about associate membership, which are private and charter schools, they get the multiplier. So that's why this subsection is here, because that's how we will align them. And then last subsection 9, again, that language in 8 will be. Once the school is approved as a full member, this is brand new language that has to reference our minimum number. So once you're approved for your full membership, the school must comply with subsection 4 during each year of membership. School fails to comply with the minimum requirements for the boys and girls athletic programs, the school's membership status may. So this goes to Wade's question. This subsection is telling you that you have to follow 4, or your membership could be up for, you know, possible penalties. And this is only for charters and privates, right? Because this subsection and this whole section is not related to publicly zoned schools. So that's kind of the biggest change of all of these regulations is 208. The last one on page 236 is 214. Only change here again, instead of having that number there, we're just referencing if you withdraw from the membership for any reason and would like to be reinstated, at some point you do have to pay a fee to come back in. And that fee will be consistent with those numbers from 212, which are right now 1,300 for next year, 14 and 1,500. So, with all that being said, questions? Those are the membership regulations, all the updates that we made. Again, most of the language has just been moved around so that it now follows a application part and full membership approval. Separate.
Make a motion to approve. Is that 200? Is that the one we're talking about? Sorry, I have to go back.
Yep.
200 in the form as explained by who's board.
What are we doing, 202, 206?
Got to do all of them, sorry, I apologize. 200, 202, 206, 208,
And 214.
And 214, thank you, as described by Ms. Roy.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second, further discussion. Hearing none, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, moving on to page 237 is NEC 385B.336, which is our physical examination regulation. This was updated by the board control and approved by the board control, which is why we have the new forms that we've been using for the last 2 years. So this was approved in January of 2023, but the NAC was never updated, and I just found that. So we went and spoke at the Rules and Regulations Committee and made small updates just based on what was approved back then. The word yearly was added to 1A because we now require a yearly physical. Before, there was just districts that required that, but overall the NIA said every other year unless there was a positive answer to any of the physical pre-history questions that the student had to answer. So in subsection 2, you'll see that language removed where it basically says the only time that you need to submit another physical from in between a 2-year period would be if you had an affirmative response. So we removed that and now just said that each pupil that wishes to participate has to complete that each year. So very small changes here, but just now do a yearly physical.
Motion that we approved subsection 336 as described and written in the agenda.
We have a first.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, 238 and 239, I will put these together because these are both cheer regulations. They're in our cheer section, the 5 and 60s around there are all for cheer. Here, really all we are doing is we're upping the amount for the penalty for submitting a late application or sanctioning a competition from 100 to 250. We will see in a little bit, we did update our penalty regulation for our sanctioned sports to have basically a continuum of penalties. We did not reference that here because we decided we would like cheer to remain separate from our sanctioned sports for now, unless it does become sanctioned. So we did not reference that regulation. Instead, we just upped the number to match that new continuum that we're looking at for prices. So the minimum kind of fee would be 250 for the cost of that kind of fine. So we just upped it from 100 to 250. And then if you go down to 239, the 500, that penalty for participating in an unsanctioned competition goes from 500 to 1,000, and that's our minimum fee for a sanction, a first offense of a sanction for sanctioned sports. So again, we just put those numbers to match the new continuum that we talked about, but did not want to reference that regulation since it's not yet sanctioned.
I make the motion to approve 385B.564 and .566 in the formats with the changes recommended.
So I second.
We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Let's go to 960.
All right, 960 on page 240. This is the continuum I was just referencing. Mr. Jackson developed a continuum that follows a more specific finding and penalty structure. As we had a lot of repeat offenders, we felt that, just stinging them with 100 the first time and 100 the second time, it just wasn't really having much of an impact in making any changes to systems and structures at the school sites. So we came up with this continuum that says for a first offense fine for whether it be a roster violation or maybe a final forms violation or something of that nature, that first offense fine would be $250. And then a second offense of the same type of issue would be a $500 fine. Prior to that, it said not more than 1,000. So there was some leeway, but we had other regulations that would say an amount, which would be like 100 here, 100 there. We have also changed some of those regulations to now reference this regulation instead to make it a little bit more clean. And those regulations will come down the road when they're finalized. But that'll make more sense when you see those regulations. So first offense of any small fine would be $250, second offense 500. Then C says first offense for a sanction would be 1,000, And then a second offense for a sanction would be 1,500. And then we kept the same for probation at 2,500, sorry, and then suspension at 5,000. We just basically delineated a little bit more and made it so that there's a first and second for those offenses versus just kind of an arbitrary number.
Wait,
I think they should be higher personally. I think you don't get any action unless it hits the pocketbook, and then that makes, the attention to detail a little more prevalent. That's just my personal opinion. I would make them higher, but that's me. In fact, I would double if not triple them. That's personally what I would say.
all right, I'm gonna go
I want to be
to,
honest with you, we are not opposed to that number. We were just afraid, I'll be honest with you, of the shock value of seeing that number in writing for the board and the Rules and Regulations Committee, because what we are seeing is this. We'll give you an example without using any names. We had a school who violated a regulation, caught violating the regulation, then the next year discovered that not only had they violated the same regulation in a different aspect, but had used an ineligible player for numerous games and for 2 years. And the fine was $100, but we were like, this is not a $100 fine. So we fined them $1,000, because basically it was within the regulation. It was a pattern. And when they sent the check in, they sent the check for $100. And we reached out to them and said it was $1,000. Like, whoa, no, it's not. It's $100 every time we do it. And no, it's $1,000. You didn't even read it. And they went, well, if we knew it was $1,000, we wouldn't have done it. We'd have fought it. We would have fought it. And I thought, that's where this whole conversation started. $100 is, $100 is a ding, but $1,000 is a dent. And that's where we were. But we thought the shock value of seeing those numbers go higher was too much at this time, but we're not, these are just recommendations.
Colin,
Kate, couple questions. Is this per incident? So like, if the kid plays in 5 games, it's $250 for each time.
So that was the other thing I was gonna bring up, is that, our roster regulation was $100 for a roster violation, but it was implemented in the fact that like, if you played in 6 games, you violated that regulation 6 times, so it was $600. So we would apply that in the same way. So that number would be much higher weight. If it's it wouldn't just be $250 if you played an ineligible player the whole season. It would be per incident, per student.
Yeah, okay. So I think we should keep that in mind, because I think if we double these numbers, I mean, it's not doubling, it's multiplying it by 10 if it happens in 10 games, right? Which I frankly think is outrageous. I don't know. I understand the expectation to hold schools accountable. Like I do, I get it, and we want to do that, right? I don't love the continuously doing that on the backs of the money that is supposed to go to students' academic success, right? And we're just trying to like take more and more and more here. And I get that it's kind of like, we want to prevent the situation from happening, but I get that, right? Which is kind of why I have an item later that I think is worth discussing, just because, I don't know, I am in opposition to increasing, right? Because I don't necessarily think that is fair ultimately to the kids. And I mean, yes, sometimes it comes from the organization, right? So like I may take that money from golf, which maybe only has $1,000 in their account. So which the kids have fundraised right now, we're taking that money from there, or I'm taking it from my per pupil allocation, whether it comes from, it really would be from the state of Nevada per pupil allocation, which is really supposed to go to like what's going on in the classroom, so I just worry if we, you do this 10 times, right now you owe $2,500, right? If we double that, triple that, like we're taking a lot of money here. And I'm not sure if we're really preventing the situation from happening. And also keeping in mind here that I think sometimes maybe I won't say it like that. I will just say that the school doesn't always know that this is a situation. I think we should keep that in mind. Kid moves, doesn't tell the school. We then find out about it later. I mean, yes, the school probably should have figured that out, but I mean, or maybe should they? I don't know. How do we do that when the kids and the families aren't always accountable on this, right? Because it's like, well, the school had to pay the $10,000 fee to the NIAA because I played games, but I knew I moved into the Cimarron zone, but I continued to play for Chaparral or whatever, right? You know, so I would be, I am okay with I understand the idea here. I think there are other ways in which we can ensure our policies are being enforced. That would be my opinion. Okay.
Hang on, let me get with Mr. Holmes first.
And Dennis Holmes, State Superintendent. So I'm with Wade. I would quadruple, I would tenfold the fines and fees. And not on the backs of the kids. I would never pay a fine with a student account or fundraiser. I would take it out of the individual responsible's paycheck if I could. Because ultimately, I mean, quite honestly, keep in mind, we as the adults, we're responsible. And nothing bothers me more, and I don't mean to, you know, pick out but lower level activities for kids, nothing bothers me more when an event is canceled, or they show up and it's like, oh, we can't play, or we're not gonna play. Because those are the kids that need it. And those are the kids that all of a sudden the parents go, oh yeah, you don't value JV this, or you don't value freshman this. And I think that's horrific when it happens. I also feel the same way about the varsity level when you show up and they say, oh, we can't play. Well, why not? Well, we didn't prepare, or, you know, whatever it is. Tim brought an excellent presentation to the Supes one day. And at first people, jaws kind of dropped and they go, oh. And then when he started providing some data in terms of the number of fines and fees that are levied, they're going, oh, yeah, we need to pay attention. And you really grab their attention, mine included. So I would advocate for the person responsible paying for the fines and fees, but I know that's not possible. But I think we need to be stern and be strict. And I think that the violation, the price attached to the violation needs to be substantial so that it does not happen again. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Kind of alluding to, you just brought it up, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Jackson, you said you had the data. I was just curious, like, how many fines or how many incidences are there, repeat offenders?
I'm gonna pull it up. We keep a running sheet. Okay, Kate can answer that real quick.
Amount wise, this year we collect $18,000 in fines. As far as repeat offenders, let me sort really quick here. Sorry, over 18,000 in fines this year. We have had 1, 2. We've had 13 double offenders, second offense. 3 of them up to 4 times in this year.
How many?
For the same infraction or different?
Mostly the same. Total number of schools, this is including the doubles, is 56 violations, individual violations. Some of them are multiple times in one school, for one school. So 56 violations, $18,000 in fine.
56 total violations.
Yep.
And 13 of them did it again. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Second offense, a couple report.
Okay, Keith?
I don't want to beat a dead horse because I have an agenda item about this later. I'm fine with being held accountable. I agree with Colin's point about taking it from the mouths of kids because Dennis, that's where we have to take it from. Just as an FYI, it has to be a check, so it comes from checking. So it comes from SGF. I mean, there's just not, unless your team has enough money to cover it, which they may or may not. You can't take it from I would love that. That'd be great. The one challenge, I think Colin is also going to bring this up later. Oftentimes this is willful deceit by the parent. And you have and our current Activate system does not check for it. So I'll try to make it as random as I can. Example of a kid who's lived in your zone, gone to your elementary school, your middle school, your high school. They moved over the summer, told nobody. In some way, shape or form, still we're able to, because we don't collect address information as required by Activate after they've done it the first year, right? So you're a freshman, Dennis Holmes, I get your address. I say, yep, you're good. years after that, we're not required and activate to collect address information. It's not something that we do. So now the kid's a junior, you find out that he's been lying for 2 years. And there's no way to catch that. And at least in CCSD, we send a lot less mail, which used to be the way that we caught kids was return mail. But even in that, they can avoid that. And now you as a school who have had no knowledge of that, there's no intent in that, there's no, you're finding that you're paying this $2,500, $5,000 fine. And I'm not saying that's what schools are always charged, but and you, honestly, in some ways, even if you checked your suspect kids, because we have them. I mean, I'm looking at Tammy, she knows the kids and she goes, things look a little funky, things look a little weird. Kate knows what I'm talking about, right? You're checking those out. Some of the kids that pop up are not the kids that are on that list. And you'd have no reason to have checked them. Again, they've lived in that house for 9 years. Now they pop up and you as the school are like, you principal, you bad guy, you did this. Like, wait, what do you mean I did this? I would never have checked this kid because there'd have been no reason to check this kid. So I don't disagree about being held accountable. We want to make sure that Colin's point about we're taking it out of the mouths of kids is noted, and the fact that there's a big difference between schools that are doing this and how you separate, I don't really know, but schools who are doing this intentionally or consistently versus a school who goes, how would I have even found this mistake? So just for food for thought.
Kevin, go to Wade.
Yeah, Wade Polson, Region 3. And I agree with Keith, there's a lot of times that the school is unaware of, and there's a violation and it's a parent issue or a kid issue. But I also believe there's an appeal process. So if the school was fine and you didn't like the fine that you're getting, the school can appeal that, come to the NIAA, explain the circumstances, and then the NIAA can take action accordingly. If I'm mistaken, then let me know, but I think there's an appeal process. And so the appeal process would eliminate those situations that you have no control on.
Sometimes you still pay the fine.
So then what we end up doing is maybe adjust the appeal process, keep the fines there so that they're there for the repeat offenders, and then adjust the appeal process to the point that there is forgiveness or mercy or whatever you want to call it, for those situations that you have no control over. I believe that's how we can handle this, because the main thing is if we're lax at the beginning, then there's going to be more and more repeat offenders, and they're just not going to care about it. So I think that's a good process in my opinion.
John?
Sometimes 2A liaison, I was gonna speak on kind of what Keith said, so we stole that and Wade stole that just about. So they stole everything from me, but I mean, you people at larger schools, I get that you're administrators, some of us have administrators that don't know anything about athletics, and I get that, but at the same time, it's like, we are the adults in the room. If you're at a larger school and you have 4 APs and 1 principal and a dean, and many eyes should be seeing this, and for her to say all the repeat offenders, I think the repeat offenders is what is really shocking. It's like they really don't know. Again, to Colin's point, to Keith's point, I think there are situations where you do not know, but for the appeal process, I seem to remember a 3A school a couple years ago. An eligible basketball player, won't name the school, big old thing, got them out of playoffs and they appealed it. It was clerical error, I believe, a clerical error. So anyway, my 2 cents.
Remember that one too.
I would say that
Mr. Jackson.
what we have also instituted, so you're aware, is is it the second one or third one, Kate, that we go do the visit with them? After a third offense, regardless of what the offense is, Kate and herself, Kate and CCSD have gone and they actually do a site visit now with the school to go over what's going on. Like we sit down, and I will tell you that we went to one school and the principal joined us. And I will tell you that, I thought the statement that he made was wonderful. He said, I had no idea what you guys did. And he goes, and I didn't know it took that to do it. I just assumed we did X, Y, and Z. And then we haven't had an offense since from them. And we're going to visit a school Thursday. We're going to school on Thursday while I'm down here. And what's that?
Since they take Wade.
We'll take Wade and he can, he can be a giant leg breaker over here and warn him what's gonna happen if it happens, but we do want to stem off the repeat offenders. And to Mr. Whipperman's point and to Mr. McNaugh's point, a lot of those times they are one-off events. And they don't occur again. And I don't want you to think that we're sitting in our office going, oh, yes, we're gonna rake in another $2,500 here. Because we're beyond nickels and dimes at this point, with these things. So it's not a case of us trying to go out and find them. We just want them to stop, because at the end of the day, most of the violations are violations that can be prevented and should have been addressed, such as rostering, clearing coaches, and of the like. The major violations that we've had to address in the office in the last 8 months have not been. No, I would not say that. I don't want to say the word. They have not been repeatable in the sense that we look at those and go, oh, this is gonna happen again. So that's why I think that's a fair statement. And I do agree that the last thing we want to do is take away funds for kids. You heard me say that with golf. That's not what we're about. My meeting with the superintendents, when I explained to them the fine was $100, they were just in. And I said, but what if it were $1,000? And then all of a sudden the eyes lifted up. They're like, wait, they could be fined $1,000 for this? I said, yeah, well, then they better not do it. And that's where the conversation really sparked, and it was a very good, I thought, very good presentation with them as well. So.
All right, Tammy?
So I'll try to make this quick. As I think it might have been Keith, I can't remember who said, I think different parts of the state clearly have different issues. I've only been an assistant principal of athletics for 5 years, and I'm one of the most seasoned in CCSD. So that tells you the turnover that you have in administration in CCSD in the athletics office. I'm lucky I have a seasoned athletic director. Those also turn over sometimes 2 or 3 in a year. Okay. Not saying that that's an excuse but it's a reason. And I think maybe, I know that we offer training, but I think mandatory training more necessary. I think instead of saying, okay, fine, which don't get me wrong, I do believe if it's repeated, fines are absolutely one way to deter. But I think if you make trainings mandatory and we train these people the right way, it could avoid a lot of.
So you're saying our trainings aren't working?
Well,
They're not
I'm just
mandatory.
kidding.
No, I think it needs to be mandatory.
Because let me just say this, we do a lot of training within CCSD.
You
We offer one-on-one training with CCSD. We do Google Meets with, and I agree 100%, but I really need principals to back us if we're gonna make it mandatory.
And please understand, and no offense to my colleague to the left, when you take 2 people out of her office, there's still 9 there. You take 2 people out of our office, there's 1. So that kind of training, while we would love to do it, we can't get there yet. We're trying, but we're really trying, and we agree that more training is totally the path that we need to go to. And we want to get to that, but right now, that's a lot of down that we're trying to accomplish a lot. And we're trying to accomplish a lot in a limited amount of time with a limited volume of body.
But I also believe that really can start at the district level too.
Yes.
You know, that training, because that's important too,
Yes.
because it's not an NIAA, but it's district stuff as well. Jason?
Just a thought that was mentioned by somebody in the room. Is there any consideration for reduced fine structure for schools who honestly just make a mistake, but they self-report instead of NIAA having to do an investigation and finding them at fault?
Mr. Jackson?
We did talk
We
about
talked
the
about it.
self-reporting, because I said, when people get slapped with the same exact fine when they self-report, they're gonna stop self-reporting. But I will say a big chunk of those violations that I talked about were self-reports. And so, I don't disagree with that. It did come up, I wanna say, in rules and regulations. I don't know.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, we
It-
talked about
We
it.
talked
I don't
about it.
know that we came to any consensus on what to really do with it. I don't disagree with you, though. I think it's a good point.
All right, we'll go to Colin. Hang on, and then I'll come back to you.
You can go first.
Okay, follow up, Jason.
So one other thing I wanted to point out is, You know, Tammy talked about training, and I think CCSD does a really good job of training their administrator, or at least offering the opportunity. And when I first started, had you not invited me to meetings this long, there was a lot of things I would have probably not known. But the outlying areas, in Nye County, there's no training. Nobody above me in my district has any interest in figuring out what's going on in NIAA. And I'm gonna be gone in June, and so I don't know if anybody will pay attention to what's going on, but I do know that we have some schools that they do change athletic administrator, or not administrator, athletic director a couple times a year. The principal has no idea what is happening with the NIAA, and so we're setting up new athletic directors to be put in a spot.
3 years.
Yeah,
That's the average extent of experience in the state of Nevada for an athletic director or athletic administrator.
So in one of the schools in our district, when they started here with one athletic director, October comes around and they have a new one. She has no idea what any of this stuff is, hasn't ever been involved in any, but she doesn't work in the school. And so I think we might be putting people like that in a really tough situation where we come and slap them with a fine when they haven't had training and they don't know what they're doing.
All right, let's go, Colin.
Colin down Region 4. I agree with Tammy's point about like the, I think it's really important to note that like a lot of people are new in that role. And I think the more training we can provide, the better. I recognize though the challenge in your office for that, right? I will say, I think one of the best trainings I ever went to was the one-on-one training that you did for me, Mr. Jackson, right? We sat down for like, I think it was like 2-3 hours. And I don't know if it's a secret at this table, I'm not like the most athletic guy in the whole world, right? So wasn't super involved in athletics, right? So I was thrown into athletics with zero idea of what to do here, right? And like Tim, and I really appreciate, took the time to sit down with me and like help me understand all the layers of it. So I do agree that like the districts do a good job. I understand the challenge though of not having maybe the staff in other districts to be able to do that. So perhaps there's a collaboration possible here, right? Leveraging some of the staff in CCSD to create some of these spaces and invite other districts to those spaces to help support the training. I think that would be really, really valuable. I also agree, and I think, I'm wondering if there can be a bullet before A here that is a warning, right? I understand the regulation is a warning, I get that, right? But I also think if you send a letter to a school similar to the ones that we've received that are very direct, rather a little bit threatening, and it's fine. But also clear that like, if you do this again, then I think it's fine to say the next fine will be much more significant. I wonder if that's a layer of this.
Let me go to Kate.
Well, I'm gonna give Kate kudos. No, I'm giving Kate kudos. She does that.
Yeah.
She goes through the rosters and she goes through the rosters and the coaching rosters, which is the number one violation. And she will send a notice to, hey, Colin, your softball roster's not up to date. You don't have everybody in there. You don't have your numbers. You don't have this, that, and the other thing. She does do it. And I agree. And we don't want to go out with a fine to begin with, to start. That's the last thing we want to do. Because I'll be honest with you, from our aspect, it's a maintenance issue of tracking it.
True, yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's a couple things. Yes, I do once in a while when it comes to like roster checks. If, let's say we're talking individual sport, all these kids were in a track meet. I reach out, hey, you have no kids on your track roster, but they just competed. Let me know. They were all eligible, this, that, and the next. If I get confirmation, I give you the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, I'm not signing you for this. So in certain situations, we do kind of give that warning. In other situations, if it's a team sport where there's a bunch of kids that were on the roster, they were transfer pending, there's other bigger issues going on, that's where the sanction fine comes in. They have to be forfeited, things like that. So because they weren't eligible otherwise, if that makes sense. So there are certain situations where we give the warning. Second thing, warning, trainings. While I do agree with Pam that yes, districts are more than welcome to do all of this training. I love that CCSD does all that they do. I don't think that's the expectation. I think it's the NIAA. I appreciate Tim saying we're small, it's hard, but just so that you know, and even probably Tim doesn't know the extent of what I'm doing on the back end, I am creating full trainings for everybody because there's nothing for private school, there's nothing for charter school, there's nothing for our rural communities. It's really just these two that have districts where they have somebody that knows anything about athletics above the athletic administrators at the school. So do know training is being developed. I'm creating things that are going to be, I would like to have a sign off of mandatory for everybody. It's not just people that are violating. It's good to hear it, see it every year, just like, in our bigger districts, you do your compliance videos that I know you don't listen to, but for those people that have heard it for 7 times, they're not gonna listen to it, but I do think it's something that I think everyone needs to hear every year, because people on this list are not brand new all the time. There are people that have been around that have been doing it for a while that just, things happen and things slip through the cracks. So I do think training is important. I do think it is our responsibility as the NIAA to provide that training, and it is in development.
Okay, we're a little in the weeds right now. We're going to talk about training instead of money. Alex.
So, I'm getting ready to, make a motion, but prior to that, I have to share. I spent over 25 years enforcing NRS with similar structure on offenses, first, second, and third offenses. The courtesy letters, we used to do that. We did 5,000 cases a year. The courtesy letters, they work for the first 3 months when you implement them, and then all the violators just, it means nothing. There's a two-pronged approach. There's deterrence and then there's punishment. It really does work deterrence as long as you, in your first notice, you inform, preferably in bold, that you will be fined the 1,000, 5,000, 1,500, whatever it is. If you put that in bold, that does help. Because every time we get a new mayor, we get a new city manager, we change our process because we want to bring in money, yada, yada, yada. But having done it for over 25 years, it does work, especially when you have a progressive citation process. You go up, and the individuals that get the first one, the 250, they'll appeal it. If they're good players, if they're good participants, good citizens is what we call them, it will get appealed. They'll turn it over. We won't give them the 250. But at that second one, we're going straight to $1,000 citation because you got your freebie. So it does work, and as a deterrent. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to accept the changes implemented in NAC 385B.960.
Thank you. We have a first.
I'll second.
Thank you. Greg, with the second. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The ayes have it. Thank Oh, hang on. Okay. Jay, did you
Aye.
say?
Said aye.
Rayanne, are you
Aye.
there?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we have two.
Flipper,
Okay. Thank you. This is a good transition because now we're gonna go to item number 8, financial report on page 46.
Okay, in your package, you have, 2 separate documents. I apologize, they're not stapled together. I inadvertently Friday, just so you're aware, Friday, I went back up north real quick for a hearing and thought I would be smart and get the financials printed out, and that way I wouldn't have to print them out down here. I did, and I forgot to print out the financials for student council. So the student council are 2 loose sheets behind. I ran them off this morning when I got here. The financial package is in front of you. I'm gonna go over a few things with you just to highlight where we're at. As you can see, the front page is the budget and the actuals. We are wrapping up winter season right now. We have most of it in. We are still having a few straggling items that are lingering out there for the winter that we still have to pay. I will tell you, revenue from basketball was substantially down from previous year. We were at 249,864 as opposed to projected 320, was a drop off from the previous year as well. I attribute that to a couple of factors. One, matchups matter. So there were some matchups in the early rounds. I will also tell you that I'm noticing a trend that our attendance at higher seed sites is diminishing. I don't know if there's a couple of theories in my mind as to why that's occurring, but the one that I think has a more credence than any other crazy theory is that when you put a bunch of games at one site, you get more bang for your buck and people will come and watch more games as opposed to an 8 versus 1 first round game that they're going to win by 40. We're not going to go. But if you have a 4-5 matchup in there, you might go watch the 4-5. So that's why in the future, we're going to be talking about a few things. I would like you to note that flag football had a stellar year, 162% over projected. I attribute that to one thing and one thing only. And God bless the Las Vegas Raiders. That was an amazing offer that came in 5 days.
Oh, we had it a little bit before that, but by the time we could let it out to everybody.
Yeah, it was 5 days.
a couple days away.
Yeah, we're a couple days away and we pulled it off and it was great. We had great games, great turnout. We were happy there. And take a look at wrestling. I will tell you that wrestling had the largest gate for the postseason in the history of wrestling. That was great. So 118% there, very happy there. Dues and everything else, if you'll notice, our dues look a little heavy as to what they were supposed to be. We had a school that preemptively wrote a check that was $300 more than they were supposed to, and they told us it's okay, we'll take care of it, and we're keeping that on the other side, but it does show in this year's income. So we're 100.34%, where we normally are 100%. We normally never go over that. Top 10, everything else is coming in nicely as we projected. Officials registrations. We are having good numbers with our officials registration. We have more officials registered. Appeals and fines, what Kate mentioned, it was 18. The 22.5 also includes when you pay the $500 for the level 2. That factors in there. So we are there. Interest earned is interest earned. Special projects came in very low. That is our weight management with the wrestling. I don't know where the 41, I don't know how that was factored in at 41 for us to be low, because we have an accurate accounting of all of it, as Ms. Sloan can attest, because she went over it with a fine tooth comb to make sure I didn't charge her 75 cents too much and had to redo the.
Yep.
So she was very, very conscientious of that. Miscellaneous, those, you'll see that that's normally a 0. I will tell you that I don't know, some of the past practices for how they would itemize things, but with the help of our new bookkeeper, I am putting things in miscellaneous that truly are miscellaneous. They don't fit into here. You will see in the June board meeting, we are going to revamp the budget as it comes to you with a more detailed explanation of what things are. In other words, we are going to put it into categories such as when it says board of control, it will have board of control meeting, board of control travel, board of control rooms, so that you can see where that money is fluctuating in there, because sometimes I think it's a little too loose in that. Our officials are all, thank you, Ellen. I do believe we have paid all of the officials for winter. One of the things you'll notice is that it's trending higher. It's at 56% already. We have utilized 228,000 of that budget. I can attest that one of the things that was costing us a lot of money is there was a 20% increase over the last 2 years in officials' fees. And I'll bring that up later in my board report. But more importantly, we have now instituted a new policy in our office, and I credit Tia and Ellen 100%, 150% for this. We no longer allow officials to book their own travel. We no longer allow officials to book their own rooms. We book their flights. We book their hotels. We are working with a hotel group that gives us a rate. That way we are in control. The other thing we're not doing, as we had done in the past, we are eliminating or reducing the number of rental cars. We are getting vans. They are carpooling. We are utilizing the leverage of our Southern Nevada officials and Northern Nevada officials to provide lifts and rides to their events. They're all going to the same place. Let's ride together. And that helps eliminate some of that cost so we can take care of that. Wonderful decision to not take in the ticketing fees. That would have been $180,000 out. As you can see, it remains 0. Our tournament expenses are running a little higher. I can tell you they are running higher because certain school districts increased the amount for ticket takers and ticket sellers. It went up 100%. It went from $10 an hour to $20 an hour. It was a double. So we are honoring that when they turn it in. However, that was something this board had not anticipated or planned for financially. It is costing us. Trophies and awards. We allocated a budget of 110,000. We've ended up at 128.26. We went over budget, and we still have around $25,000 lingering out there that we're still working for, which was the need for the RFP, which will be later in the board. The reason the cost went up is for many years, the NIAA did not pay shipping. We now pay shipping. So what we have done, and thank you to Bart, is we have now 2 distribution depots. Distribution depot is in Sparks, Nevada. Distribution depot number 2 is Bart Davis's garage. We have pallets delivered to those two locations of as many awards and medals as we can in one fell swoop. And then we have the Tia Wonder Distribution Center, and she coordinates anybody who happens to be going anywhere for any game to take the awards with them. So we might be playing in Pyramid Lake the first week of the season, and we know Truckie's heading that way. Stop at the office on your way there. We're going to give you a box of awards to take out there. So we have been shipping and coordinating, and some of the commissioners have been wonderful on that. So we're trying to curb those costs as well. Facility expenses, I will tell you that we have really cut that down dramatically. And I will tell you that's in my board report, and it's all because of the donated facilities that we have been utilizing. That has been wonderful. I do not think that number will remain that low as we go into spring, and we still have some bills coming out that are not included in there. For example, the $25,000 that we paid for Cox has not processed yet. It's still on its way. I am happy to report that I gave them a hard $25,000 that we couldn't go over it. They came in at $24,889. We had an $11 bonus, and
Well done.
thank you. So we're sitting there. Turning to the next page, Board of Control costs, we have substantially stemmed the Board of Control costs by not staying at certain hotels, by utilizing certain venues such as the Boys and Girls Club, such as Legacy High School, which is not charging us anything today. So that helps us out greatly. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Legacy High School. The other thing you'll notice is we're changing our catering. As opposed to $40 a head when we were staying at Palace Station, we probably cut that down by 80%.
This was really good, by the way.
That's 100% Tia, she's food coordinator. We are substantially under our salary budget right now because of the reduction in our staff. So that will start to see a little bit more growth as we move forward, which is good. And our salary costs are down because of that situation as well. Please note that our travel costs have almost stabilized. Very happy with that. And that is because we are no longer moving committees. We are doing everything virtually instead of moving 30 people for a committee meeting one direction to the other. Matter of fact, Ellen has the commissioners meeting, which is usually a heavy travel. I believe we are only on 2 people traveling that we have to cover.
Yes.
2.
Well, two airfare, probably, we've got a few people that.
Coming from the
east.
Coming from the east. So we've cut that cost down substantially. The rent is the rent. It's gone up every single year, just so you know. It went up 3.5% last year, probably will go up again. We had looked at the lease very, 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 very much, not because we want to move the office. I don't want anybody to panic, but we were looking at the lease. We are only in year 6 or 7 of a 12-year lease. And if we were to break the lease, we would be responsible for the remainder of it. So there's no discussion of trying to find a cheaper or more cost-effective place at this time. Well, we will continue to do that. We have changed our telephone costs. We have consolidated those. Postage and printing continue to be expenses. Postage went up again here recently for us, but we're taking care of it. Please note that the supplies have exceeded the projected budget. I will tell you that it's solely the result of Tim Jackson, Kate Segroy, and Lori Holmes. The NIAA had not updated its computers since pre-2010. They were running on a system. Jay's completely collapsed, and he was using 2 separate computers from 97 that had 2 separate programs that would run. Donnie's laptop was obsolete. We couldn't update it anymore. And when we brought in a new, so we had to buy some computers. The plan is in the next few years, as we budget out, we are going to budget in a technology line so we can update on a regular basis as necessary. The other thing is we had to actually purchase an extra phone. We have 1 more phone on our account than normal. That is because I wanted Donnie to keep his for a year. That will fall off on our cell phone bill, which will be a savings of about $100 a month. So it was a smart move to keep Donnie on there because he has been very receptive to phone calls and responds immediately when we have questions and where things are. Everything else seems to be running where we're supposed to be. Legal is where it's at. Committee travel has pretty much frozen. As you can see, we don't have to feed and do the other things like there. Hall of Fame is going along smokingly. We're getting there. We can see that the top 10 has 2,000 entities before we did it. That's because we had to reissue 2 checks this year for checks last year that were not issued. There were 2 checks that were not issued to the kids. We discovered that late. So we covered that. We honored the commitment from the last year and we took care of it. Bank charges are the bank charges. I will say we are very happy to announce that we are now changing our credit card company. We are moving from the credit card we had before to a Chase account that will provide us a little more leverage and a lot more access. And we're doing that because we needed to be able to book travel in mass for officials, and they were able to offer us a credit line that was good and a rate that we can meet because we don't carry a balance. We would never carry a credit card, no credit card balances. Moving along, commissioner expenses are right where they're supposed to be. That number will probably go a little bit higher because out of the commissioners is where we have been paying our coordinators. And that is Ellen is our officials coordinator. So you'll see that number go a little higher towards the end of the year. It was anticipated and it was budgeted for. We should be okay there. And special projects is we have, that is with the weight management. We buy scales for state wrestling and do other material supplies for state wrestling, so we're good there. Basically, our expenses right now are at 1.45 per total, and our revenue is at 1.9. We are sitting on about a 505 positive balance. I'm very happy with that number. In actuality, projecting out, it looks like we may come in around 200 over or 200 under for the $200,000 surplus. That's my projection right now. That is flipping from 135 in the whole last year at the end of the fiscal year to 200 positive this year. So hopefully we can continue that trend because my goal is in the future, as we go into this board meeting, you will see, we will talk about some other items about the future of the NIAA, where I'd like to see it go. You can see the profit and loss statements. If you want to look at any particular line in there, you can. I will tell you the one thing we have, we're having a struggle with, and we're making sure we learn this better, and I'll tell you it's me right now, is we sell our tickets online through hometown ticketing. Hometown ticketing then sends the money to a, for lack of better terms, an escrow company called Stripe. Then Stripe sends us a dump, a deposit. That deposit is not broken out and delineated as to where it came from. It's just say $55,000 and they put it into our accounts. What we have to do is we have to go back and figure out where it came from. Well, the more time I was spending doing that, the more time I was realizing I don't really know if it's a matter of national security that if $55,000 was sold for state basketball playoffs, does it matter if 5,000 came from Centennial and 4,000 came from Desert Oasis? Or does it matter that the number of tickets sold matches up to the number of the amount they dumped into it versus that? So I've been spending a lot of time debating on it, going through and doing it. But it gets to be a little bit crazy.
Let me stop you here
Yeah.
because they do that for me.
Yes.
They tell
Stripe?
me hometown ticketing.
No, I use
don't
hometown,
know-
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, hometown.
Hometown does, but I have to match it to the Stripe dump.
Because I
I got
get monthly,
Same here.
this, okay.
Yeah, I get that. I'm saying I gotta take, I'm taking the hometown number and comparing it to the Stripe dump. Well, the Stripe dumps occur all at once and the numbers match, but then I'm going through and trying to ensure that the number of tickets is, and I'm thinking to myself, the numbers match. So I've been spending some time on that. It's just one of those things that keeps me awake at night. So there are some negative numbers on the balance sheets. If you look at page 2 of 2, you'll see a negative 55,073. That is from the 156 that went out for the payouts for vacation days and whatnot. Total accounts payable, other liabilities. We took care of those. I'm trying to think of other things that kind of pop out. But there was another big negative number on there. It always causes me consternation. No, okay. But other than that, you can either take these tonight or whatever you would like to do. So, any questions? Any questions for
Did
me?
you want to go back to that real quick?
Any questions? No?
No.
I'm just waiting.
Oh, okay. She'll have questions for.
Okay. Oh, and if you look at,
Absolutely.
if you look at the NASC, you can see that they paid their bills for 390516 for the last quarter. That's conference expenses and all that. Cost of goods sold, their dues revenue is there, Southern Region revenue. I will tell you that at the end of the year, we will make a transfer from one account to the other. We carry their dues as part of our dues, and it's a NASC liability. It's listed in there. We just write a check because they don't have the same checking account as we do. We're with one company, they're with another, so we have to write a check and take it to the bank deposit form. But we will take care of that for them as well.
Okay, as always, why don't you guys, make sure you ponder over this tonight, take a look at it, and we will start the meeting tomorrow.
Okay,
With this,
and I thank the board for the understanding as I learned the financials a little bit more. I've never been a bookkeeper like this of this nature, but I do thank Ms. Holmes for coming on. She's been great. She's handling it. And one thing we did have occurred that I wanted to share with everyone that's been a problem. February 3rd, the mailing,
Oh my God, the second week of February.
the second week of February, we dropped 35, minimum 35 pieces of mail in the mailbox. We are now learning slowly, not one of them made it out of Sparks. We don't know what happened to them. We don't know where they went. We have no idea. We have all of the information, and I can tell you who dropped them off. I did. I put them in the mailbox inside the building because I don't trust the mailboxes outside. Weirdo. But I go into the building, I put it in the mailbox, and then slowly but surely, we have been getting phone calls. Hey, Tim, our check never showed up for this event. And then, oh, okay, we'll figure it out. And then all of a sudden we noticed it was a pattern. And it was just this giant block of checks. So we have been reissuing checks to people who have called us. So if you have somebody, or you had an event in the winter, because we are up to date on paying the bills for workers and staffing, please let us know. We'll double check and see, but.
Same thing with Blue Book orders. If you guys haven't gotten them, let me know. I will literally go home and get them out.
Yeah, we don't know what occurred. Yes, sir. I'm missing a check for $5 million. Got you.
Thanks,
No
appreciate it.
problem. Don't cash it till Thursday.
Understood, appreciate that.
I want to keep going forward. Okay.
all right, we will now transition number 9, liaison committee and director report. We'll start at page 47. We will start with Mr. Bob Levin.
Well, the for right by the north, I'll just keep it short and quick this time around. We met, more than that, 485A athletic directors met on March 10th. Most of that time was dedicated to reviewing what's happening in realignment and how that's affected our leagues up there and tournament formats. It was all very positive conversation. We're very happy with the work that's been done and look forward to the spring getting out of the way, and we started work on our schedules. What I want to share with the board members, the interesting thing that happened was the conversation that the work of the realignment committee and this board has done with respect to football led to some real serious conversations amongst our northern schools about league alignment. Just quickly to give you an idea, we've been, the past several years, we've been 9 schools. We can play every sport with 9 schools in one league, so we haven't had to worry about more than one league. With the exception of soccer, with PUD, North Valleys, Worcester, and Sparks, that puts us at 13. It was a little bit more challenging. We've had to play soccer in 2 leagues, but with realignment, we're finding ourselves going to 11 schools in most of our sports, or in all of our sports. And due to game limits, that puts us in a position where we have to divide into 2 leagues. It's not a new thing to us. We were in 2 leagues before. We called it the High Desert and the Sierra. And it worked really, really well for us. But the conversation that got started was, how do we divide these leagues up? Is there a better way to do it? And so there was a lot of conversation, and it was pretty well received by the athletic directors in the north, of looking seriously at aligning our leagues where we looked at the potential for looking at the competitive balance of our league and saying, okay, we're going to have the High Desert and we're going to have the Sierra, but the Sierra League is going to be a group of schools that in their league schedules are going to have much more competitive schedules because they're not going to have to play these guys in the other league as much. It was a serious conversation. I thought it was the path they were going to go down. Again, my job is to lead their discussions, give them opportunities, not to steer their decisions one way or another. But when it came right down to it, was like, okay, so what are our regional formats going to look like? Oh, are we going to take 5 schools out of this one are going to make it, and only 1 or 2 or 3 out of this league are going to make it? The equity got really difficult to think about, and we ended up going with the High Sierra and the Desert League, and so it all turned out, and that's what we'll be going with. over this next 3-year realignment cycle. So when you see things out of the north in most sports, you're gonna see a high desert and a Sierra and a line just as we had done it in past years, for those of you who have been around for a while. And it does give us, and I know X appreciates it. We've got 6 here and 5 here, and that always makes that challenge because these guys have the vibe that these guys don't have. So you got to work those things in. But the scheduling's been the real challenge for us, and we're working on that. And so that's really the highlight of everything that's going on in the north. Baseball, softball, track and field, everything's going great. Swim and dive's going great until today. I think the baseball coaches and softball coaches are going through their annual supply of turfus to dry out their fields and shoveling snow off the outfields and things this morning. So I'm seeing the game changes and time changes and trying to get umpires going all over the place today. So anyhow, that's what's going on in the north.
Nice. You guys are tough, by the way.
Hey, I was skiing powder last week, above my knees. It's been
You're
beautiful.
sunbathing.
It's been a lot of fun.
All right. We're now going to 4A, 5A, Southern, Tim.
All right, hopefully mine's gonna be quick. Always want to give props for our state champs from the winner. 4A boys basketball, Sierra Vista, 4A girls, Legacy. 5A girls, Centennial. Flag football, which I heard was amazing. I did not get a chance to go down to Allegiant, but I heard it was awesome. 4A was Foothill and 5A was Palo Verde. Bowling, hate saying this one, 4A boys, Bonanza beat Legacy. No, it was good. It was fun. 4A girls was Del Sol, 5A boys was Palo, 5A girls was Coronado. And last but not least, wrestling. 4A was team was Sierra Vista, and the girls was Centennial. So. Had a lot of positive feedback from the NIAA conference from everyone. Had a blast. It was a lot of fun. It's a busy when you're there with basketball too. As a few of us know. The only other thing really that has been brought up is realignment. It's always realignment. The fact that 5A is shrinking so much and 4A is getting so big. You're talking about how you're dealing with like the 11 to 14 and we're dealing with 40 and trying to figure out how, well, we don't figure it out, they figure it out, but they figure it out. But it is a challenge having that many teams in 4A. It's big and it's, like we always say, you don't ever make anyone happy. A lot of people are in favor of 5A being small. Some people are not. So again, those are the things that I've heard, and again, we're off and running. Spring is.
Sprung.
Yes, spring is I always forget, I think everyone always forgets how quick spring goes. It's the season that it's here and here. And we're dealing with the other, like we had softball games, golf matches last week where we were at 92 degrees already. So that's it for me.
And it's snowing.
And there's snowing up there. I know, it's crazy.
All right, Jason, 3A Southern.
Jason Odegaard, 3A liaison. 3A had really good attendance at the NIAA conference. Special shout out to Xavier for putting together a great conference. Heard nothing but positive things about the conference, and so as it continues to grow and improve, I'm looking for a lot of great things. I think we have a lot more enthusiasm about the conference going forward. One of the things that we really like about the conference is there's an opportunity for the Northern League and the Southern League to have meetings separate, but then also we get to meet together as a state. We really enjoy that collaboration and I felt like we had a really good meeting between the North and the South this year at our meeting. The South had some discussion about a couple of items, one being regional tournament host sites instead of just higher seed sites. We'll have one single site for a lot of our regional sports. The North already does that for a lot of theirs, and so we used to in the South, got away from it. We'd like to get back to that. We feel like we get better crowds, more excitement. Just feels like a better atmosphere for a lot of those sports. At that meeting, Brian Poole, who is sitting back here, was selected as the next 3A South president starting in July. So we welcome him in. When we met together as a full state, part of the discussion, we do have all league teams that we select in the South and in the North, and then we do select all state teams for our team sports. And so we talked about some tweaks to some of our all league teams. Other than that, everything seemed to be pretty good. Realignment seems to be settling in. Haven't heard too much about realignment in the last month or so at least. So everybody's coming to realization of what's going to happen. Fall schedules are out and being filled, and then winter schedules are in development and coming out quickly. Still some concerns in regards to some of the playing fields in the southern 3A. So we just want to make sure that there's continued notice that all playing surfaces, all playing fields are going to be up to par. Spring sports moving along. Just a quick congratulations to the state champions from the winter. Moapa Valley for wrestling, Matter East for boys and girls basketball, Losi for boys bowling, Meadows for girls bowling, and Virgin Valley for flag football. Congratulations to Mike Kofer of SLAM for being the 3A athletic director of the year. And then one thing that didn't get in before I sent my report, Mr. Cottrell, Rob Cottrell from Sparks, he's the Northern 3A president. He did ask if I would request from the board if you guys could improve the weather in the north.
I would, but I gave $5 million to Centennial. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Other than that, I'm done.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to 2A, Sean.
Sean Simons, 2A Liaison. I handed in my report in a timely manner. Since it's been put in the packet, I have some additional items. So bear with me, President Solomon and board members. First of all, I'd like to thank Jason for his service. We got one more meeting with him, June, Summer Border Control. So he's been a great asset, I feel, to us liaisons of the board, and we're gonna miss him. So I do appreciate that. My report is in your packet. 2A sports, things are going along well. Second paragraph down, I'd like to congratulate White Pine for winning 2A wrestling. That was last February up in Fallon. I heard nothing but great things about the venue in Fallon and also the community of Fallon and how they really stepped it up. So I was one of the few that were a little hesitant about going, giving it to them for a couple of years without seeing year one and see how it goes. But heard nothing but good things. Shout out to Needles High School for taking home the girls state basketball championship after a hard fought battle with Michigan County. Boys 2A game, again, was Needles and Incline this year, but good game. Incline ended up winning this year. So, shout out to Incline boys basketball. It's hard to admit, it's hard to this tough report. I have to praise White Pine, Needles, Incline. I'm from Lincoln County. It's tough. It's tough. Speaking of that, at the NIAA conference, we got a lot of things done. I want to shout out to Dallas Larson, who tested some of us at the NIAA conference for our CAA. If you don't know, he's now 100% pass rate on the CAA exam, if people are interested in that. Also at the NIAA conference, congratulations to Ken Parker, athletic director of Needles. He was the 2A AD of the year. At our state venue for basketball, special thanks to Amy Fisher and Faith Lutheran High School for hosting. They hosted a little bit of 1A, but most of the 2A over there for state in the semifinals. They did a fantastic job at Faith Lutheran. And no disrespect to any 4A, 5A schools, but she said, we love doing this. The 2A is so much, calmer than 4A, 5A. Your fans are, I said, you got White Pine, Lincoln, Needles, all here, and you guys are we see kids helping each other out for floor. We don't get all the problems at 4A, 5. So what's going on 4A? Anyway. All right. Also at the conference, we start talking with other ADs. As Jason said, 2A also gets together. I'm finding that when the conference is in the north, we have 100% attendance by the northern 2A schools. When it's in the south, we have about a 40% attendance from northern 2A schools. So I'm working on that. There's a new kid that took over at Battle Mountain, athletic director Mackenzie, pardon me, Schluer is his name, last name? Mackenzie Schluer, Battle Mountain athletic director. Anyway, the kid took over in January. He's excited, he's pumped up, anybody under 30 is a kid to me, right? Okay, anyway, he's pumped up, he's excited, he wanted to do this thing in Nye County in September. It's my report, it's gonna be Beatty, North versus South battle at Beatty High School. We've got Lincoln versus West Wendover in football, Needles versus Pershing County in football, GV Christian versus Battle Mountain in football. And he was very excited. He's looking at getting the Raiders to sponsor it. We're looking at officials do some training ops there. Beatty's letting us use their turf field 3 games in a row. They only want the gate and concessions. It's a win-win situation for everyone. And he's just really excited. I said, I remember being young like you once until parents ripped my heart out and that kind of stuff. But we're excited to kind of keep this northern 2A, southern 2A relationship. Because I will date myself here. I will build a wall in Tonopah if I have to. I will. Nobody, anybody? No? Anyway, last thing, Miss Sloan, we are slated, Lincoln County High School is slated to play Rancho High School in Panaca, Nevada, August 29th. It's an open invitation if you want to come see one of your CCSD schools. It's a cultural event that we have up there.
Road trip next.
Anyway,
You're driving.
Realignment going well. And Ellen, I do have 2 pages on my report, so one thing that is concerning is again, lack of 2A, not all 2A schools do all these, not all 2A schools have sports that we want, right? We got American Heritage coming in. Kate's aware of their situation where they play their games. They're submitted as a school coming into 2A next year. The facilities are supposed to be, up to par, if you will. And so that's been some concerns by some of our southern members, and I have assured them that the NIAA knows where they're playing and what sports they'll be playing in. Other than that, that's all I have. I'm sorry to take too long.
No, you're good, you're good. Thank you so much. All right, David Vick, 1A.
David Vick, 1A. Thanks to X for the conference, and it is, as you said, you guys have said, it's a great place to meet with people that you don't meet with. We've had some discussion at that over realignment. We had some discussion, and realignment went as good as it can go, but no matter what, somebody's happy and somebody's mad. That's just part of life. You talk about a 3-year span for ADs in around here, you get out into the rural, you get 3 months, you consider yourself doing good. So there's a lot of training and a lot of process to that. I want to say thanks to Faith and SECTA for hosting our state games for the 1A. I want to give a big thanks to Spanish Springs for hosting, agreed to host our championship regionals for the West. The weather, you get tired of the 90s, you just come on up. I'm sitting at a meeting trying to cancel transportation and baseball and softball games that were supposed to be happening in about half an hour. I want to say that at the conference, Miles Baldwin from Wells was the 1A AD of the year. And he is also going to take over this position in July. The last and probably one of the most important things is to congratulate the Pyramid Lake girls on winning their state basketball, but more importantly, the Smith Valley boys for winning their. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. All right, Amigo is not here, so I'm gonna go to charter schools. David.
All right, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Slam for winning the 5A state wrestling title. Mount East won the 3A girls and boys basketball titles, and Somerset Losi, I've got left off my thing, but they also won the 3A bowling title. Spring sports plugging away in the season. We only have like 2 months left. So I seem like our charter schools having successes out there on the fields, courts, and tracks and diamonds. We had our athletic directors meeting with charter schools at the NIAA conference, which is an awesome conference again. It was held at UNLV. One of the things, we were discussing at our charter school thing is talk about how our facilities are set up different from a lot of the other public schools. And list like event management. Because many of our charter schools were built without even athletics even being a thought, as athletics have just been put in after. So here we are with like fields and gyms, and like we have one entrance in and one entrance out. And so there's been some instances like this year, especially with basketball, where we have opposing fans all coming in and out the same entrance, and how are we going to try to say that? And so we're looking at our facilities right now and saying, how can we change that? Congratulations to Mike Kofer from SLAM for winning the 3A AD of the year. Schools also excelled in the classroom. I just have a list on here of our top 3 Winter State Academic Team Champions. So I draw Red Rock for flag football and basketball, boys basketball, Coral Academy, Sandy Ridge for flag football, for boys bowling, Amplas for girls flag football and boys basketball, Battery East for flag football, and Kipo for bowling, and Oasis for boys basketball and girls basketball. And it's also nice to have Coral Academy for Reno come to our AD for first time ever. So trying to get those northern schools up there, but of course we know that rotation of ADs, as everyone's been talking about, is going through. So it's trying to get north and south there talking with just the charter schools. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, with NATA, Xavier.
All right, got a little newsletter coming around, give you some updated information.
Should have get
I'm gonna take one, pass it around. Get one. Sorry, right there. All right, so as it comes around real quick, again, thank you for the kudos that those of you who attended the national or the state conference. We just try to get better every year. That's the key to success. We're not perfect, but we're trying to, just get better. And we're always better when we surround ourselves with good people. I got to give Dallas a shout out. He took over our certification chair, and to his kudos, he had 3, 6, 7 people pass their CAA exam, and he himself is now a certified master athletic administrator. So Dallas had a fantastic February in that he got those people to pass. And this, you got Antonio Morales, who's our first ever CIAA international. And then Dallas, like I said, with the CMA. And then Dallas also won the opportunity to go to Tampa for the national conference. So Dallas just had a fantastic February and a fantastic conference. So it's kudos to have him around. And what's interesting is something that we've been talking about, and many of you kind of talked about, is that we have a lot of athletic directors, athletic administrators that have high turnover. Well, something that we talked about for NATA specifically is that we want to establish a mentorship committee. And so basically Dallas is our mentorship chair. And anytime, if you know of anybody that's brand new, like I just heard of this gentleman here for Battle Mountain that's brand new, get with Dallas. Dallas will find them a mentor, and that way they have something they can make a phone call to. It might not be even specific to any rules or regulations or policies or whatnot, but maybe just like, hey, how do you set up a football game? Hey, I'm having issues with Activate. Because sometimes it's challenging to make a phone call to us because they feel like, oh, I don't know if I should be calling, but it might be okay if you call a colleague. So I'm thrilled to have Dallas and that we've been able to start that. So if you have any names or know of anybody that needs a little bit of love or a little help and assistance, that's something that we want to do to help support all of our athletic directors and athletic administrators. So one last final thing that I want to mention is that Tim Jackson was honored as our State Award of Merit. Many of you know that obviously he's new to this board as our executive director, but before he did a ton of work for the NIAA, is a certified master athletic administrator, was a committee member for 6 years, and I believe he is the only executive director that is a CMA at the NIAA level, which a lot of the other surrounding states are trying to kind of push and put that on Mac. So Tim should receive some kudos for that. Shout out to him. Thank you for small blood.
All right. Let's turn it over to the Nevada Fish Association. Ellen, I would just like to let you know that you can stand up there like Xavier did. No, just kidding.
She had one page that's 8-point font though.
Xavier, feel free to do your report sitting down next
Oh.
next time, but that's okay.
Sorry.
I work with him every day.
It's daily for me, guys.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I handed out my report, Sean, one page. Everybody's got it. I had to find information. No, that's something else. That's a separate thing. Thanks for letting me report to the board. Basically, again, we still have, our forefront of issues continue to be, again, recruitment and retention of officials, the sportsmanship and compensation. As far as compensation goes, mainly that's at this point just dealing with member schools paying. We had some school districts that were late paying their final payments for winter sports, especially specifically to the wrestling group. I'm not aware of any spring pre-bill payments that are late, so that is excellent news to all associations. The only bad thing about when something's late is that means that officials can't get paid. So if wrestling is not getting their payment until, February, then that means their officials are delayed being paid. As far as recruitment and retention, the NIAA, that's the Eastern Association, they had increases in their basketball and wrestling numbers. They're still short in their other sports. They were able to cover all their duels, the 1A, 2A tournaments. They pull in some referees from the Reno area when they have to do some of their big tournaments, the 3A tournaments. Central Nevada sports officials, they continue to use Northern Nevada basketball or Southern Nevada basketball officials over the winter. They just don't have enough officials. But all these associations are still actively recruiting officials. I brought this up. This had to do with the NIAA and their fall sports schedule. Same thing happened in their basketball where they feel like the schedule are kind of unbalanced, so that there are many weeks where schools either it's kind of a feast or famine thing going on with their officials. And this kind of hurts them when they're recruiting. They don't have enough officials on a certain weekends or not enough. So then officials wonder why they should come out to do it because they're just not getting enough games. Sportsmanship. Next week is the NIAA's NFHS Spring Officials Appreciation Week. I sent a reminder out, I think March 22nd. If your school doesn't have any games that week, feel free to, extend it the following week or whenever it's appropriate. I'm really hoping that we can do something because I think last year I reported that there was almost zero spring appreciation of officials last year. So hopefully we see an improvement on that. The East indicated that winter official appreciation went well with their basketball and the wrestling. Spring sports ejections show about 16 baseball ejections, 6 coach and 10 players, almost 1 for 1. We only have 1 softball coach ejection. I did get a track ejection today. And then I'm going to provide a summary of the fall and the winter ejections. That's a separate agenda item. It's not really the liaison's position. It's more coordinative officials. So I'll do that later. Couple updates. Wrestling went well. We had Southern Nevada officials came up to Reno. The Reno officials gave them rides down to Fallon. We coordinated all that. So that helped save a little bit of money. Shot clock update. The East, they're able to get some training and opportunities using the shot clock. Northern Nevada basketball had minimal shot clock opportunities because most shot clocks were not installed yet, at least in most schools. But I got this confirmed with Mr. Stallworth today. Again, shot clocks for Washoe County should be all installed by mid-fall. They're going to be doing it in the summer and fall, crossing our fingers. Southern Nevada officials, they had a lot of opportunities to get familiar with the shot clock. Many schools already have those installed in this area. Regarding the Washoe County School District policy update, I had a meeting with one of the Washoe County representatives just a couple weeks ago. about the new policy they instituted in July. And we're still kind of working on in a positive direction for that. Really, it boils down to an indemnification waiver addressing non-owner auto insurance. And so we're hoping we can get some sort of resolution by June. I have a Zoom with all the association presidents and commissioners scheduled for April 14th. And hopefully we can get that kind of addressed and hopefully taken care of. Just as a side note, we have 1,533 officials have registered with the NIAA, and there's just kind of a breakdown there. I just gave you the winter breakdown of the officials. And then lastly, our president and commissioners annual meeting will be held the last day in May on a Friday at the Boys and Girls Club. We have one of our presidents works there and offered to host it for us there. So that's my report.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, Superintendent, Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent. I would first like to echo the thanks offered to Churchill County and to Greg specifically. The state wrestling meet was, in my opinion, a huge success. I was there for a couple of days and thoroughly enjoyed it. So well done. And certainly Greg's influence, I'm sure, made it even better. Also, as I was sitting here thinking a little bit, I really appreciate this board and I appreciate all of you. And I know this is a tough assignment. Don't get me wrong, no sarcasm at all. But I appreciate it and I appreciate the willingness to do the right thing. And it's not always easy, especially when eyes are on you. And it's even more difficult when eyes are not on you. But I was sitting here thinking, I asked Dad, I said, how many kids are in this building today? She said 2,800. There's 1,600 people that live in Lovelock. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been there, done that. I was in a high school for years. It was the 31st largest city in Montana. And that's no joke. It's the 31st largest city in Montana. And we have districts with what, 400 kids, and we have districts with almost 300,000 kids. Now, seriously, figure it out. How do you address the needs of all of those kids and all of that range? And we do it successfully. And it's because of each of you and because of the guidance and leadership of the executive board and people being willing to step up and do the right thing. But again, it's not an easy assignment. But I appreciate it. And I always say, my colleagues get a little, they kind of joke at me and say, oh, how's your meeting? I say, it was awesome. And they say, how could you enjoy it? Because I realize and I value the importance of sport and activity as one of the best dropout prevention tools, as one of the best engagement tools, as one of the best lifelong lesson tools if implemented properly. And that's what we do. So I get it. And I enjoy the heck out of it. I also have to say, kudos, Tim. Tim has not missed a state superintendent meeting yet. I hope I didn't just jinx you, but I said it that way anyway.
Week from Thursday.
And I've had people who've been around these positions longer than myself, and they say, this is the first time we've ever seen the executive director. And this is the first time that we've seen him more than once. And this is now we've seen them 5 times, whatever it's been. And each time, the message has been very specific, it's been very direct. And it showcases your work. And to me, that's the excitement of what the end result is. The last one he had to say, yeah, we're looking at price increases and, 2 districts got to say, oh, we need to talk a little bit, but the rest of them are like, yeah, we can do that. So, I get excited about this and I don't care what people say, it's good. It's good for kids and to be a part of it is just something beyond special. So I thank you. I thank you the executive board as well, because I get it, it's not easy. But so they say if it was easy, everyone would do it, right? And they're not lined up at the door to do it, so there's a reason, so thank you.
Well said, well said. And yeah, I'd definitely like to echo a lot of the comments of what you said. Sitting on this board is not an easy task. I've been doing this close to 20 years maybe, the things we've gone through many realignments from the beginning to where we're at now. We've gone, when the initial transgender conversation began, you think today was rough, it was just as rough then. These are not, and I just thank everybody for their honesty. And you can't be on a board without being frank. I respect this board because I don't believe feelings get hurt at all. I think at the end of the day, we walk away with respect for one another, and I really appreciate that with this board. So besides that, I just want to say thank you, voting members. Thank you, thank you. I had 100% return on Mr. Jackson's evaluation. What's the rule in my office, Mr. Jackson, that you departed?
Lie, steal, cheat? No.
Yes.
That's when I came in.
That's what I don't say. No.
100% return on all surveys.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in that, and I know I bugged quite a few of you numerous times, but I truly appreciate that. It's gonna bring value when we have that conversation. So really, that's everything in which I have. So, Mr. Jackson, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan, and I do jest about the lie, cheat, and steal, because I would fail terribly at that. So anyway, I want to thank everyone this is my last first meeting. I can't say it anymore. This is my last first meeting, so this is my last first spring meeting. So thank you for the year. I will tell you, it's been a trying year without a doubt. From a familial side, being in the north. Last time was a 27-day stretch. I thank you to Tia, who reminds me often to go home. And I appreciate that greatly. Working to find a better balance in that situation, but as we see, things take precedence sometimes, so we do that. My board report is going to be a little bit of everything. I didn't want to what's that? No, I did not provide a copy, okay, because it was adapting and changing as the day went on, as Tia can attest. Superintendent presentation, I made a presentation to the state superintendents in March. That presentation included legislation, the NIAA is monitoring, the one-time transfer regulation, I discussed NIL. Most of the presentation provided information about the NIAA funding streams, which they were very, I think they knew, but I don't think they knew. In other words, I think they didn't realize what we were looking at. We talked about historical financial data and the needs for the dues increase. The time was spent answering questions and discussing future economic status of the NIAA. You can tell I spent a little time worrying about that. I spent probably too much time than I should, but I want to wake up every morning knowing we meet payroll and we can hire officials. If we can meet payroll and we can hire officials, we can take care of everything else. Everything else will work itself out. Site expense analysis, cost of doing business, and in preparation for the 25-26 budget, which I will present at the June board meeting. The NIAA has reviewed all cost increase in revenue streams, and the following information is driving our decision-making process. From 21 to 24, our overall growth in revenue is 6.55%. If you told me that without any more information, I'd be very happy. Bringing in 6.55% more on revenue is great. Our gate revenue is up 3.39%. Means that more people are coming to our events. Our sponsorship revenue and membership revenue during that time period has been flat, but our other revenue has gone up 11.7%. That's driven by more officials, more courtesy card purchases, some additional decisions the board made financially to make us in a more fiscally solvent position that I appreciate. Then we get to the other side of the house. The 21 to 24 expenditure analysis, our overall increase of expenditures has gone up 33.19% in that same time period. So we are outpacing severely the two. Driven that is a 71% increase in our facility costs. Officials have gone up a total of 26%. Our tournament expenses have gone up 45%. And I'm going to say a number, and I have a little asterisk behind it so I can explain. Our security costs have gone up 191% in 4 years. There is a reason. 4 years ago, there was a 50-50 split between us and CCSD for the coverage of security. honor the split anymore. That was the decision that was made financially. So that was the full security bill became the NIA's responsibility. There has been increases to police services contracts, and I'm not begrudging anyone who got a raise. They deserve every penny they get. Our CSMs got a raise. And we went to the Facilitron process in our office where they automatically assign these positions and we end up with high costs. Just to give you a perspective as to what we're looking at, we had a 1 day, full day site on a Saturday. It was $2,800. That did not include anybody else but opening the doors, security personnel. So we are looking at this as a momentary moment in time for us to say, we need to get to centralized venues. Because the costs are getting very exorbitant. And that's not just an isolated event in the south. There are costs associated, of course, with the north. But those numbers are driving the decisions that we'll be making. So what we're also reviewing is our officials' costs with hotel travel and representation. Ellen and I have had detailed and in-depth conversations about what we do, who we bring, where we bring them, why we bring them up. Because I'm also a firm believer in this. We sanction the bodies to officiate games. Perhaps it's time to look at it and say, you're good enough to do the regionals. You're good enough to do the state. We don't need to flip-flop officials north and south. And I know there's going to be that, well, there's an inherent bias. We don't believe that when we do that, but we're not down that path yet. We're looking at our facility costs for schools and off-campus locations. Obviously, those are driving us. Our staffing costs versus our staffing needs. We are in conversations with our partnership agreements and security expenses. And then we're looking at how we're scheduling events. Because I will tell you that we are looking at blocking them together a little bit more. And instead of pulling kids every single night for a week and leaning on facilities and schools every single night in the week, it may be better to look at a Friday, Saturday for regionals or a all-day Friday and then final, whatever the case may be. We're looking at all scenarios that we can. Let's move to more happy things. Hall of Fame recognition. In your passage, you saw the names of the Hall of Fame members. Couldn't be happier with some of them. I do have a very close tie with one of them. I abstained from the vote on that. Because I don't have a vote and I want to have a vote. So I'm very happy for all of them. That's a great group. And I'm looking forward to that event at Palace Station. And I just realized we skipped now.
That we did.
I'm so sorry, dear. I just made eye contact with you and realized we skipped you. Would you like to go after me or would you like to go now?
I talked to you.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Appreciate
on me.
it.
I apologize.
I would like to talk about winter sports and the support the NIAA received and the hard work of the coaches, administrators in making those events possible. Greatly appreciate their contributions to high school athletics. It's important to acknowledge that we could not hold these events without the dedication of staff who step up. I want you to know that as of this morning, in the winter alone, we have paid 344 separate individuals for at least one event. Now, many of them are multiple, but 344 people in the state of Nevada have stepped up and worked our events. That's an amazing number. It's even higher in the winter. I believe the winter I have it is 455. Basketball was held at Cox Pavilion. Cox worked with us very well after many days and many rounds of negotiations. While we would like to have the semifinals and the finals there, having the finals there was great. We had good games, we had great crowds, and it was a good venue. I think it's a good venue for state basketball. I think it got loud for a couple of those games. It was fun. Flag football at Allegiant Stadium, need I say more? Once again, got a phone call from another association saying, how in the world are they doing that? I don't know, and I don't ask. You don't ask the elves how they make the shoes. You just say, thank you very much, and you wear them out. So I'm very happy with that. Bowling at the Orleans continues to be great. We're very fortunate there. Looking at a way of monetizing that venue for our event. Maybe it's time we start looking at charging admission to bowling for state. Maybe we can do that. Wrestling at Rafter C3 with Churchill County School District and the Fallon community. They stepped up in a way that I can't explain. The one thing I will tell you is I got a phone call from them afterwards. They have they can monitor phones coming in and going out. They don't monitor your phone. They can ping, whatever that is. I don't get it. But they can also tell how far that phone came from the community. Like how many people came in. They expected 3,000, 4,000 to 6,000 pings. They had 11,000. It was unbelievable, the number, 13,000, whatever the number was huge. And they were happy. The couple of the hiccups we had were things that they remedied the first day. Wi-Fi load. The first day, they were shocked at the amount of Wi-Fi we would steal from them with our stuff. They boosted it overnight. We had it better on the second day. The other thing was water pressure. We sapped their water pressure. I thought when he told me that, like, what are you talking about?
Oh, that's funny.
We were flushing all together at the same time, and we dropped their water pressure. But they fixed it, and I thought to myself, if those are the biggest problems we had, that is phenomenal. So I couldn't have been happier with that, and I know there was some conversation about the crowd. I don't think the crowd was ridiculous. I think it was well handled. The community stepped up and it was great. Sky Tavern in Kirkwood handling skiing for us again, went off without a hitch. Thank you, Tia, for representing us at that event. She went up there because I was headed down south for,
Yeah, you were gone.
wrestling, I believe. So with that, we were very happy, and that moves us into, that wrapped up our winter. Discussions are underway regarding future venue selections for state championships to include, better experience for our student athletes. I really don't want our kids to walk into gyms and they think it's a Tuesday. I want to know it's a state championship. Preliminary planning has begun for the next 3 years. That is a part of the calendar, so I won't go into that. And gate receipts overall did not meet projection, however, like football surpassed previous year's goals. Updates on spring, we are struggling, and I'm going to be very frank and honest. We do not have enough venues for our events. We do not have anywhere for preliminary 4A and 5A track. We have nowhere for regional 4A and 5A track. We are working with them. I met with the Coaches Association last night. We have a plan of attack. We're going to work on it. We are trying to stay away from schools that have been leveraged to date. In other words, if you've covered enough for us, you've covered enough, we need other schools to step up. We have reached out from our office personally to every school numerous times. We've reached out in the South to CCSD District Athletics, and we are still working to try to get those facilities done. But we have most of our baseball and softball sites done. Laughlin, Pershing, I'm sorry, it's not Laughlin anymore. It's now Indian Springs. Pershing County is 2A, Pahrump Valley is 3A. Baseball is going to be Centennial, and softball is going to be Faith Lutheran. They stepped up. No, they bagged out.
As a board, like 2 days ago.
They bagged out.
Okay, sorry.
And then 5A is going to be at the University of Nevada, Reno. We were able to work a deal with them. They wanted to have baseball there. We have had a couple of phone calls as to why 2A is not playing there, and I will tell you why 2A is not playing there. I'm not going to go back to school and say, yeah, thank you very much, but no, thank you. They have planned for it. They are organizing it. The second thing is running 2 tournaments simultaneously at one event or one venue. We run into the risk of, what's it doing up there right now? Snowing. So it might rain, and if it rains, we're toast. Or it might snow. So we are going to keep it as is and status quo. So that will do that. Boys volleyball will be at Sunrise Mountain. They're handling all 3 divisions. Swimming will be at Moana Springs Community Aquatic Center in Reno. We're finalizing the contract there. Thank you, Tia, for that information. Moana, sorry.
Ohana.
I'm not from Reno. I'm trying. And boys golf, 3A, 4A, and 5A are Boulder City, Muni, and Boulder Creek. 2A, as you heard me say today, we do not have a site for. We are struggling. Mr. Anderson and I will be attending the NFHS legal meeting in April. I think in light of everything, it's next week as a matter, week from Monday. We will go to that. In light of that, I think the legal compliance and risk management is important, best practices, case studies, and the opportunity to meet with other legal teams and their legal strategies is very important. Upcoming travel, obviously in April, the legal meeting for Paul and I, and in July is the summer meeting. I know I'm going to ask staff that want to go. I do believe it's important for them to go, and any board of control members who would like to go to that. The summer meeting is very geared towards this body right here. There's a lot of good information, a lot of good sharing. That was the very first meeting I went to, and I immediately knew when I got there that some board members who would like to go should go. I think we should discuss it. July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, I believe is the official dates of 28,
Oh, the end that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, June, no,
No.
28th to 9/31.
Yeah, 28, 29, 31. It's always before the 4th of July weekend. And then if you would like to let me know and we can work on that. It's in Chicago this year. So we will get that arranged as quickly as possible. And with that, I will, cede the rest of my time to Nala and.
No, I truly apologize. That's on me. I crossed out Alex and Dexter. And so what school are you at?
Cimarron.
Cimarron.
Hi, everybody. My name's Nala. I'll be speaking for all three of the student liaisons. So after every board of control meeting, we release a blog about what's talked about, just like 3 main topics, and we release it through the Nevada Stuco website and social media. We also host NIAA meetings with just students, telling them about NIAA and sports and trying to get them to talk more about their issues that they have. So we host those quarterly, and we just finished our appointment for our 3 liaisons. So I want to congratulate Trey, who's here right now from Dayton High School. He's our Western NIAA liaison. Our Southern NIAA liaison, she was just here, her name is Elsie, she's from Bonanza. And our Northern NIAA liaison, hopefully she's here in June. Her name is Emerson, and she's from Elko High School. So congrats to all of them. And yeah, hopefully they're all here in June. And it'll be my last meeting in June along with Dexter. So thank you guys for having me. It was great. I enjoyed getting my opinion out there and just listening to what's going on and the sports I play and the sports that all of my student friends, athletes play. So yeah, thank you guys.
What sports do you participate in?
I play flag football and I run track.
Very nice. 2 sports.
Yeah, love it.
And NASC, tell us what you do with that.
Oh, yes. So the reason I'm not gonna be joining you guys next year, I'm running for the NASC student president. That's what I'm running for. So hopefully I get that. Our conference is on Thursday and I find out on Friday if I got it or not.
And aren't you the represent for section 7?
Yes, so me and Trey for section 7 for the NFHS board, we are the appointed officers for that. So in April, I think the second week, the 13th through the 15th, we'll be in Indianapolis, just working with all the other representatives from the country, and we'll be planning our next conference in July.
In addition to all of that, at Cimarron, you are.
And at Cimarron, I just got elected student body president.
Sean, do you feel a little inferior now?
That's a lot.
A lot.
You're amazing. Thank you.
You're truly amazing. All right, with that, let's go to number 11 and start on page 52. We're gonna try to get as much as we can through today. Legal update, Mr. Anderson.
Okay. So we get a couple things, level 2 hearings since, our last meeting in January. We've had 3 hearings. We prevailed with respect to all 3. One of them is still potentially pending, and that's something I'll talk about later. As it's possibly, it's gone to court. The aggrieved party, the students seeking judicial review. So we got that going on. Legal updates, the lot going on in the last few months, basically with the eligibility and participation position statement, obviously. We've had some issues discussing our sponsorship agreements. Been working on some of that. And then just other things, daily, I don't know what, probably most of you don't know that. What I do as legal counsel, but every day I've got a call or I've got something, or emails or whatever. So every day I'm dealing with NIAA issues, and the NIAA is one of 100 clients that I've got. So, but the NIAA takes up the majority of my time. No doubt about it. The best time of the year for me with the NIAA is July, when everyone goes on vacation. So, Xavier, I wanted to thank him. He asked me to speak and all of us to speak briefly at the NIAA conference. So myself, Tim, Kate, and Bart all addressed the athletic directors there during the basketball tournament. I also assisted in teaching an LTC class, which I'm always honored to be asked to do. It was one of the legal classes, and so I did that.
And then as Tim mentioned, we'll be going to the legal conference, the national legal conference that the NFHS puts on every year, which is a great conference in Indianapolis, April 14th and 15th. That is about it.
All right, thank you so much. Now we're going to go to discussion item number 23. If you can please turn to page 241. And I will turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. I thought this was good since, Mr. Anderson mentioned legal. We'll talk about the legislature. What page is that on?
241.
241, I believe the package you have in there.
242 is.
242 is the piece of paper. So I'm gonna go through a few of these with you, let you know where we're at. I will tell you that it is now, pretty much, that document was put in on the 26th. With the understanding I knew a couple things were coming up, but I can absolutely tell you there have been updates to this that have made the document a little bit outdated. It is moving rather quickly. Matter of fact, probably just ended today, 184 probably passed out, so we'll talk about that. Just so you know where we are, Bill AB 81 daylight savings, primary sponsor is LaRue Hatch. It was amended and passed and heard. It was amended in the government affairs and passed. I do not know what the amendment was. I have not seen it. I'm waiting to see. It's in the commerce. It's been heard, but nothing to date as to other hearings. I will tell you that our position on that is pro, and that is more of it would establish for us more daylight at the end of fall. And that's pro. But because we lose so much daylight in fall, and our light dependent sports are important to us, and those are tennis, cross country, soccer, girls golf. Light dependent sports in the fall really need light. So we're always gonna be pro that we keep the clock to one way. Now, the adverse to that is in the spring, but it will get lighter as we go on, as opposed to getting darker as we go on. So we'll keep an eye on that. AB 184 with Ms. Anderson's transfer appeal bill. That bill has a heavy
For the late bus.
wow. I'm gonna say, because there's not a soul in the building. We're cranking up the late bus. I remember the good old late bus. I love the late bus. So AB 184 is, I have a synopsis there. That would codify the transfer regulations into statute. Our opposition stems from multiple factors. Ms. Segroy and I both spoke at a hearing on that. We were supposed to provide comment, and we were shocked that they actually just started questioning us. We were caught off guard. We'll tell you, we did a really good job though, because what happens is right now, most of 184 is already in existence, which is our opposition to this. We don't need it codified into statute. It included provisions that expedited the appeal to a board of education, which caused us consternation. Basically, after you go to a level 2 appeal, if you don't like it, you can take it to your board of education. Well, board of educations are not equipped to handle this. They don't meet weekly. They don't meet like that. They don't have a hearing position on this. And so we've been in conversation with State Superintendent Joan Ebert, who will be transitioning, and she's still in a role there. We've been in conversation with a bunch of the attaches to the senators and the assembly members. We've been in conversation with lobbyists for both CCSD and for Washoe and the superintendent NASB. We've been in conversation with as many people as we can. Our hope is that it will move to the Senate, and that's where it will stop. We do not know where it is right now, but today there was a hearing on it, a workshop. We believe it was going to pass out of workshop without any amendments, but we'll keep an eye on that. Moving on to AB 240, there have been new developments in AB 240 since the packet was released. The current standards, no action has been taken. It's mentioned and not agendized. This is the Assembly's gender bill. We are currently neutral on this as we await the outcome, as we have been with all the gender bills. It was the new development since the packet release on this was that it was moved out of committee, if I understand it correctly. So we're waiting to see what that means. It was agendized, it was not discussed, but we're not sure what that is. AB 454 is an AED bill. Or is that the EKG? No, it's the AED bill. That's the AED bill. This bill is a behemoth of a bill. It is over 60 pages. And we are one small section of that bill. But it involves more so AED procedures and emergency action plan procedures at a district level. we are not opposed to that. We're pending our determination on that because right now, those things already exist. You have AED drills at your school, you have plans, you have certificate, you have all these things in place. There was some discussion and we're trying to figure out this, I talked to Assembly Member Nadine about this, and she sent me back to, Chairman, Torres, and I got a phone call into her, had a meeting scheduled to discuss it, because there was discussion that said they wanted this to be have the oversight be the NIAA, which means we would then be in charge of running the drills, we would be in charge of the training, we would be in charge of all your coaches' certification over all of it, and I don't think they understood that this already existed. They returned my call after the meeting was set and canceled the meeting, saying that they have reached out to CCSD's lobbyist, Mr. Keating, and he's going to get in touch with me. There's been some developments. We're paying attention to this because we don't know where this one is heading from the NIAA standpoint. From the CCSD and Washoe County standpoint, we're not sure either. Senate Bill 78 is I call it a proof of purpose bill. It's in business and industry, it's in economic development with the multiple hearings all over the place. We're pretty much neutral. That is anyone who has a board at some point may have to explain why you exist. I call this the Doge bill. We're gonna have to prove that we exist and why we exist, but we are not a funded body, so I'm not really worried about it. We're just watching it. We're neutral on that. Senate Bill 94 is the counter to AB 81. That's a daylight savings from Senator Titus. It's in commerce right now. There's nothing to develop there. Senate Bill 192 is an EKG requirement of all athletes. This bill really scares me a lot. I sent in opposition to this and I went to the hearing on this. Again, this bill is from Senator Neal. It is really, really large. It was heard in Health and Human Services on the 27th. I had conversations with them about it. Currently, there is an entity in the South that is performing EKGs around Southern Nevada. They have conducted 500 of them within Clark County School District. And my understanding is, according to this individual, I shared this information with CCSD, was that they had a memorandum of understanding for this. I brought up the fact that what is their capacity to do this statewide? There was no capacity statewide. He has 20 machines. I said, what is your capacity to perform this in Jackpot? And he had no capacity. My concern is not only is there no access for our student athletes, there is no financial ability to do this. There are no doctors available to read these. There are no trainers to administer these. And I can tell you that through my own research and through my conversations, there is no medical basis for this. An EKG is diagnostic. It takes a reading of your heart activity in the moment. I can have a clear EKG. It's not designed to be predictive. It's in the moment. And my concern is that we are trying to put another stipulation on our kids that there's no way we can handle it. And our underrepresented communities do not have access. So we have a lot of aversion to this. Now, we did discuss the potential, and this was just from our side of the house, that if you're already doing it, why don't you start gathering the data as a pilot and show us what you've learned, and perhaps then we can go down the path. So we proposed some language that would change it so it would fit into where they're at right now. We had shared it with Washoe and Clark, in which we said, school districts with over 100,000 kids can pilot this. CCSD, if they already currently have a memorandum of understanding, there's nothing they need to do. They would just continue to gather the data and then move forward with it, as opposed to stipulating that all 35,000 student athletes in the state of Nevada participate in it now. And I just don't see that being as very conducive to it. So we're keeping an eye on that. We are neutral on that, because if they do move forward with a pilot program, hey, that's good, Dad. Let's see what they learn. I mean, I don't know how you all feel, but from our standpoint, any data is good data that we can glean some information from.
But also there's an added cost because it's not part of the physical.
Correct, and the access is amazing. And the number of I have firsthand knowledge that having a cardiologist read these is a process. It's not something that you just do and anybody can just read it. It's one of those things, and I don't think that we need to make sure this is fleshed out. So I know CCSD and Washoe are on top of this from their end, and we're monitoring it. From our end, we'll keep an eye on it and see what's going on. SB 272 is a hardship process with Senator Kasner. When this first came out, reached out to Senator Kasner and she reached out to me. We spent the better part of one day together, and then we spent the weekend working on this. This was the hardship process. What she had initially put into a bill to the Senate was that a kid could sign an affidavit and say, I didn't move for athletic purposes, and their eligibility would be granted. And I walked her back and we discussed it, and she realized, okay, I see what you're saying. And so basically what we got to was, she took the language that we approved for what a hardship is, and she put it into a bill that says a hardship can be any out of the normal control of the student athlete. And we changed the language, and then last Friday, she asked me to come up and co-present with her to the committee, which I did. I jumped up on a plane on Thursday night, got up there for Friday morning, and we presented this. At that meeting, there was also a parent that came in who then presented their side, and did not paint us into a good light, and that's fine. But afterwards, we had a good conversation. We are still not opposed to it because the language is our language. And it does not give a student a free pass through our system without following our procedures or protocols. So we're still pro with that, and we do believe it'll get out of the House or out of the Senate to the floor. Not sure what'll happen with it at that point, but we're monitoring it closely. And then SB 305, the lacrosse sanctioning from Senator Donate. Was attending that, was in conversation with them, trying to walk them through our process for sanctioning. The two hiccups that we have really run into is this. CCSD's legislative attaché has reached out about this as well, as has the superintendent's group. Currently, there is no NAC or NRS that lays out anything about how the process for sanctioning goes. The process has simply been, you come to the board, you ask to start, you start, and then the board tells you what they want you to do as you go through the process. So they asked me to research the last two sports that we sanctioned, and the process for wrestling and flag football. So I went back and pulled every board of control packet from 2000, I think I went back to 10 to see where it all started, how it went. I laid out the entire process, board meeting by board meeting, motion, discussion, all of it for them, shared that with everyone, and they have it now. There was a question brought to us if we would be in support of them addending the bill to just stipulate that we have an adopted process for sanctioning a sport ready by October. What they did not know was that I had tasked Kate immediately after that meeting, when we realized there was nothing, to write a regulation on the process. Kate has written a regulation. It's wonderful. Paul has vetted it as well. It will be presented to the Rules and Regulations Committee on Monday for their approval. Lays it out. And it's a process. It tells you everything you do through the entire process. Step one, we title every process step. We have the entire thing laid out for bringing a new sport to the NIAA. We also have a way of existing to move in at a certain point and move forward, the whole deal. And then the hope is that the Rules and Regulations Committee can pass some language that we can then present to the Board of Control at the June board meeting, tweak the language, send to the LCB, and have it in place, not to sanction any sport, just to have a regulation in place so that we can meet that if it does move forward. So we're working to get that done. So we're very happy there. The lacrosse sanctioning is coming on the tail of a lot of other issues that are that they brought to light that we're addressing. But more importantly is the outcry from the north, I will tell you, was large. They went into 2 overflow rooms and a third. Went up and read my statement. Washoe County was there, NASB was there, we were in the con, or against. Then in the recent week, this last week, I received a phone call from another state. One of the concerns they had was, as a club team, you cannot play a sanctioned program. So in other words, if you're a club basketball team, you can't play a California high school basketball team. Well, now California is allowing sanctioned lacrosse teams and water polo teams, those are the two they're struggling with, to play approved school club teams. So that now opens up the door that now we have a little bit more basis for this. So if a team is at Galena and they are a Galena club that's sanctioned by Galena High School, and they're only Galena kids, they can go play against the California team in the regular season. So we are really looking at a lot of different aspects with lacrosse. We are, laying out some of the processes that we would have to have in place. I was contacted by Washoe as to what we would do if this were approved. Understand that within that bill, if it passes, we would be not only required to sanction the sport, we would have to have rules, schedules, officials, facilities, and a process and a procedure in place by January.
That's impossible.
I've laid that out.
That's absolutely impossible.
Clarification, as it was previously written, right?
Right. So, right, that was the original. Now, I've heard there are going to be some addendums. I have not seen those addendums. I have sent them information as to why that would be difficult and what we would need to do. We're working very hard on this. So, I'll be glad to answer any questions on any of those anyone has.
I have questions on that. Just for the betterment, those of us who have met with, representatives and parents and et cetera. There's some information I didn't know, like you said, you stated up north, there was a lot of representation on the lacrosse that showed up. So I have no knowledge of what it's like in the south.
So what I can tell you from the south right now, it's strictly a club sport. I know there are some high schools in town here that have some homogeneous, they're just their kids playing on clubs. And I know there's some high schools down here that have clubs that are just kids from the back. So we don't know exactly who they are. I can't tell you the exact number of club teams down here, but there's a substantial number, enough to warrant the conversation. Now, my concern is this. I used, Palo Verde has a very successful club program. Palo Verde is a club team. They can pull kids from all over the valley. My concern is if we get pushed into this corner and we say, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to sanction it. Palo Verde, you are now a sanctioned or a sanctioned lacrosse team. Every kid on that team has to attend Palo Verde. So let's just say two of those kids happen to go to Clark. They may be the only two lacrosse players at Clark. We don't know the depth of the pool. We don't know where those kids are at.
So you're taking lacrosse away from those two kids.
You're taking it away from them unless CCSD says, okay, we're gonna offer it, but do we have enough kids? And right now, we would be robbing Peter to pay Paul, because I had a wonderful conversation with one of the assembly members whose son plays a sport it happens to be baseball. And he plays high school baseball in the spring. He plays with his club team in the summer. And he pointed out that works out, Mom, because this team doesn't play when this team plays. But I told her, if your son plays baseball and he wants to play lacrosse, they can play right now together. Nobody says a word. But the minute we sanction it, he picks one. So somebody is losing a kid and somebody is gaining a kid. So the number of bodies we have that are available, I said, we don't have an empty well, a full well of athletes that we just go get a few more out here and there. We have a pool of them, and that pool doesn't really increase. It just changes where they go. So we've been really trying to focus on the fact that we need to know what we have out there and do we have capacity to support it. The other thing we have to look at is this. We have regulation that says you only have to have certain teams at the state championship. That's great. Okay, they're right. They're absolutely right. But we also say that they compete within the classification in which they are. So are we looking at an open classification where one classification of just lacrosse? Or are we gonna say, oh, no, they have 3,000 kids. I want it to be a 5A and we must be, I said, there are so many dynamics to creating a new sport that we need to explore. And we need to, that's just, and until we know what the guidance is going to be, what it's gonna look like, you can't expect us to just turn on a dime and present this.
No, I'll tell you too, the other thing is that hasn't been brought up the financial side yet for a district, and we've done a cost analysis just for CCSD, and I know Ron showed me his earlier, it's about 6 million. So that's the high end, between $5-6 million for everything, because we have nothing. So Rollins, what was yours? You showed me.
Ours is 1.4.
Yeah.
1.45, almost 1.5 thousand.
Yeah.
The other thing I pointed out to them was this.
I'll give you that.
We can sanction tiddlywinks. That doesn't mean you have to play.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing here is they have to understand, We could go in and say, they could demand that we sanction lacrosse, have everything in place by January. That does not mean, because I told them, we already have sports that are geographically specific. You don't bowl in the north, you don't ski in the south. They're sanctioned. They just choose not to. I said, we have schools that don't offer all 23 varsity sports. We have schools that offer 2 a season. We have schools that offer 1 a season. We cannot guarantee how many schools can field a team. We don't know the additional district data that they need to look at. Rule book, the national trends, the availability of officials, the number of student athletes participating, geographic distribution, the member schools participating, facility usage, seasonal, all the things that go into it. So we are really worried that we need to make sure that we're trying to have those conversations and we're reaching out as much as we can. So.
Tim.
2 quick questions. One, forgive me, because I know absolutely nothing about lacrosse. What kind of a field is it even played on? Is it a football field?
Soccer
Okay.
Football or soccer.
Which we're not lying for.
No.
And they're not, and this district did not line the new fields.
I was just gonna say, this new field I have.
Despite the ask, they did not, which I get, they did not put the lines into the new fields.
Okay, that was one question, because again, I didn't know the answer to that.
And if you ever see a field go look up a turf football field that has the football lines on it, the soccer lines on it, and the lacrosse.
And we have flag.
And flag.
And flag.
Yeah.
Google Faith Lutheran has it.
Okay, so
Google Earth Faith Lutheran field, you'll see what it looks like.
Okay, so my second question is, I know you said just because we sanction it doesn't mean we have to offer it.
Right.
But I know for CCSD, for us public schools, would it be all or nothing? Because, so you would say like, okay, all CCSD schools have to offer it. Or
That's how we, for equity purposes.
for equity purposes, correct? So, but there would be, because I mean, I'll tell you right now, Legacy's not gonna be. Legacy's not a lacrosse school. So, I mean, is there, and I know we're putting the cart ahead of the horse because it hasn't even passed, but like, are those?
Yes, one of the other things I asked was this, would they be amenable to an open division of schools that can field teams? I don't even know if Washoe and Clark would be amenable to that. Would they be open to that? They saying, okay, we will sanction it and you want a state championship for this. Would you be amenable to us saying, all right, what schools are gonna offer it? Can you afford to offer it? And do you want to offer it? Because then maybe a Legacy's like, you know what? No, thank you, not at this time. But I don't even know if CCSD would even allow that.
Right, because of that.
Correct.
Yeah, Colin,
But essentially.
hang on, real quick.
Sorry.
I'm gonna go Colin, then I'll go to you.
Bob can go, I think I have a few.
Go ahead.
Bob goes.
Essentially, that's what they're already doing,
They're doing that now.
right? And so they're looking to shift the costs of
Okay.
officials and trophies to you.
Yes, and that was the other aspect.
Exists, at least in the north, and I think to a certain degree down here in the south, they already exist as groups of students at schools. They wear your school colors. I don't know what they've done down here, but at least in the north, there's been conflict on the McQueen Lancers becoming the McQueen something else. And
Well, and I would say, I wasn't gonna bring this up. One of the things I heard more than once was this. We're tired of paying for the club fees. The district should just pick this up. If you guys pass this, then I won't have to pay for transportation to the events anymore.
There we go.
And there was a lot of discussion, and when I walked out of that, it was not a pleasant walk to my vehicle. And hearing what they were saying, I knew finances were a big issue. The other thing we had to clear up was this. There was a misconception that the NIAA, this body, funds athletics to the schools.
Yeah, I know.
There was a definite misunderstanding. They assumed that we paid out, and I explained to them that we do not, money does not travel from us to you.
That's what I said.
Your
It's
money
the other way
travels
around.
from you to us. And I went over our 3 revenue streams with them, and they did not understand that. They thought we funded the sports, and there was discussion of private funding coming in for this. And they brought him in. There's a gentleman who has a pro franchise down here. He is also backed by the guy who owns the New York Nets in the NBA. So they were talking about providing us directed funding to fund the program, and I was adamantly opposed to that. Not so much because we don't want to deal with the funding going out, is it opens up the door for there to be directed funding to any particular sport in the state of Nevada. In other words, you could have $1 million baseball team funded by a private entity that is directly funneled to them. And the example I used to them was the quality of support we received from the Raiders. The Raiders do not send us directed money. What the Raiders do is they reach out to the schools through their charitable organization and say, how can we assist? And then they go and they buy the shoes, the helmets, the equipment. I said, that's the way, and I think they understood that was a better way for that to go. But that scared me, and the money concept was very high because that was some of the concerns that I heard.
First, I want to appreciate Mr. Jackson and Mr. Roy for your advocacy. There was a few times I'm watching some of these bills, and I was like, the NIAA should probably, and then there you were. At least I only saw you two. I don't mean to negate on part or you're also doing some of that work.
I know, thank you.
No, okay. Well, anyway, so I appreciate that takes time and you know, you gotta potentially leave with people who are upset with you. So I appreciate that. I think Ms. Sloan, as far as the lacrosse number, you just gave us 6 million. I'm assuming that does not include the renovation to the fields that would be necessary in order to play.
We haven't even taken that into consideration. It's the equipment, the
Yeah, okay.
transportation,
Want to clarify.
officials, all that.
2 questions. One is about who determines our position on these various bills?
Through conversations with us together. Paul, Kate and I.
So staff.
Staff,
Okay.
yes.
Well, and I'll also
Oh,
say,
thank you.
let me say this as well. Anytime that, I'm gonna tell you, again, I've done this 100 years. This is a lot. This is a lot in a year, because typically it's a few. And then what happens is that whenever there's a bill, I get a copy of it, they send it to us. And hey, give me your position on this, and then we will submit it. Tim has mentioned Brad's in our communication department. And then we work with Kevin McCartland, send our position, and Brad takes the lead, and I assume the same thing goes on in Washoe. So we're part of that conversation too.
And I send Rollins and Pam, Brad and Kevin McCartland, Pam or Paul and Wade. I send them, here's where I am, here's what my letter would look like, here's what we think. And if you guys, and I always end it with critique and advice warranted. If you don't like if one of the bills came back and we were neutral and then they changed it and then we went negative, but then I talked to Brad and you're like, well, what if we did this? I'm like, well, that would change us to this side. So we don't go into it and just say, that's it. But we also communicate with the better part of however many we can. And that also includes NASB and who am I missing? I'm missing somebody else. NAS. You know, so no, we never go in alone.
Yeah.
We always bounce it off.
And
Does Paula know who NASB and NAS is?
Yeah, that's,
You know who those 2 organizations are?
And I'll just tell you too, that in years past, I do want to thank Tim because of his presence. I know the last one, there wasn't much of a presence and we sort of got picked.
Yeah.
And,
I
thank you.
appreciate that because I like the eye roll when I walk in their offices now.
That's a beautiful
It's
thing,
great
isn't it?
thing.
It's beautiful. And I always, you know, and thank you too, because Tim does a really good job and hey, this is going, it's gonna be aired and so on and so forth. You didn't tell me about the other one, but I saw you on camera the other day. But it's really helpful that we know so we can log in and listen as well. And I truly appreciate that. And Tim, I can't thank you enough for your presence, for all of you guys for being there.
Well, and I want to tell you guys, just on a side note, I'm a legislative junkie. I really am. I enjoy this, not this aspect. I enjoy the process. I love walking those halls, love hearing the conversations. I love having those conversations. So this is something that I will always put my best foot forward on. And if I can do better, which is why I always say at the end of every one of those emails, critique or advice is welcome. Tell me, please, let me know.
I appreciate that. So yeah, I think to that end, I have like an ask and whether it's possible or not, I understand time is of the essence on this, but one of the things I did this week was called like a meeting of high school principals around the state of Nevada. And I appreciate those of you sitting over there who are very instrumental in helping make those connections. So thank you. And I think one of the things I heard from high school principals around the state was we would love to like this document right here is incredibly helpful. And I'm wondering if that's something that we can share with high school principals in the association, so that way we're aware of what bills we're following and the stance that the NIAA is taking. I think that would be really helpful, and I heard that from multiple principals in our conversation.
That is nothing that can't be done. In other words, who I send it to is just adding to the list. That's all I need to do. I have a mailing list. I just add it to the list.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think if we could do that. And,
Maybe include all the board
Well,
members.
actually, if you would not mind being the point for the principals,
yeah, I don't mind
that
that.
way I send it to one person and you can disseminate it. That way I don't miss anybody.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
I'm happy to.
I'll do that. I'll add you to the list.
Wait,
Yeah, the one thing we need to be careful of, when you put all of the board members together, is that the board members should not reply to that email as to everybody, because that's breaking the open meeting law at that point. And so if we do that, then you need to reach out and apply to Tim separately, individually, and not as the whole group. And that's a
Blind copy. Blind copy. Yeah, do the blind copy.
Yeah,
Okay.
appreciate that, thank you.
Yep. I'll do blind copy.
One follow-up question?
absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did they not reach out for any fiscal impact from NIAA?
There is no fiscal impact for us except for the state championship. So that, until we know where that is, I can't give them a fiscal impact. Because like I told them, if it's one division, it's gonna be one set, it's going to be one. The fiscal impact is with the districts, and that's where they're going.
And we didn't receive any requests.
No, we did not, I'll be honest with you, we did not receive any, the only person, we got blindsided. The only person who has reached out to us in any of their bills was Senator Krasner. She made the effort. The rest of them we have found simply by going in and researching all the BDRs every morning. So we go in and look at the BDRs every day and the bills. Now that all of them are in, the 17th of March is my favorite day, just so you know. That's when that was the deadline to get them submitted. So, and then I just heard today, there's actually one that we were not aware of, that it doesn't impact us, but by regulation it may. Apparently there is now a bill out there for statewide open enrollment.
I said that.
Yeah, it doesn't impact us because we have a regulation for open enrollment, but it would impact all of our member schools.
Oh, one-time transfer. All right, Rollins.
Has the state legislature ever made the NIAA sanction anything?
No,
Never.
never.
So this is the first time ever that they're doing this. So they need to understand that once you open up that Pandora's box,
What's next?
oh,
They don't care.
who knows? We'll be doing water polo.
Senator Titus made that very comment, asked the question in a hearing. She asked if it had ever been done. I told her no. Also wanted to know why they were even delving into our business. I was very happy with that. Her line of questioning was very good in that. And then there was one comment, and I cannot remember which bill it was, if it was 184 or 272. One of them said, well, why don't we just take on,
They did, I was this.
why don't we just take on and dissolve the, was that, we were together. It was 184. Why don't we just take on the NIAA and get rid of it altogether and just run it ourselves? And then they said, and then we'll just hire out the staff that we need. And Kate and I kind of, we not trying to make light of the situation, we kind of chuckled. And we thought to ourselves, well, who are they gonna call? They're gonna call us back.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just gonna call us all back.
You finally get funding.
And we finally get funding, you know, so.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
Tim.
Yes,
when-
ma'am.
About specifically the lacrosse bill, were you able to get any clarification? Because I'm looking at the language here, where it's saying that the association would have to establish a fund to support certain infrastructure and services for pupils who participate in sanctioned sport. But then they go on a little bit further, requiring the association to complete a study examining the development of pupils as athletes. And then this last part, I just have no idea. And the infrastructure necessary to transform pupils into professional athletes and providing other matters. What it says,
That was a
and
cherry.
providing other matters properly relating thereto.
So I did have some discussion about that. I said to him, you understand that the mission of the NIAA and high school athletics is not to turn them into professional athletes. This is not our mission. Our mission is to prepare them for life after high school. And to teach them to work together, to commit and do the different things that we all know high school athletics is wonderful for. So I also said that the number of high school athletes that transition to be professional athletes is so minuscule that there would be no measurement that we could attain. Unfortunately, I think what the concern here is this, and I heard it numerous times during that hearing, was that Vegas has become the sports capital of America. We have. The city of Las Vegas has rapidly become the sports capital. We have pro football, we have pro baseball, we have hockey, lacrosse, we have volleyball. We know for a fact basketball is on its way. We will be one of the only markets to have everything and all of them in such a short time period. But the problem is this, the educational understanding that the number of athletes in transition from high school to college, let alone from college to the professionals, is minimal. The problem we are suffering from is this. We are a victim of our own success. Because I heard more than once, Nevada had 7 kids start opening day in the NFL. We did. That's an anomaly. That is not a norm. That doesn't mean all 7 of them came from the same class. That doesn't mean they all had the same path. It just means that there were 7 kids in a valley of 2.5 million people that happened to make it to that level, which is unheard of. We have more baseball players statewide than we do any other professional sport, so you know, because there's so many more levels which they can play. But at the same time, that's not what we're about. And I tried to express that that is not what we are about. Our graduation rate is where we hang our hat. That's what we are. We are education-based athletics, not professional franchise building programs. So.
Okay, so
Terrified.
in that language, and I get that, but there was no clarification on what these other matters were. That always worries me before they do the amendments, that they wait, back me up on that. You never know what's gonna happen to those amendments. So did we get any idea of possible amendments? You said this was Monday? On the work session?
No, that was 184.
That was when he.
You're talking lacrosse? We have not heard anything else about lacrosse.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. And if there is there, I don't, you have an update on it?
I can give you an update. I met with some people because I'm up north there. And they know that I'm on the NIAA board. I told them that that was a no starter, that had to be removed completely. I said, that's not what we're about. It's student athlete. It's not athlete student. It's not professional athlete, student athlete, right? It's student athlete. So they understood, the different parties I talked to and the representatives understood that needed to come out entirely.
Okay, is Senator Donati the only sponsor?
No, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but he's the primary. Yeah.
Also too, I just wanted to let you know for the board's edification here, use a big word, that I've already received 4 messages asking, that since Lieutenant Governor has already put out, social media stating that NIAA has repealed, a transgender policy, are we gonna change our stance from, neutral to pro on the 2 bills that are listed on here? As always, no comment from me.
I have the same.
Yeah, the governor sent it out. I have pictures of all of us. Yes, wait.
Just a comment, Linda, this is why you don't want the legislature telling you what to do. This is why you have to be proactive and move forward, because this is the kind of bill that comes out when the legislature takes control without any input. The language that is in there, you can see where it comes from. It comes from the Desert Dogs. It comes from the professional team that's willing to funnel money to the NIAA, and they have no idea what our processes are. They have no idea. It's about making kids professional athletes. They don't understand. And that's what happens when the legislature takes control of a situation or a subject and tries to dictate how things should work. That's just a good example.
I completely agree. Like Alex and I were up there on trustee, as you were, and it's whoever's controlling the narrative. So if they're putting out the narrative and we're not, there's a problem. So agree with you.
So, President,
Yes,
I'm just wondering, who is issuing that statement and what is it?
Everyone.
Well, I just mean in general, like to Linda's point about, like, you know, it's out there already. Sounds like we have a request for comment from the news, so, who is putting out a statement about that and what is our statement? Just so we know, yeah. That was kind of my question earlier about like, what are we saying on it, you know, because obviously the message will be out too that, we're requiring birth certificates for all kids, so I just think we need, to be ahead of that, ideally.
We're on the wrong agenda item. Yeah, I was gonna say we're getting.
Yeah.
You're off.
Well, it relates to, it
We're
relates to
talking
our
about the
position.
legislative.
Yeah, it relates to our position on these bills, that Linda's point. Yeah.
But you're not,
Okay,
That's it for
okay, all right. What we're going to do right now, we're going to close that item. Then we are going, last item of the day will be number 12. That'll be on page 53. At this time, we're gonna do something, this is going to be something a little different because okay, at this time for closed session, I need a motion to go into closed session to discuss a possible litigation issue. Wait,
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to go into closed session.
I'll second the motion.
okay, so at that time, okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The one ask that I do have is that all liaisons will be dismissed at this time. Thank you very much. And, in addition to that, only the voting members will remain in it with Tim, Paul, Tia, Bart, and Kate. Everybody else may be dismissed. Yes.
Clarification for what we have online and the people watching us. We'll be coming back from the section to do anything else today.
Hold on.
Because otherwise I will stop the YouTube broadcast.
Just in a complete session.
If there's only if there is.
And there is not.
When we come back.
Then we can turn everything off.
We need to have the Zoom on because we still have a board member who was with us via Zoom. But I can turn off the recording, the YouTube broadcast. If it goes off.
That's fine. So it's, we still have Rayanne with this?
Rayanne is not with us. Ms. Brockett is also not.